Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy, Papa React, aka Sonny, and we are back with another banger build, guys. Today, we are going to go ahead and conquer the highly anticipated LMS build. You guys have been asking for me this for a long time, and I waited till we had the exact perfect tech stack to get it done. So thanks to the guys over at Sanity, the guys over at Clerk. Oh my God, I'm so excited to bring this build to you. Let me know where you're watching from right now. If you're watching this in a replay, drop a comment, make sure you like, subscribe to this video, because I'm telling you now, I'm going to try and get this into the 6-7 hour video, because I'm telling you, it's a big one, and I've done it all for free. Everything is literally on a plate, handed to you guys. I'm going to go code for free, but let's go ahead without further ado and dive into today's build, our LMS platform. Check it out, guys. Boom. Here we have it, guys. Absolutely clean as hell build. I'm so excited for this one. I'm not joking. Like, honestly, right now, you can see right now, I've been working overtime to get this in play. So we've got India in the house, Pakistan, Saudi, Tokyo, Japan. What is up, guys? China, Nigeria, South Africa, Johannesburg. Yo, what's good? We've got Germany, Somalia, UK, United States, Canada. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Welcome to the stream. Let's dive into it. A little clean intro. Right now, we've got everything on the landing page. This is obviously your standard landing page. Everything of course is mobile responsive. And for those of you who like your little details, there you go. You got your light and dark mode, right? I keep getting hassled about it. We've got that in play, right? We've got our Clerk authentication, powering it all. We have full search functionality, caching and everything included with Next.js 15. But I want to show you the main crux of this application. So firstly, you see dynamic loaders. We have an LMS platform. Now, what is an LMS platform, guys? It's a learning management system. And I've not only gone ahead and done what every other tutorial out there already existing does, I've introduced something which I've never seen a tutorial do. I've gone ahead and built it with an entire backend platform that you don't have to go ahead and code yourself. That should be handled for you. Instead, you should be empowering the platform to do some pretty cool stuff. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So here we have our course content, but guys, where is this pulling from? Like, where is this happening right now? And you can see we've got Stripe and payments and a bunch of stuff, but look, we have an entire backend, guys. You can see all of the courses are manageable, and I've even gone ahead and customized the entire Sanity dashboard. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, but if I go in here, look, you can edit the course contents itself, or I've even included a way to customize our Sanity dashboard so we can just click through a course and see the students that are directly enrolled in it. Click on that student, see exactly their enrollment. The student is enrolled, the amount they paid, the payment ID, and the time they even enrolled at, right? We have all of this greatness inside. We have users, we have instructors, we have students, and of course we have content categories inside. Guys, I'm telling you, this is so dialed in. It's incredible. This is going to be a huge build, and there's so much to learn from this platform and build, right? If you click enroll now and you aren't already enrolled in the build, it will take you to your checkout page. I'm going to show you this afterwards because I'm on the wrong profile right now. So I'm going to go ahead and show you a course that we've already bought, right? Because if I click that, I just realized it's going to show my credit card. So I'm going to go into my courses and show you the stuff that I've already bought. And let's go ahead and see for ourselves. If we were to click into, for example, let's get 0 to full stack hero, right? And as you can see, boom, guys, as you can see right here, I've got my lessons pulling through. All of this is dynamically pulling through, right, from our backend, which is powered by Sanity. Sanity are handling so much awesome stuff in the back. It's unreal, right? And I think this is something which I've been long overdue of building because I was waiting for the right solution. I didn't want to just show you a simple rebuild out and all that kind of stuff. So here we go. Let's dive into it, right? We've got the first module, the second module, and in this case, you can mark modules as complete, click through on separate ones. You see that nice, beautiful loader that we had, right? It even goes ahead and caches the pages. You can go ahead and mark things as complete, or you can unmark it and it will simply go ahead and remove it from here. We have our videos. Now, these videos can be different types. So you can go ahead and have a Loom embed. You can have different things in the mix as well. So I'm gonna show you a bunch of that stuff later on, right? So don't want to spend too long on that right now, but there's so much to show you. I'm kind of getting overwhelmed, right? So of course we have the search functionality. This is a standard. I just thought I might as well add it in. Let's go ahead and go back. Actually, let's do it right now. So let's do HTML, right? So HTML, I think we got rid of the Next.js 101 course. the HTML. There you go. So you can see our HTML course. All of this is, of course, reusable components. And the thing that I just kind of breezed past that was if we're in here, for example, and we go into our mobile view. Oh, look at that. Just so beautiful, right? All of the little UI components. Let's open light mode so we can see for a bit. Let's go ahead and mark it as complete. And you'll see dynamic course progress, which gets updated. All of this is using, the latest caching things inside of Next.js. Oh my God, we almost got 200 people watching live. That is absolutely nuts. Smash that like button if you're excited right now. Already at nearly 200 likes. This is crazy. Guys, I see the chat blowing up. I'm just trying to get through the demo. Then I'll come to all of you guys in a second, right? This is absolutely insane. I can see you guys absolutely popping off in the chat right now. But I took it a step further than this, right? So of course, let's say I want to update this content, right? Well, Sanity is known for many things, right? But what you probably may have not played with before is tools like the presentation tool. Now, this is so cool. And what we've done is we've used a mixture of draft mode inside Next.js, where we modify the headers in a specific way, and we're modifying that with Sanity. Now, not only can we go ahead and see a preview of the application, but look at this, guys. It actually pulls through the content and we can go ahead and click through. And yeah, this is nuts right now, right? And I can demo and change things on the fly and it's unpublished. So this is a preview. The actual website will not be updated until I hit publish, but I can see an updated version of the site and how it will look. So if I was to go ahead and get rid of the 101, because let's say I don't want that. I don't want that anymore, right? Let's go ahead and say HTML basics is this. Now guys, look at that. Just like that, it will update in real time. I can change the price on the fly. I say, you know what, now it's going to be $29.99 because it's without the 101, right? And you can see that the price changes. And here's the crazy part. You might be wondering, well, surely there's a limitation here. Guys, I kid you not. I can click through the courses. I can go through the platform. I can go, look at this. We're even going into lessons and I can go ahead and even click into the lesson content itself and modify the lesson content. I've never seen this in a tutorial and I wanted to take it to another level. If I was to go ahead and say what you'll learn, let's just say, for example, you'll become a crazy good mobile dev, right? And let's go ahead and hit enter. And let's go out now. Now what it's doing is it's invalidating the cache behind the scenes and it's revalidating the path. And what it will do is in a short moment, this will go ahead and pop through and look, you'll become a crazy good mobile dev. And just like that, now say, for example, I want to see this on the actual website. So I just want to prove a point to you guys. Well, actually, I'm on demo mode right now, so it will actually show up on my website. But if I was to go ahead and click publish now, boom, just like that, everyone will get access to that. And you'll get the most latest and up-to-date thing. There you go. Absolutely incredible stuff. Not only do we have all of this in play, let's say I want to add a new course, right? I can go ahead and add a new course. And we even have Sanity Create. And this is where things get real wild, right? Sanity Create, I'm going to dive into this very, very shortly when we get into the build. But Sanity Create is essentially an AI editor. So imagine while you're modifying the lesson content, you can go ahead and actually use AI tools where it's basically, we've got this autocomplete features. We've got all of these awesome AI features which allow us to essentially write lessons super fast and easy, all baked into the damn platform. Like, this is crazy stuff. Tell me anyone who's done it different like this on YouTube. I'll wait. This is a big build. This is why I'm telling you, you need like about 6 hours to come with me on this one. All right, so all of this is baked into today's build. We've got so much out of the bat to go ahead and cover today, so we need to jump into this ASAP. And as I mentioned before, all of this, guys, is actually going ahead and all of this is actually baked in real time. So everything I changed on the back end, it's all real time pulling through on the front end. And as you can see, when I publish those changes, HTML basics is now there, but you can see that I'm even in preview mode right now. So if I want to disable it, I simply click disable draft mode and it will take me back to the original website. And as you can see, I didn't publish the front page changes, hence why it's gone back to HTML basics 101. So as you can see, tons and tons and tons of features under the hood. We also have Clerk really powering this through. So if we was to sign out right now, let's say, for example, we try to go to React Native 101, sign into Enroll, we can go ahead and sign in with our email address. And I'm going to show you exactly how that will work. I'm going to create a new account. So let's go ahead and say, for example, Sonny.Sangha +9 test@gmail.com. And let's go ahead and do a password right now. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a password. Boom. And then as you can see, we're going to have email authentication. So you guys have always wondered, I always get a question of, firstly, they've added that in now, which is cool. So it's text for robots, but now we have it here. Look, verify your email. And we basically have email authentication codes that will pop in. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in one of those right now. So Jay, if you could give me the, code, that'd be great. That came through. I'm trying to open it, but I don't. Now I'm kind of risking it. I'm playing with fire because I don't know where that's going to pop up. So send me that code and we can use it. So Jay just sent me the code. And then if I go ahead and just throw it in, boom. Now we have success. And just like that, guys, I'm logged in and I can enroll in a course. So of course, in order to get all of the payment stuff working, oops, okay, we have that. Oh, there it is. Okay, timestamp that, blur that one. I don't know what was shown, so it is what it is. Live streams. What can you do? Anyway, so at that point, we're gonna go ahead and dive through into the start of this build. Of course, we've got webhooks in the mix, tons of awesome stuff in the mix as well. But let's go ahead and jump into it. Then I'm gonna go ahead. Firstly, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up our accounts that we're gonna absolutely need, and then we're gonna pause, do an entire breakdown of the build, and then we're gonna run through it. Okay, so it's gonna be absolutely awesome. Let's just go ahead and crush this right now. So what we're gonna do first up is we're gonna go ahead and what I want to do is I want to show you inside the description. You've got a couple of links I want you to pay attention to. Number one, we have our Clerk link. This is for getting started with Clerk. Of course, this is going to power all of the authentication in today's video. So it's important. And also, please go through the link in the description. It helps you get set up with everything. And when we come to set up Sanity, you should reach this page. It's very important. You click on Get Started with Coupon. That way, I can keep bringing you these videos for absolutely free. If you don't click through that, the guys over at Clerk and Sanity don't know that you came from this video. It's harder to make this stuff for free, okay? So it helps us out. It helps you guys win-win. It's a win-win situation. So go ahead and do that right now. Let's start off from the Clerk screen. So over at Clerk, I want you to click on Docs, and I want you to go to Quick Starts and Tutorials, or you can even click this one, but Quick Start and Tutorials, Next.js. Now here, we're going to go ahead and copy this first command. So you simply grab that. We're going to open up a terminal right now. I like to use Warp, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and pop this in. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to go into my folder, documents and builds, and I'm going to go ahead and do npx create next app latest, and we can give it a name here. So I'm going to go ahead and call this one our LMS YouTube build, boom, and hit save like so. And I'm going to address all of your comments in a second as well. I see so many of you, by the way, over 200 likes already. Boom. What the hell? Like 200 people already watching live around the world, and we've got 200 likes. Thank you so much, guys. It's going to get so in depth. You have no idea in today's video. So I'm going to skip through all of the prerequisites. So all the defaults are fine. If this npx didn't work, you need to install Node on your machine. Okay. Right. So let that do its thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to install Clerk. Now, if you ain't been following me for a minute, I've switched from npm to pnpm. I know, crazy. pnpm essentially just allows us to save room on our computer. Do I need it? No. Is it faster to install stuff? Yes. So, okay, I like it for that reason. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that right now once this is loaded up, and then we can get this set up inside of our app, and then we can basically branch through and move forward. While that's happening, what I want you to do is head over to Sonny and Sanity, click on Get Started with the Coupon. And what you want to do is you want to log into your account. It will take you to this Create New Project page. It's also worth mentioning that by going ahead and going through that link, you essentially get double the amount of free trial that you will essentially get, right? So by the way, Sanity, to do everything that I did today, mostly it's all free, right? So, but it's cool because you get a double amount of the pro features. For typically it's 30 days, you'll get 60 days if you go through my link. So there you go. Thank you. All right, and let's go ahead and do LMS YouTube build and click create project. Let that do its thing. And while that's happening, Marius, because you nailed once again, Sonny, I appreciate you, dude. And look, boosted growth trial. Hey, if you see boosted growth trial, you did me well and you did the Papa Farm well. And as a result, you got double the trial period, right? So that's why it says boosted when you come through my link, because your boy hooked it up. Yeah, we did some cool stuff there. Okay. So in this case, that's now open. So we've set up our account on Sanity. Now let's head it back over to Clerk, and we're going to set up the authentication step. So we're going to copy this command. And also in here, to open it up, the first step is we're going to cd into the directory. So cd LMS YouTube build, And now I'm using Cursor. You don't have to use Cursor. You can use code, VS Code, whatever you want. But I'm using Cursor. It's just it's a cool ID. I like it. Cursor dot, and then it's going to open it up, right? Close out, and then we can open this up. I'll make it nice and big, and we're going to press Command J. Inside the terminal, we're going to do pm dev. Okay. Now again, if you're not using pm, well, right now you see it says package lock. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove the package lock. I'm going to do pm I. So for some reason it didn't do that. Oh, it's because I did npx. Okay. If you actually want to, this step, by the way, if you wanted to avoid using npm, you can actually do pm dlx and then create next app latest. And that's how you essentially use out of the bat. But anyway, you can fix it this way. And then you should be able to see, I've got a little fly in front of me, which is driving me crazy on live stream right now. Okay. So in case we got past that, I'm going to do pm dev. And then this will start things up. I'm going to drop the music down a little bit so we can focus in. And what I want you to do is simply run this app on the side. So I'm going to pull this open right now over here and do localhost 3000. And what you should see is a Next.js starter template. So once you get to this point, well done. Tap yourself on the back, and we're going to get things a little bit set up before we break down the build, okay? So inside of the layout.tsx, what I want you to do is head over. What I'm going to do is, if you're using Mac, I highly recommend you simply pull open a separate window so you can swipe between them like this. So we actually already, I don't know if we installed this yet, but if we did, let's do Command J. And what I like to do is I like to split terminal, but because we're doing a screen sharing situation right now, I'm just going to open up a second terminal so we've got a bit more room to show you what's going on. pm add Clerk, right? And you see it says result reused is the important part here, right? So pm tends to reuse as opposed to, blowing our computer out with a bunch of unnecessary stuff. And what we need to do next is add Clerk middleware to our app. So what we're going to do is create a middleware file. And this essentially runs the authentication on every request. So at the top level next to package.json, we're going to create a new file called middleware.ts. Okay. And don't worry, guys, I'm going to break down everything in the build in terms of tech stack in a second. I just want to get the fundamentals set up because I want you to get to a good starting point, right? So in this case, Clerk middleware, you copy that in, you have this inside, and then we need to simply wrap the app in the Clerk provider. And what this means is essentially the app will then be, we're going to have an authentication framework set up so we can support the login and stuff later on. So heading back over to layout, I bloody love this song, honestly. It doesn't matter how many times I listen to it. Command P is to open up this little search bar. We type in layout. So inside the app layout over here now, what we're going to do is we're going to import a couple of these. Now we don't actually need all of that. We're just going to go down. And I just care about the Clerk provider, right? So around the root layout, we're going to pop in the Clerk provider, pop it around the body like so, and just chuck it in like that. Now you can see Clerk is not defined. So we can do a control space, and you see it says import from Clerk. Or you could just type this in at the top. Okay, hit save. And what I want you to do is simply hit a refresh, and it says missing publishable key. Okay, so at this point, we need to set up our environment variables to get it up and running, right? So what I want you to do is open up the sidebar. We can collapse everything to make it easy for you to see. At the package.json level, .env.local. And what you want to do here is basically store the environment variables. Now, little pausing moment for a sec. I've gone ahead and given the entire code base. Yes, the entire code base for this build for absolutely free, because that's what we do at the Papa Fam. There you go. It's a bunch of free stuff for you today. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. But check this out. If you head over to the description, and you should see the link to the code, what you should come to is a page which has this on it, right? The LMS Horse Platform SaaS. Firstly, go ahead and, hit a star and a fork if you want to fork off it. But head down here, a nice little description for you guys. Nice little bit of instructions. Now I've started to include all of these inside the build, so it makes life a lot easier for you. What I want you to do is you can simply git clone this build, right? But what I would recommend is, in order to get access to this, all you have to do is there is a link in the description where you can go ahead and simply fill out a form. All you need to do is fill out your name and your email, and I will send you the link to this GitHub repo, okay? So if you go ahead and do that, you'll get access to the entire code base for free. So in case you get stuck at any point, you have the code to reference off of, and that way you can get past a lot of the hurdles. And we're actually going to be doing, the reason I've told you that today is because there is a lot of moving parts in today's build, and I don't want you to fall behind for you know, a reason which could easily be avoided. Okay. So we're going to head back over to our authentication state. So at this point, rather than running straight off the bat, we're going to click on dashboard. Okay. Click on dashboard, and then we're going to sign into Clerk. So at this point, I've already signed in, but let me sign into, actually, well, I'm not clearly signed into this browser. Sonny, Sangha, and Jay, the real MVPs. What is good, dude? So we go ahead, and I've already got my app here, but I'm going to go ahead and click on create application, LMS YouTube build. Okay, well, let's just call it LMS YouTube. And then you can go ahead and select your different options here. Now, of course, feel free to play around with this as much as you want. Email, phone, Google, everything. I'm going to keep it on Google and email for now. And I'll show you how we add in that multi-factor step where we send an email to your inbox when you get started off, right? So you see it takes you to this step. Now, we've already done a lot of this, but here's the step that we wanted. So I want you to copy this, go back to your code, and I want you to paste it in here, right? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm simply going to paste, and as you can see, I've got the next public Clerk publishable key. I'm hiding it a bit so you guys can't see all the code. And then we got the Clerk secret key in the mix as well, right? Yeah, I'm getting really good at hiding this stuff. I mean, to a degree, obviously, not always perfect, but there you go. Jay's also dropped it in the chat for the source code, so you guys will be able to see that as well. So hit save on the environment file, close it, and now what we should be able to see, if we go back to our app, we get rid of that error message. So at this point, you've set up Clerk successfully, right? So we've got Clerk already set up and there's no errors. So if you get to this point, well done. You should have set things up on Clerk so that way we've got our account to move forward with your authentication, as well as getting everything set up with Sanity on the account front. So if you get to this point with Sanity, great. All right, we're at an awesome starting point. At this point, you can take a water break, right? Because we're going to go ahead and just take a pausing moment to dive through some of the tech in the video. Okay, I better be careful with how much water I'm drinking this early on. This is going to be a long video. Okay, all right, so at this point, I'm going to just open up my favorite tool, Yofla. And yeah, we're going to dive into a bit of a breakdown. I'm also going to address some of the comments because I can see you guys absolutely popping the chat off. I literally don't know where I started taking off on the comments, but we've got Australia in the house. I see you guys. Marius goes, Sonny, you're a rock star. With every build, you set new standards. I appreciate you. Remember, if you're watching the replay, we're going to have timestamps so you can go through and skip to the point that you want. Kelvin, I appreciate you as well. Jay goes, energy is insane. R Palm goes, yo, Sonny, what's good? Just wanted to say thanks for all the knowledge you put out over the years. I usually take your builds and replace third-party dependencies with self-hosted open source versions. Very cool. That's a very good thing I would recommend you do as your own little exercise for experience. Siren goes, the amount of detailed content depth and UI UX that's been added to this build is incredible, constantly pushing the boundaries. Number one, Papa Fam is the number one dev community for sure. Hell yeah, dude. You absolutely know it. And this is what the community is about. This is why I like doing live streams. You guys get to see the energy. Literally, we were 3 minutes in and we're already at 250 likes. It's just seriously nuts what the way these builds are going. We've got 250,000 likes and views on the last video in no time. The videos are absolutely going crazy right now. We've got Sweden in the house. Kenneth, what's up, Shadcn? I appreciate all of you guys. Aisha, Hamna, some OGs in the house as well. What is up? Somebody says, what browser am I using? The Arc browser, yeah. So guys, make sure you guys dive into this. And I want to mention as well, if you like what you're seeing with the community aspect and you really want to get involved, I bring all of this knowledge that I'm essentially bringing on the live streams first to my community, and we go in depth on 3-hour, 4-hour coaching calls on a weekly basis over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. All you want to do is head over to papareact.com/course. The link is in the description, and you can simply go ahead and sign up to learn all of the top tech behind the top companies and go for yourself, go here yourself and start looking at some of our students, right? I would recommend watch through these videos. These are some real students inside of our course that are absolutely killing it right now. And this is just like a fraction, honestly, a absolute fraction of who is winning inside of our course. I really just recommend you got to go there for yourself, because our course has now got over 1,000 students and it's just so strong. We've nailed how to get students success, period. It's all about mentorship inside of my course. It's not about just replacing and doing the same thing that every other course maker is doing. We really go above and beyond to make sure our students learn what is actually necessary to go ahead and crush it in their jobs, in their freelancing careers, in their business careers, everything that you can imagine in the software space. We try and nail it inside of our course. So facts, best community on the planet. I say that with my chest, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and dive into the tech stack right now, okay? So here we have it. So tech for today. Boom, right? Get ready. And also, I want to get your feedback and I really need your engagement here for this. Firstly, if you haven't already, smash that thumbs up button. You know, I already appreciate that. Grandpa K says, I've been here since day one. You rock, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. But I really want to know, let me know about pacing today. Okay, so last time in the last video, it worked out very well where I basically stopped a lot more and I done a lot more visual aid when we were building. So let me know if that helps you guys out, because I will be more than happy to go ahead and introduce a lot of that. But yeah, I need the feedback so I can be better for you guys. Okay, so a couple of the core features today that we're going to go through. Obviously, we have the front end in Next.js, right? So we have Next.js 15. So of course, all of the goodness that comes in Next.js 15, I'm not going to run through every single thing in Next.js 15, but we are using the app router. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure you guys can see that. We got the app router, right? Of course, we're building this with TypeScript in the mix as well. So we've got TypeScript as well, okay? Then we've got server components, all of that good stuff. Server actions as well are going to be in the mix. So server actions, components, a lot of that stuff inside of today's build. Then, of course, we have our authentication with Clerk, right? So we're going to be using our email authentication. We've also got social logins and so forth with Google and all that stuff. Very, very easy to get up and running. What I did not show you is I took it even further, right? So this is the benefit about using Sanity to handle our backend, all of the content that we're essentially managing. And the reason why I love Sanity so much is because you should always be thinking from a perspective of, I want to build this. Let's say we've got a freelancing client. I want to build this app and then I want to hand off to the, the client. And what's good about this, it means that we can essentially be sure that they can continue to update data on their website, right? So the reason why I'm telling you all of this is because where we've used Sanity to build the entire backend, we've gone ahead and actually done it in a way where everything firstly is real time, right? And I'm getting to the point here. Everything is real time, but really even the routes are protected. So you might be wondering, well, what if somebody just tries to go directly to the course link and they share it with all of their friends? Well, no, because Sanity is real time, we enforce a little check where basically if for any reason we were to go on the back end in Sanity and say, okay, remove this user from the course, in that exact moment, they will get kicked from that course page and go back to the landing page where they will have to enroll again, period, right? So we've even enforced these things, protected routes, and that's basically Sanity and Clerk playing hand in hand to get everything working off the bat. And then of course, the protected nature, we integrate with Next.js 15 to make it happen, right? So all of this stuff is in the mix as well. We're using Stripe for payment processing. And of course, with Stripe to make sure that when we go ahead and handle the checkout session, we want to tap into a webhook, right? So I'm going to teach you all about webhooks today and how you can go ahead and create your own API endpoints so that everything can go ahead and work smoothly and just as we expect it. Okay. We even got the, in terms of the Sanity side of things, something which I haven't seen anyone do, which is why I went above and beyond to try and get it built for you guys. I'm trying to like catch this annoying little fly in front of me, right? But it's called Sanity Studio. Okay. So Studio we've seen in previous builds, but what we haven't seen is when you customize the Studio with something called the structure tool. Okay. So the structure, I'm going to say structure customization. I'm going to leave that here. Okay. Customization. And why is this so important? Because when we have relational data in any capacity, right? For example, we have courses, we have students, rather than having everything individually, slowly go into that table and see what's going on over there, I want to be able to have a relational view, which means essentially if I click into, let's go ahead and give you a live demo as I talk about this. If I click into a specific course, I want to see the courses, right? And then when I, for example, click into 0 to Full Stack Hero, I want to view the students who are inside of my course. And as you can see, there's a student. Oh, so somebody literally just joined in right now. So someone's actually gone onto the website and testing it out as we speak. That's cool, right? So you guys can see for yourselves, people are actually using the website right now. So you see real time, someone signed up. And as you can see now, you've got all of the details and the amount that they paid for and so forth. So we can see this student, they paid, they enrolled at literally, 10 minutes ago. Nice. So we've literally got students in there. This view, how to customize it, how to pull relational fields together in such a way. This is essentially how we're going to be building this out today. So all of this again, really, really amazing stuff, especially for an LMS. And this is why I waited for this moment to come, right? And then something which we've never seen probably before is Sanity Create, right? So I'm going to run you through Sanity Create today as well. And this is essentially, think of a editor that we can basically, for example, lessons, if we want to go ahead and, or maybe write a really complicated description or whatever it could be, rather than having just a simple input box where we just go ahead and type the information in, we're going to have a nice, clean AI editor where as we type into the fields, it will go ahead and allow us to do something called ghostwrite, which basically, if I write in, this is the description for, and then I basically hit a special key shortcut, it will go ahead and auto-complete everything. We can give it context, we can give it loads of things in the back, and it will go ahead and allow us to write our lessons, all of these things inside of our LMS platform that much quicker. And it's two-way. It works from the studio, it works from Sanity Create itself, where we can connect it. And it's just awesome. And I really love the way that Sanity are going here. And you can trust that I'm going to be bringing a hell of a lot more stuff because I truly believe in the tech. It's just so amazing and cool what we're doing today, right? And again, it's all real time. So you're going to literally see update on the site. So really, really fun stuff in the mix. And of course, to get the app looking clean as hell, we have Tailwind CSS and Shadcn, right? So we've got Shadcn and Tailwind CSS in the mix, right? So tons of cool stuff going on in here as well. And guys, I want to mention as well, you thought this was big. In 2 weeks, your boy might just be saying that we have a 5-day challenge in the mix. I'm just saying, you heard it here first. So much cool stuff coming on this channel, right? Now, I see a lot of builds out there where we're basically building the analytics dashboards and everything else. I thought, well, let's not waste time with that because from our Stripe, the way that we're setting it all up, you can see all of your payment analytics, everything from there as well. So even once we're inside of Stripe, you'll have all of this set up where you can see all of the payouts and the descriptions and what people were buying. For example, if I go to transactions, you can see everything that people are buying, the different products, the different customers. You can click through and do all of that good stuff. So there's no point of rebuilding that part, period. There's just no point going ahead and doing that. So we've got all of this in today's build. And yeah, this is literally like, you're going to see today how much we've got in the mix of this. And again, if you get stuck at any point, the code is completely available for free. So take your time, follow the video, and let's go ahead and jump into it. Cool. Crazy stuff. And when I tell you guys, even for that challenge, oh my God, we have our biggest ever prize pool. We have our biggest, oh my God, this fly is driving me crazy, guys. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah. Okay, I can't focus when there's a little fly is like literally, I'm debugging in real life. Okay, cool. Let's get back into it. Oh God. Let me see if I missed any of the chats. Can we just, I can't see anything. Okay, nice. Let's just jump into it. Let's go. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is, and there's a lot of things to consider here. Again, every single thing is in the mix. Oh, I thought it was on the screen now. I was about to lose my mind. Okay, let's jump into it. God, you see, sometimes a little fly can throw me so off. All right. So at this point we have, we have Clerk set up. And I think what we're going to do now is just break it up into a way that we can manage things very, very nicely. So I have a lot of things on my screen. So I'm just going to go ahead and organize myself for a second. And guys, by the way, there are so many things that I didn't even mention in the mix right now. So example, I just want to mention one more thing. Where we had, all of our Sanity, basically are managing the content on the platform in the real-time fashion, all that good stuff. The biggest question that we might get is, what about type safety, right? When we're using Next.js, we like to use TypeScript. What are you going to do about type safety, and how are you going to make sure that everything stays, consistent with that side of things? Well, we're going to use Sanity TypeGen today. So literally, this allows us to ensure that consistency remains consistent across the app, and we basically keep our app type safe. So we keep this connected with this, and that way we can make sure that every data field that we pull from the back end is lining up with the front end, and we can reduce the number of bugs totally. So we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff around this, right? So yeah, lots of things on the screen, lots of things that we're going to essentially be building, but by the end of it, you're going to have this, which is awesome, right? So let's start. And I forgot to mention as well, even all of this, again, just perfectly live stream. Oh, look, Jay's an instructor as well, right? So really, really nice stuff. Okay, let's dive into it. I'm going to go ahead and we've got this running as well. Okay, so step one, let's break it down let's do the home page first. Okay, so the home page I think will be nice to start with, get everyone a bit warmed up to it. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put on, I think, Jay's playlist to get a little bit, oh, actually I'll put on my playlist, but I'm going to put on the early tracks, which are a bit more mellow. I feel like it's a bit more easier to focus. Yeah, this is nicer. I can kind of like dial in a little bit more with this. Okay, so that's better. Yeah, I need a little bit more calm before I jumped into it. Okay, so here we have it. So we've got the apps. This is where essentially everything begins in our side of our app. All right. So over here we have inside of the app folder, we're going to create, I think it's called folder groups, but essentially when we have parentheses around, oh no, it's begun, dude. Manish just gifted 10 memberships to everyone. Yo, this is the start of like last time. This is crazy, right? We're doing live streaming, obviously, and there's something called gifting, and 10 people who are watching right now just got gifted memberships. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you say thank you to Manish. It's all beginning. Every live stream now, everyone's been gifting a bunch of stuff. It's crazy. It's so fun. So thank you to Manish for giving back to the community. That is awesome, right? That is honestly, I love this community. So when we have parentheses, this means that it does not affect the route. Okay. So what do I mean by that? Well, if I put user here, that's not going to be /user on the website, right? That's actually like an invisible folder, but it allows us to group together our pages in a way that makes sense. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the home page, I'm going to pop it inside of our user folder. And as you can see, nothing breaks. That still represents the home page. So you can see I'm still at localhost 3000. Everything's fine, right? Now what we're going to do is we need to segregate it, because eventually what we're going to have is the studio dashboard being separate. So I'm going to create another group inside of here called the admin, and that's going to be where the studio stuff will live. And I'm also going to have a dashboard, because that's where once you're basically in the back end of the LMS, learning management system, we're essentially going to have access to all of the courses. And you know, I didn't even say it in the English most simple way possible. An LMS is basically a place where you can host your courses, right? So I don't know why I just skipped over that, right? But yeah, an LMS, for those of you who don't know, you can essentially host your courses here, and you can go ahead and basically sell it. So that way you, as a creator or anyone in the education space, can go ahead and literally host your courses and sell it and make money from it from absolutely free, right? So yeah, I just wanted to say that, right? I didn't even say that to you guys. So I thought that's a bit silly of me. Right, so in this case, we've got the admin, the dashboard, the user. Okay, now what I'm going to do next is in the layout, you can see the layout. What we've done here is for the route layout, we've said that every single route should be wrapped in a clerk provider. And that's not actually what we want, because eventually when we have the Sanity Studio, for example, the Sanity Studio will live at /studio. So you'll see here that if we go to this URL and then we do /studio, you'll reach this page. Now, of course, if you tried to access this, you would have to log into the backend first. So you see how you can actually manage the project, invite certain members. So all of this is baked into Sanity Studio by default, which is why I was able to build this in such a record-breaking time. But yeah, we don't want everything to be wrapped in Clerk Provider. I don't want my Sanity Studio to be wrapped in a Clerk Provider. It doesn't make any sense, right? They're two separate parts of our system. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to move this layout into this user page, okay? And then that's going to break a couple of things, and we're going to have to modify a few things as well. I'm going to copy my layout here, put another one back here. Okay, so now we have two layouts, and this is conflicting because we have many things being pulled in twice. So we need to do a little bit of cleanup now. So in the top layout, which is the root layout, this is where we're going to have all of this stuff, right? We're going to have our global CSS and all this kind of stuff, right? But in the top one, we're not going to have the clerk provider. We're simply just going to have the actual thing itself. And that is it, right? So literally this, the actual basics of like, you know, the styles, which allows our Tailwind CSS to work, you know, the metadata. And again, here you should be updating this for SEO. But again, we're not going to spend too much time on that. You can literally change that and I'll change the title of the window part, right? Then we have the layout, right? Inside of the user. Now this one is obviously going to be a bit more involved in, right? So in this one, we're going to have a header component, which is going to come in, and that's going to be the header, which is shown on the screen. Outside of, we're not going to have a HTML on body, because what happens is because this is inside, this root layout will always get rendered, okay? Then this layout will get rendered inside of this one, because it's nested. So we don't want a HTML situation, right? Otherwise it's going to break. So what we do is we say div, and what we're going to do is actually we're going to get rid of these two. We're going to start clearing things out. We don't need that. We don't need that. You can add metadata here to say, like, you know, the landing page, whatever you want to do. Even for this, we're going to simplify the hell out of this. We don't want this. We don't want this. Let's change this to a div. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And already so much cleaner. Okay. Just from that alone, we're going to have the header, and then we're going to have the main block, and that's going to be the children. Okay. So just like that now, and we're going to have a bit of styling. So very, very little bit of styling here, where we're basically going to say that this is going to have a minimum height of screen, flex, and it's going to be flex column. Okay. So that way the header will take up the first row, and then the second block, which is actually everything below. So second block being this and below is going to be essentially flex one. So we want to take up the majority of the room. Okay, cool. Shahada goes, all hail Lord Sonny, breaker of technical department. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so in that case, we've got this down. So we've got the clerk, everything working the way we want it. Cool. Now to test this and to make sure that it's all isolated in the way it should be, outside of all of this, we're going to go ahead and create a components folder. And inside of here, we're going to say header.tsx. Right now, I'm going to use a nice little shortcut by saying RFCE. But if you haven't got this shortcut, all you have to do is head over to the extensions tab and type in ES7 React Redux React Native snippets 14 million. I swear to God, I'm responsible for like a couple million of these because I've shown you this in every video so far, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it go up a million a video. Right? Someone screenshot it one day and send it to me. It's crazy. But okay, so in this case, you want to install that, and then you get that little snippet. And then here, for example, just to make sure it's all working, go to the layout. Remember, don't get confused between these two. We are in the user layout. Okay, so you can actually call this one the, I mean, you call it whatever you want, but user layout's fine. Here, we're going to replace this with the actual header, the component. Okay, and now what you can see is we should have the header and then the page. Cool. So we have everything working in the way that we expect it so far. So I think the next step is we're going to install Shadcn, because Shadcn is a very important part of the library in this build. So we're going to go to Shadcn in Google. You can see Shadcn/UI. This is what we're essentially going to be doing. It's essentially a UI component library, but it's not like a material UI. All it's essentially doing is copy and pasting really nice components inside of our app using regular Tailwind CSS, which is what we've already built the app from, right? And we'll see it's by default installed. So we go to installation, we go to Next.js, and then here. So of course, by default, they use PNPM, which is great. We've already, no, we can actually do this, yeah. So we're going to copy this, or you can just click on this nice little copy button. And then we're going to go down here, and inside of our second terminal, we're simply going to paste it in. And this is going to start setting things up for us. If I was to go in the sidebar and minimize, what you should see now inside of components after we've set everything up is it will create a components UI folder once we create our first component. So in this case, I'm going to keep all the defaults neutral. Yes. So I'll just enter through all of that. You'll also see that our globals will change now. So you see all of these globals have been added. This is all from Tailwind, right? And then what we can do is you can see, okay, we're good. So the next step is to add the first element inside of it. So you can start adding components to your project now. So let's add the first component, right? So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, head back over here. And now, for example, the way it works is if we paste this command in, it's essentially going to go ahead, and you see down here on the left-hand side, we've got these buttons, right? Or buttons, avatar, different components, right? So what we're essentially doing is by running this command, we're basically copy and pasting the code to create this button inside of our own code base. Okay, so in that case, if I go ahead and run add button, what we should see now is in our components, where there should be a UI folder that's created. And as you can see, we've got the button now. And this is so much better than just having abstracted away libraries where you don't know what's going on, you don't know how it's built. This is essentially everything that is needed to build that button. So you can see every bit of code for yourself and do what you need to do. And then if we want to use that button, it's as simple as, for example, let's go to our header. And if I was to use it, I just simply type in button. And as you can see, it pulls it from UI button. And just like that, now I have a button, which of course that doesn't look great. So I'm just going to type in something like this. Click me, boom. And as you can see, now we've got a styled button. Cool. right on the top right. So this is how essentially we get Shadcn set up and running. Very, very quick, very, very easy, very nice. Okay, we're almost at 300 likes as well. Destroy that like button. Let's keep on going with this pace, right? So we got this looking absolutely awesome right now. We're going at a very awesome pace as well. Remember, at any point, if you get stuck, all of the code is available in the GitHub and in the description below. All you have to do, guys, is essentially go over to the link in the description. You'll hit this page right here, put your name and your email in, and bam, we will send you an email. Remember, please just check your spam. Sometimes these emails go into spam. We can't control that, unfortunately. So you just have to go ahead and check your spam, check your promotions, and sometimes it goes in there, right? So in this case, we've got the base set up. Cool. So what we can do now is we can start building it out. Now, I think that before we do anything, we are going to be implementing light and dark mode inside of our app. And what I do want to do, just to have reference to the entire demo, is I'm going to go ahead and just pop this over into a separate tab over here. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a separate screen, and I'm going to just create another window, pop that over this side. So I've got a reference window over there. So now what I'll do is I'm gonna have this. So this is just handy for me now because I can go ahead and just switch between the two. And remember this, if I'm not logged into an account, this is what you'll see when you go to /studio on the website, right? So imagine this is our deployment URL, which I'll show you how to do. Now we can log in. So for example, if I log in with Sonny, we can do log in with Sonny.Sangha. And this is what this means, that our backend, which is essentially powered by Sanity, is going ahead and it's going to be all authenticated and protected. Right, so that way not anyone can just go ahead and start modifying the website's information. And if you're wondering, Sonny, you kind of jumped over what Sanity is, what they do. I'm going to give you a quick little 2-second intro as to what exactly goes down and what Sanity are responsible for. But really, they're more than just CMS, right? So they started off with essentially just basically the core CMS things, but now they've become so much more. And we can do so much inside of this platform, right? You can go ahead and just check for yourself, but this is the studio that we spoke about. We've essentially got a bunch of huge websites are using them out of the box. So you can pretty much go and mess around with it for yourself and see why you should be trusting them. But more than all of this, I'm going to go ahead and give you a full run through as to how you can go ahead and do it. But if you do want to see each of the different things, like for example, I mentioned the real time, that is the content like in action, Sanity create, really powerful system. For example, here you can see this is essentially the Sanity create that I was talking about. So remember, imagine when we're creating that our pages for our lessons, this is how we're essentially going to do it. So I'm going to show you how you can implement all of this inside, right? And this is the ghostwriting feature that I was talking about. Really beautiful stuff. Within 5 minutes, like it says here, you can pretty much go ahead and play for it yourself, right? Really, honestly, it's just so cool. And you can see for yourself. I love the way that they've done this. I think it's really clean. You can see it for yourself. And the best part is that I find when I'm writing anything like a lesson, kind of a lesson plan or anything like that, we tend to hit writer's block sometimes. Well, I definitely do. And I think it's a problem that they've addressed really nice here. Sometimes I have all the resources that I have that I want to talk about, but just writing the actual lesson can be the hard part. So this is where we can basically drop in all of our notes on the left-hand side and then just start writing. And then we can use the ghostwriting features to help us write the lesson in record time. So you're going to learn all of this today, right? Now, somebody goes, can Next.js 15 be used for production? Yes, 100 billion%. Not even a question about it. Yes, you can. Now, this light and dark mode, we're going to implement right now. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I want to do, head back over to Shadcn. So let's go this way. And let's go to our Shadcn, and we're going to go up to the top. I'm going to click on dark mode, Next.js, and we need to install this, right? So next theme. So we're going to copy that in, and we're going to go ahead and do this. And Jamie right now goes 100%. I'm doing it myself. 1 million visitors per month. And also, guys, I want to just shout this out for a second. Jamie is a diamond member in the Papa Fam, real experience, real developer, real proof that in the community we have real people working on this stuff. And when you have questions like, is this production friendly? Is this production ready? You can hear it from me and you can trust me, or you can look inside of our community and there are real devs using it in the real world right now. This is why it's more than just trusting my word. It's building a community like Zero to Full Stack Hero where you have developers who can vouch for all of your questions, help you out in every capacity, get the mentorship that you deserve. All of this is inside Zero to Full Stack Hero. Link is in the description. So I want to shout that out because it's not just anyone, like anywhere where you can go ahead and get those kind of valuable resources. It was a pain point, and that's why we created the best community in the planet, the Papa Fam, at Zero to Full Stack Hero. So go check it out when you get a chance. Okay. So at this point, we've installed it. So we need to set it up. So we need to create something called a theme provider. Okay. Now the theme provider, again, very, very simple thing. So what we do is we go into our component structure, and here we're just going to go ahead and create a theme provider, and you can go ahead and do it this way as well. So theme provider.tsx, right? You're going to copy this, paste it in like so, hit save, and this is going to be act as the theme provider. And then what we can do is, it really depends on what level you want to put it at. I'm going to put it at the top level inside of our app. Let's go into our layout right here, and as you can see, all we do is we wrap the body of the code, right? So we wrap the inside the body, sorry. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So at the top, we pop it in like so, and at components, theme provider. Oh yeah, sorry. It should be at theme provider like that, because I changed it to a bit of a different thing. And then we have this. So sorry guys, let's just go ahead and copy the theme provider with all of the attributes. And then here we pop the theme provider, the children inside of the theme provider. And this basically means that we're essentially, we allow the default system setting to be in place. So for example, I have my computer to automatically switch between light mode and dark mode. So the website will follow in suite, right, with that if we set the system mode up, right? And a prime example of that is like, for example, here, you can see these are just set by default. But if we were to go into my website and you click on system, this will use whatever your system is currently using. So if it turns to night mode, on your dark mode on your system, it will go ahead and change that and so forth, right? So that's it, right? So Jamie goes, this course is 1,000,000,000% worth it just for the cause. That exactly, guys. You guys can see it yourself. Siren as well. Coaching course is truly worth it. So much knowledge shared and experience. Jay will drop the link to join the course right now in the chat as well. Maybe you can ask Jay if he'll give a little coupon code. I don't know. Let him decide that, right? Right now I'm in flow. All right. So in this case, we've got the theme provider here. So that's everything set up. Again, just constantly test that everything's working. Now, as you can see here, we have a slight little hiccup here. What is that for? So let's have a look. Class name, class name. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. So, I mean, I just changed a bunch of stuff in the other settings, so that's fine. But in this case, we've got this down. So then what we want to do is add the dark mode toggle. So this toggle, you can actually grab all the code from here. But what we do is we copy that. Let's go into our components, and we can call this one dark mode toggle. So at the top level, we can say dark mode toggle.tsx, paste it in, and we have all of this. And then we actually need to install the UI drop-down menu. I'm going to hit save. I'm going to head back over to Shadcn, and let's go to our drop-down menu. And you can see this is a drop-down menu. So this, and we're going to go ahead and add in. Copy that command, go over here, paste it in, and this will install the dependency into our oh yes, sorry, Snaz. Oh, you know what? This is why I love you guys. I absolutely love you guys, because you're 100% right there. I'm going to show you guys what he's talking about. So you see at the top level here, this is something they don't actually mention in the documentation. So Shadcn, if you guys are watching, you should be adding this because they just kind of briefly highlight over it. But the reason why we're getting that error is because of a very, very subtle hydration warning at the top level. So here, and one of our members so kindly just pointed out, all you want to do is pop in suppress hydration warning. And if you add that in, it will get rid of that error, right? So as you can see now, there we have it. Cool. All right, so now dark mode toggle is in the mix. So now inside of our header, if we were to pop that in, so let's go to our components header. Let's just pop in the dark mode toggle now. Dark mode. Okay, so why is that not coming through? Let's have a look. We go to our dark mode toggle. I think I know why. Here we have mode toggle. We can call this one dark mode toggle. And then you want to make sure that this is, we could do export default function. Okay. Now over here, we can go ahead and import it like so. And now you guys can see we've got light, dark, system, right? So if you get to this point, now you've actually gone ahead and created your light and dark mode integration. Just as simple as that, right? So a quick little water break and we're going to carry on powering through. We're almost at 300 likes. We're literally like 15, if that, likes away from it. Amazing stuff, right? All right. W content as always. I appreciate you guys. Okay. So first up, we're going to go ahead and build this beautiful header bar. And as you can see, look at this. I forgot to mention. Oh, look at, you see how I'm zoomed in right now, but you see how, pay attention to the top bit, the glass effect. That's just so clean. So we've got all this kind of cool stuff as well. Yeah, you're right, Snazzy. It's definitely hidden away in the kind of, the suppress hydration warning error. But let's go ahead and put in the header. So right now, a couple of things. Now, I do want to mention, we have a lot of things to build. You can see for yourself, there's tons to build today. So there are going to be moments where it's just not beneficial for me to line by line talk through every single Tailwind utility class I add in, because I'm giving you the code for free. So as I mentioned, go and get the code, fill out the form, your email, your name, get the code, okay? Once you have the code, have it on the side as you watch me. That way, when I'm styling things out, rather than me saying, right now we're changing the BG red background to 500, you can see for yourself in your own code and just grab it and move it in and then customize it as you wish. Way more time effective, way more that I can focus on the actual learning part as opposed to, just kind of copy and pasting stuff. So it's very important that I mention that because there are going to be moments today where that is a big thing. Okay, so for the first outer layer, for SEO purposes, we're going to change it to a header tag, way more nicer. Okay, there's going to be a header tag as well. Hit save. And now for the top, we're actually going to make this a fixed top bar. So that's always going to be fixed over the screen. You can also make it sticky as well, to be honest. So if we can make this a sticky bar, sticky will also work. So it'll basically stick to the top, right? If we were to do sticky here, it would have been a bit of a similar situation. So, I mean, to be honest, in the code I've done fixed, but I might try sticky here to see how that goes as well. And we can kind of mess around with that. But in this case, just top and left to basically stick it to the top. I don't think you even need this, to be fair. We actually don't need that. I think that's fine without that. Z50, because we always want it above everything else. Background 50, and then we've got the background blur, which gives it that nice glass effect. Cool. The next step is we're going to have a container around the top bit. So in this case, we're going to pop the container in over here, and this will give a little bit of padding. And then we've got another container, and this is where we're going to have the bulk of our stuff inside of it. Okay, so in this case over here, we're going to have a flex container, and this is going to have the essentially, so you guys can follow me along with this as well. So we have one container, and then after that we have essentially two sections of this area. So what I mean by this is we have the first container taking up 50% of the space, and then the other container taking up the other 50. So inside of here is where we have those containers. So the first container for the left-hand side of the section, we'll call it this one. So let's call this the left. And then we have the right. Okay. So the right is going to be for this over here. So I'm just setting up the container structure like so. Okay, now little things, right? Like flex item center, it means they're vertically aligned in the center. Space X2 and then the medium, this is the one. So space X2 means items have a spacing of 2 between them. So you see children items, they'll space between, right? So that's the first thing. And then you see this medium, okay? These are called breakpoints. And the reason why they're so damn important inside of Next.js, Tailwind CSS is because they allow us to build responsive sites easily. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if we look on the small screen, you see how that is a space X of 2, but on a medium screen, so wait until it gets to a medium screen. You see how it changed? So I'm trying to catch that. See, that space X of 2, but on medium screen and above, it changes to space X of 4. That's how we can easily basically build out different UIs based on different screen sizes, right? So by default, everything is mobile first, and then as we hit breakpoints and get bigger, we can enforce different styles. So that's how we essentially do it, right? Yatish goes, I don't feel comfortable watching any other coding tutorial on YouTube besides Sonny's because I know his code just works. Hey, that is exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want to hear, right? And with that said, we just conquered over, I mean, we're like 6 likes away from 300. So just destroy that like button. Thank you so much, right? So over on the left-hand side, let's go ahead and set things up. So we have a link, and this is going to be called, I mean, I've just called the platform Coursely, right? So, feel free to judge me as you wish, but that's what I'm calling it. So on the left-hand side, we have Coursely. So we have a link. I'm going to pull from next link. What I'm doing here is simply going to take you back to the home page, prefetch as false, because I don't want it to always prefetch the home page. You can have that there if you want. To be fair, it's up to you. Let's try it without a little bit of spacing between here. And then the book open is actually from Lucid React. So by default, when we set up Shadcn, it actually installed a component library called, or an icon library called Lucid React. And then we have the search input. Now, search input is a field that I'm going to have to create. But what I want you to do is firstly, just see if that works. Okay. See if that works. And that should be all good to go from the get-go. Right. Now, one thing I have, I'm thinking, have I messed this up a little bit? I've skipped out on, we've got our margin container, then we have a flex box. And then, yeah, so I think I messed up one thing actually, to be fair. So we've got this. And then we have, oh, sorry. No, we haven't messed it up. It's just I put the dark mode toggle down here. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the dark mode toggle for now. So we've got this. That's it. Yeah. We'll add this in down the line. Don't worry. We'll keep it up there for now. Okay. So we're going to add the search input afterwards. But on the right hand side, we can carry on building this out. So on the right hand side now, we're going to have the navigation section, because the majority of the navigation is going to be here. Or my courses is the navigation part. So we're going to have nav. And then inside of nav, we're going to have a link tag with a bookmark icon, which will take you to my courses. Okay. And then we're going to have this bookmarked. There we go. Yeah. Now here, the thing is as well, is right now, if you aren't signed in, it will take you to, my courses will just take you home, right? Because the my courses screen has, it's not checked there. So, but if you do want to just hide this entirely on a, if you're not signed in, you can do that very simply by just saying signed out, signed in. So signed in, and then you use the Clerk Next.js component. And basically all you do here is you just pop that link inside of the signed in tab. So you see this comes from Next.js, Clerk Next.js. And what that means is if you're not signed in, it just won't show. So you can do that. Feel free if you wish. What I've done here is it just redirects to the home page, and we change the styling accordingly. So I hide the text on a phone, and only on the medium screen and above it shows as blocked, right? A couple of little tricks out of the box, right? Now outside the nav, we're gonna have the dark mode toggle. So we're gonna pull that back, and then we can see the dark mode toggle. Very nice. Look at that, guys. Super clean, super slick. And then of course, we're gonna have the signed in user button. So if you are signed in, we're gonna have a user button. So this user button comes from Clerk Next.js. Okay. And then as you can see, we don't have that because we're not signed in. Okay. And then if we're signed out, we're gonna have a sign in button, right? So the opposite. So if we are signed out, so I'm gonna import firstly this from Clerk, so signed out. But if we are not signed in, we're gonna have a sign in button. And then that one is gonna have the button component from Shadcn. And this one is simply gonna say sign in. And what I love about this, guys, is, for example, first you see it says sign in. Now, because it's a Shadcn button, it comes with a couple of cool things. For example, we can change the variant to become any specific type. So you can see that we've got outline, ghost, secondary. If I do secondary, you see how it's got secondary color applied, but I actually want the outline. And then we get that kind of nice, size aspect to it. Now you can also mess around with the size. So you can see here, I have different sizes. I have large, small. If I change it to a small, you see it becomes a small button. In this case, we're just gonna keep the default size, which by default is that, right? So we're gonna keep it very simple. And then when we click this, if I click this right now, you'll see this takes me to Clerk to sign in. So firstly, I want to shout out how easy was that, right? Also, guys, we just smashed over 300 likes. Boom, there we go. Amazing stuff, right? So not only did we just get the sign in that quickly set up, but I want to share more so the fact that where we have this, I don't want them to go away from the page. I want to have a mode where it's a modal sign up. So in this case, we've got the redirect, which is the default, and then we've got modal. And just by adding that attribute, now when we click it, we get a beautiful modal. So that's such a nice experience. You can sign in. We aren't taken away from the website, of course, right? Because we're in development mode, which is the free plan, we've got this development mode tag here. Obviously, when you change it to production, you can go ahead and get rid of those things as well. Okay. So in this case, we've got our header nicely set up. Okay. So next up, almost as clean as Sonny's cut. Hey, that's what we're talking about. Fresh as hell. I appreciate you guys. right? So what we're actually going to build now, so we can call the header component done, is we're going to go ahead and actually just change the components. And we're going to go ahead and say search toggle. So I'm going to create the search input, not toggle, sorry, search input.tsx. And notice how I'm building everything outside UI. The reason why is because I'm leaving the UI folder as the folder for when we actually import Shadcn component. So here we have the search input. Now this one is going to be a client side component. So by default in Next.js 15, all of our components are server components. Now, anytime you have any interactive element, you have a click handler, you have a piece of state or anything like that, you need to convert your component to a client component. But the thought process should be start with server components, and then only when I need to convert it to a client component. That keeps it simple. In this case, we're going to need a bit of state. We're going to need a few other things. Actually, you know what? You don't actually need to convert this as a client component. I actually forgot, because now you've got the Next.js form component. The example I gave, do you know what? No, I'm not going to change it today because I've already done the whole backend input and I'm going to have to change it all. But just for reference, yes, you can use the brand new Next.js 15 form component. I done it in the previous build as well to keep this as a server component. I'm going to show you the client component route, but just know that you can definitely use the new form component to do it, right? But in this case, we're going to have a piece of state for the router. So in this case, use router. And this is a very careful point. Don't ever import it from next router from now on. Next navigation is the one we want. Okay. The next router is old. I need to get rid of that, right? Then we're going to have a piece of state for the search query. Okay. So we've got a piece of state for search query. Let's import the state from React. And that's going to be used to keep track of the state. We're going to have our form component, right? And then inside of here, so let's just change this to our form component. And now this is going to have a few things inside. It's going to have an input field. It's going to have a search icon. So the search icon is actually from Lucid React. So let's go ahead and pull that in. This one is going to be a search icon. Okay. So first up, I just want to pull this in so we can start seeing it on the screen. So search input like so. And now you can see it looks ugly as hell for now. So we're going to basically make that look way better. So the way we connect everything up is I'm just going to add it all in like so. So for the attributes, we're going to basically go ahead and pop in. The type is text. The placeholder is search courses. The value is search query. That's fine for now. It's because we hot reloaded that. Value is connected to our state. And when we change or when we type in, it's going to update the state. And then we've got a bit of styling. Very simple, right? Straight to the point. Now for the search, well, we're going to absolutely position this to the left of the build. So at the left of the form. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in like so. But when we do any absolute positioning, you see how it absolutely positioned itself to the entire page. The way that we prevent that is the parent component. We say, no. If anything is absolute here, we have to, right now, there's no relative tag above. So it goes relative to the entire page. So by going to the parent component and saying that this is relative, what we essentially do is we cap it and we say, okay, be relative to that container. And you see now it's absolutely relative only to that container. Okay. So that's how we essentially keep those things intact. What the hell just happened there? And then let's go ahead and pop this in like so. Okay. So a bit of styling off the bat as well. So I want that to use up majority of space. We set a max width and we've got this nice little highlighting syntax, which we've done here with the focus rings. Okay. So all good. Now, when we submit the form, we want to handle that. So we're going to say on submit, and I'm going to create a handle submit function. Now over here, I'm going to say const handle submit like so. And I want to teach you a little trick. So when you type into a form, you might be wondering, okay, well, what's the type definition? Oh, TypeScript, how do we get that working, right? Well, actually here, there's a little trick. So if you do E and a little arrow, it's like an arrow function. If you hover over it, you see, look, form event, HTML, form event. So what you can do now is you can safely get rid of this and go ahead and say, okay, the event that comes through is a form event. We can import it from React and then boom, now I have a perfectly typed function. Okay. So little tricks like that really go the difference. That goes a long way, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to say if search query.trim, which means that if, for example, someone tried to, this is basically if somebody tried to search by entering spacebar, it will trim it, and that doesn't count, right? So we're only going to send the user through once they've essentially added in a genuine value, right? So in this case, we can say router.push search, encode the URI component, trim it. And basically it just means if it's got any like a space bar will get changed to the percentage 20 sign. Basically it encodes it. So it keeps the structure of it. And I'll show you what this means essentially afterwards, right? So it becomes URL friendly, and then we trim the spacing off it. Okay, so it becomes search / Next.js, for example. Okay, now let's give that a go right now. Yeah, you can use forms, by the way, guys. Absolutely, you can use forms. So in this case, if I type in Next.js, now you should see like so localhost 3000 / next / search / Next.js. And obviously we haven't built this page. So we do get 404, which is great. Right. Now that, by the way, I want to mention, if you ever see those errors sometimes, like for example, if I type in Next.js here, so you see sometimes we get an error. It's because I've got a bunch of extensions that can cause an issue sometimes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it over to a fresh tab where I haven't got any extensions, and that's going to be nicer to work with. There we go. Cool. Okay, now we can move forward. So the header component is done. Right, so we've done that. Header looks fresh. Tap yourselves on the back. That's awesome. Let's sign in right now just to see if we can get our user profile picture working as well. Yeah, white space becomes 20%. I like to see a few ways. Epic. Yeah, I always like to go ahead and do it. Yep, let's go forms. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if we get extra time, I'll translate it. But if you're wondering what he's talking about when I'm talking about the forms, if you type in just simply Next.js 15 form, you will see this form, or is it components form? Here we go. So boom, this essentially, but what the only difference is that rather than becoming /, it basically adds it as a search term query param, right? And it's as simple as this to implement, which is actually way simpler. You're making me want to do it now. Am I going to do it now? You know, I'll do it for you guys. I'm going to change this to let's quickly log in. So, okay, so there you go. We've logged in. You know what? That's weird. It always happens every now and then when I sign in. But there you go. Now, if we sign in, you can see, boom, I'm there. Okay. So sometimes on localhost, I found it has that little snag. You just have to hit a refresh. But there you go. You can manage your account and we're logged in. Cool. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to my search input. I'm going to do it for you guys. I haven't got this code prepared, but it's fairly straightforward to do. It's simply this, right? So we're going to import the new component from this. I'm going to say that this is no longer a client component. So we're going to get an error right now. Boom. Yep. Freaks out. We're not going to use state. We're not going to use this. We're not going to use any of this. We're not going to use that. So you can see it massively simplifies it all. We don't need our handle submit. We don't need any of this now. And then for the actual component itself, we use the form. And we simply pass in the URL. So in this case, boom. Next shows us the other. Someone's saying, show us your way. Next shows us the other. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I mean, okay, what I'll do is I'll quickly show you. If I was to implement this and I did it like that, I just want to show you all of your options, right? So very quickly, if I was to get rid of this. Okay, there you go. Boom. It was that quick to go ahead and remove it all. Now, if I typed in, for example, next, can you see? Oops, sorry. It didn't actually give me the text here. So the reason why is because input name query. Yeah. So you need to give a name. So in this case, we can call this one term or whatever. So search term, I mean. In this case, if I type in next, you see how it says search for $term next. Okay. So that, I know it's really tiny for you guys to see, but I hope that you can see that roughly, right? That basically just says search term next. So that's how you do it. And then in the component itself, you could go ahead and do it that way, right? So yeah, that's basically it. That's how you can essentially do that. I just want to see how they've done it here. Anything else I can show? When using base parts, you must also include end. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if and then basically in the search page, when you load it, that's how you essentially get the param out of it. So you get a search param, that's how it comes through in TypeScript, and then you say await, get search results, and then we have it there. To be honest, you guys tell me, I'm happy to go either way. I think we could do it this way. You know what? Let's do it this way, right? The code itself has it the other way. It's easier the way that I showed. It's easier this way, to be fair. Yeah, I'm gonna, totally ready to go unprepared with this. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So once we come to that page, we'll go ahead and implement it. So in the code, it does it the client side way. On stream, I'm going to show you the server side way. There you go. All right. Real live changes being made in the mix. All right. There you go. So I'll go ahead and implement that when it comes to it. Cool. All right. Let's change the home page now as well. Let's go back to page.tsx. Now here we have all of this, template-y stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of that. So go all the way down to div, get rid of that, say div, hello world. All right. I'm going to say, join the Papa Fam, www.papareact. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, just join the papareact.com/course. Even the laughing emoji came out. That is so jokes. But yeah, you guys can do that yourself, right? Link is in the description, papareact.com/course, right? So in this case, we've got this down. Now, of course, I want to build this out, right? To look the way we want it. So let's head over to my page and I'll have a look right now. So a couple of things. Well, firstly, I want this to have a background which is already the background color that we set in the globals file. So, and then we have minimum height screen. So, God, no, minimum height screen. And the reason why we do that is if I set dark, you see how the minimum color, it just comes into effect, right? So that's fine. The next thing is we're going to have a hero banner. So here we're going to have a hero banner. Okay. So a hero banner is essentially what we've seen in other things like this one. So this chunk right here. So, oops. Oh, come on. Yeah, this chunk right here is a hero banner, right? And also I want you to pay attention to certain styling cues that I've done. For example, if I zoom out, can you notice how the entire website remains in this max width with this kind of this constraint? So for example, what you'll notice is this is the max width, but then you have this gap here and here. So this is where we use MX Auto, and then this is the max width. So that is a typical very good styling principle to carry out when you're building these kind of apps, because it doesn't matter how big the screen gets, it just never looks weird, right? If it went to the ends, it would look very strange right now. So that's just something to know. Okay. Cool. All right, get rid of that. And then we're going to go back to, we'll keep this as reference. So we're going to create the hero component. So let's go ahead and say hero.tsx. And now for the hero, what we're going to do is this one is essentially just a block of styling, really. So we have the RFCE. We don't need that. And then in here, we're going to have the first part is essentially a container that looks like this. Relative height 45, view height, and then view width is 4. And again, remember I told you have access to all of the code, so you guys can feel free to get this part. All this is essentially blocks, right? So we've got a block here where we have the text itself, and this is just making sure it doesn't exceed maximum width. And these two are for gradients, essentially, right? So it gives us a nice little gradient effect. So if I hit save, go back to our page, import the hero, what you'll see now is you see that gradient from top to bottom. That's coming through from these two divs. Okay, so you can feel free to customize it yourself. And if I go over here and I go to, for example, the dark, you can see we have it there as well, right? Really, really slick stuff. Now, the only thing that I will mention is you see at the top, when we scroll down, because I'm using the sticky version now, you see how we can actually see that the top doesn't go through there. Now, it's up to you. You can do it two ways. In the code that I've given you, I've gone ahead and shown you how to effectively do it. So it's always like this, right? But then that's using fixed. So you see how I'm focusing on this back. It's really hard to see right now, but essentially you'll see there's a little line that's going up and down as I go there. And that's because when we do position sticky, it accounts for that space gap, which is actually good, to be fair, right? So I'm going to keep that in this build for now. And then you can feel free to see the other one if you want to do so. So if I change it to fixed, you'll see the difference. So watch how this jumps up a little bit. You see how it jumped up a bit, but now we have to say, okay, things have to go to the full left, full right, and so forth. But in this case, if we just do sticky, it's a bit more of a natural UI experience. So I'm going to just leave it as that for now, because I think a lot of you will benefit from making a little error where you don't account for that space, right? So I'm going to leave it as that. The code shows you the other way. So again, I'm trying to show you all the ways possible here. Yeah? Anyway, the hero's done. Hero super simple. And again, you could pull that from the CMS Sanity backend if you really want to. Really simple, really depends on how you want to do it. But yeah, that's completely up to you. And then next up, we have the courses grid. Now, of course, we can't actually add anything here until we have the courses, right? So what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to say course grid goes here. And this is where we start implementing Sanity, right? So right now we need to basically start building out our backend. Now, what do I mean by that? Essentially the backend that we see here, the entire Sanity Studio, the ability to add in our courses and everything like that. So this is where we're going to start building out schemas. So we can basically go ahead and have our course. We can edit the course content. And then once we have all of this set up, also, I completely forgot to show you guys. Like, you've got your category, you've got your modules, and these are fully rearrangeable, by the way. So even if you have a lesson, right? Yeah, thank you. I love that you love that tip, Leslos. It was the hover tip, right? Like, you have all your lessons. And I want to mention, if you want to reschedule, like, you know, move around your different lessons, you can literally just shift your lesson around and it will change in the lesson viewer, right? So, and then once you click through your lessons, you can change your lessons all here, for example. So you got your video URL, your Loom share URL. So I'm going to show you how to do either a video source or a Loom share. You can, at this point, this video is already massive, so I'm not going to go too far into it, but you can introduce mucks or go ahead and actually upload files to Sanity. In this tutorial, I've literally given you the ability to put in URLs, and then you can feel free to build out your video portion as you wish. I'm teaching you the Loom embed way as well, because Loom is a very good platform when you're trying to create tutorials. If you don't want to do lots of edits and stuff, you can create a Loom where you basically have your little face in the corner and you can drag it and just shoot tutorials and just get it out there. So I've shown you a very cool custom way to do embeds. Yeah, we're moving. All right, we're almost at 400 likes as well, so keep smashing that like button. And again, if you haven't already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate y'all. Okay, so in this case, we got this down. Let's go ahead and set up Sanity now. So again, head over to that beautiful link that we spoke about earlier, which was this one here. So Sonny and Sanity. Once you set things up, you should see boosted growth plan. If you made it this far, way, congratulations. All right, now down here is where they basically help you out a ton. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this command, right? This top command right here. Now, at this point, this will go ahead and it should set everything up for us. Then we can CDO into it. Now, a couple of things here. You could do this a couple of ways, but I'm going to show you the way that they show you in here, right? So in this case, if we do that right now, you see they give a bunch of commands: project, the data set, production, template, clean, TypeScript, output, path, studio, LMS, YouTube, build. So inside of here, we should see LMS Studio build be made, right? You can rename that if you want to Sanity, right? So in this case, I actually like having it as Sanity. So I'm gonna change the output path to Sanity. And then here I'll say CD Sanity, okay? And now if you do that, it will go ahead and it will run that command and you can say, yes, we wanna do that. And you can use pmpm dlx create, right? I'm just showing you a way that I don't want to confuse so many people, but yeah, if you are wanting to use pmpm, you can use pmpm dlx, or I think it's pmpx. I remember Jamie showed me in the last coaching call a little trick with that. So yeah, we all learn in the coaching calls. It's all about community, right? So this will go ahead and install and get that set up. Now, once that's done, Simeon from the team, PMPX, yes, there you go. Nice one, Jamie. Right, so Simeon from the Sanity team is absolutely awesome. He's built out all of these awesome documentation. So massive shout out to him. And you guys can see we've got the next step, which will be npm run dev to run the Sanity Studio locally. So literally after this one command, we'll be able to run the entire studio from the back of our studio, which is absolutely awesome. And I don't believe it runs from here or run from our own /studio setup, right? So then that's after that is where we define our schemas and we basically get everything up and running like that. So before we jump into that, let's head back over and here you go. Would you like to add configuration files? And I want to keep the defaults. So yes, and I've already logged into my account, so it found it. I'm going to click yes. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? Yes. Why is this important? The embedded Sanity Studio means that, let's say, for example, at sunnysangha.com, sunnysangha.com/studio will be the part where you can log into the backend, modify the site's information. You see the power of that? It's so powerful to have an embedded studio. So hell yeah, I want that. Which route do you want to use for the studio? /studio is fine. You could have /admin, whatever you want. I'm going to keep it as studio. And in this case, look, clean or blog. To be fair, it should have actually not asked me that, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Clean project with no predefined schemas. Yes, we're going to keep it fresh. Would you like to add the project ID and data set to your environment local file? Yes. Okay. So in that case, it's added localhost 3000 to cause origin in Sanity Studio, which means it actually allows us to access the Sanity backend from our development environment. There are a couple of things like that, which I'm going to run you through all today, but just bear in mind, there's a lot of things that just follow me closely in this build. Don't try and run ahead, because there are moments where if you run too far ahead, you might break a few things, because you might not forget to add the right cause URL when we deploy and so forth. Just stick with me, and you can watch this back a million times over if you want. There's no rush. I'm going to take my time with this video, so you guys can feel free to enjoy as you see fit, right? So now that's done, we've got that in place, and I want you to pay attention to here, guys. So you see we've got the studio route. Now I want you to grab the studio route, and I want you to place it inside of admin, right? So that goes inside, and the updates studios imports, yes. Okay, so that's done now, and a couple of things were added here. If we go to the top, you see Sanity folder, and this is really the important part. So I need you to pay attention to a few things now. So inside of here, they've created an environment local file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that one, but you can see they've added these two in. Yeah, so I'm going to cut these out, and I don't want it here, right? Because we've already got an environment file. I'm going to get rid of that one, and I'm going to put it instead over in our environment local file here. So I'm going to put it over here. Now, what I recommend you do is you just kind of, add Sanity, for example, add Clerk. So that way it doesn't get confusing. Okay. So in our environment local file, we've got our keys for Clerk, our Sanity. And remember, every time we see next public, this is important, because that's how the client side's code is going to basically be able to read the environment variable. If you don't include that, for example, on Clerk secret key, if we ever try and access this environment variable from a client component, it will be naturally undefined. This is a good security principle to have in play. Okay, so in this case, we can close that off, and now that's it, right? So look, very, very simple. We have the client, we have image, we have live, which is absolutely powerful as hell, which we're going to show you afterwards. This is how Sanity is real time by default. And yeah, let's go back into our favorite view. And then we have the schema types and so forth. So how do we define our first schema? Well, in this case, we simply go, we've done the setting up studio, head over to the next step, create a new document type. So you can do this, but I'm going to show you how we can jump straight into doing our own schema types, and then how we can type enforce it with Sanity TypeGen. Okay. So if any of this is confusing, again, don't worry, just take your time. Just take your time, take a breather. It will make sense, right? It can get a bit quickly overwhelming. So I just want you to take your time with it. Okay. So all we're going to do here is in schema types, we're going to have all of the different types of things that we have inside of our project. So let's naturally start from, let's say, the course type. Okay. Or even easier, maybe the student type. Okay. The student type is probably the easiest one to start with. So I'm going to paste in a value here. So I'm going to create a file called studenttype.tsx. And essentially we import the two things from the top. Student type, we have the image. This is for the preview that we're going to eventually use. And we have import define field and define type from Sanity. Export const student type equals define type. And then we have the name of the field, the title that we show on the studio, the type of the document, which is just document. And then we have the fields for that document. So this goes on to down here. Now the preview section, say for example, like up until this point, everything is just around the actual structure. So this is actually the schema part. The preview is purely for the visual representation inside of the studio. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look now. So if we go to a local host and we go to /studio, if we've done it all correctly, okay, I'm not running it. Oh yeah, so pm dev. So I need to restart it. My app crashed. And then you can see, boom. And now if we go ahead and restart, refresh, so /studio, you can see it compiles the studio. And what we should see, if we did things correctly, is, okay, so this is broken. And the reason why this is broken, it makes sense actually, because I forgot to update something correctly. So we go to our admin page and here. The reason being is when I dragged it into the admin folder, I completely did not update the folder structure correctly. So we need to add one more ... because it went down a folder, right? So that's the first thing. And then if we hit the refresh on this, we should see, yes, there we go. We see a studio. So I log into the account, which is naturally the one that we use to set up things with. I was logged into Sonny.Sangha. So in this case, I'm going to log into that. And we should see an empty studio from the get-go. Okay, we haven't, even though we have typed this file, we shouldn't see anything. So you see no document types. Hey, you also got a free upgrade. Well, hey, nice, right? So if you go through my link, you get free upgrades everywhere, right? You got AI assist, comments, scheduled publishing, and more. Okay, so we click on that. Scheduled publishing, by the way, is so awesome. Imagine you've got this and you want to schedule, for example, when a piece of content goes live on the website, like a sale or whatever not, right? You can do that with scheduled time releases as well, right? So that's absolutely awesome. Okay, that fly is super annoying now. So in this case, you've got this. You've also got different releases as well, right? Or the actual drafts and stuff. So anyway, let's get right into it. So I'm going to close this. You can feel free to check this out yourself. But now I've got my first type. How do I actually add that, right? Or how does that become effective? We go into the index, and here is where we actually add it in. So what we do is we import the student type at the top of the file. And then what we do is we simply go into here, and where we have our types, we simply pop in student type. Simple as that. And now the Sanity Studio will go ahead and it will basically have the student type in play. Okay. And just like that, we have it working. Okay. So now if we go ahead and click on student, you can see for yourself, we have no documents. And if we click on create here, you have student, or you can add student here. So if I create a new student now, you can see, well, hey, and you can see we can actually get started with Sanity create as well. But I'm going to enable all of that afterwards as well, right? So in this case, let's just set things up quickly. Let's do Sonny, Sangha, email. Let's just do sonny.sangha@gmail.com. Clerk user ID, right? Because remember, the student, we're not going to create the student ourselves. The student is going to be created when the user is created with Clerk. Two ways that you can do this. You can either tap into Clerk's webhooks. So when a user signs up, we create and synchronize the user in our database. That's one way. A lot of tutorials show that way. I'm going to show you another way because that is a typical way you could do it. I'm going to show you that we're not actually going to add the user to the database until they try to buy. At which point we create the user in the database if they don't exist. Otherwise, we just fetch the user who was already added into the database. That way we can essentially optimize how much we store in our database, right? So you can do it a couple of ways really. And then the profile image and so forth, right? So this is erroring out because of the previewing. Don't worry about that for now. If I just pop in ABC, and then again, even here, we can just publish this. So this is failing now because obviously we haven't given an image here. Okay. So if I was to refresh, it's likely going to fail or it will show a little error, which is fine. It's just trying to render out an image, you see. So empty string for the source attribute, image is required, and so forth, right? So you completely, this will not happen when we create this user programmatically, okay? Because Convex will always fill in the profile image, and we'll always, Convex Clerk will always fill in the profile image, and they also always fill in the user ID. So cool. With that said, let's go ahead and move forward now. So we've already done the student. We'll come back to that afterwards. And what we're actually going to do now is, and you can see it's all nicely mobile responsive as well. So now I'm going to create a couple of the different types. So first up, course type. So here we have the schema types. I'm going to create the course type. So again, I'm going to go through all of these individually. We've got the course, which is a document. It's got a title, price, and validation is where you can put in the specific validation rules. Price should not be below 0. Jigsaw goes, is this pre-recorded? There you go. Answers your question. Thank you so much, Shobit. Appreciate you. Here goes your inspiration. Yep. So how long does it take to receive the code after submitting the form? It should be instant, right? You should get it instantly afterwards. And there'll also be steps inside the email to sign up to Clerk and Sanity accordingly to make sure you get everything set up the way you need to. We've got the slug for the course. You know, we've got the description, the image, the category, the modules, and the instructors. Now I want you to pay attention to these three fields, because for these three fields, we've got a type reference. And what does this mean? It means it references another document inside of our, like, let's call it the CMS, the database, right? So essentially, if we've got a student, rather than copying the student's name and everything, we have a reference to the student who's a living object in the database, right? So in this case, we've got categories, which is a reference, modules, which is a reference, instructor, which is a reference, right? So I'm going to have that. We're going to have the instructor type as well. So for example, to satisfy this one, we're going to have an instructor type. To satisfy the modules, we're going to have a module type. I'm going to show you both of those. Don't worry, I won't skip over it. So the instructor type is just this, the name, the bio, the photo. The module type is the title and the lessons. Lessons is a reference to type lessons. So we're just going to basically fill these out as we need to. Lesson itself will be title, slug, description, video URL, Loom URL, which we validate with a bunch of things as well, by the way. Right, so we basically go ahead and check if it's a valid Loom URL. And then content is type block. Again, why am I running through this essentially quite quick? You have all of this code in the database, so I don't want to spend forever on this bit. Categories, very simple as well. Let's go ahead and pop that one in, category. For block content, right, we're going to go ahead and pop in. I don't think we actually use block content in this build. I don't think we actually do. But anyway, I'm going to pop it in anyway because it came in the default. And then enrollments would be for students when they enroll. So enrollment would be to basically connect a student with a course, the amount they paid for it. Because remember, if we change the price, we need to still know how much that student paid for the course. Because if an admin was to go into the backend and say, yeah, then sure, let me check how much you paid for that course, they can search for you in the backend, go ahead and see that, okay, you paid $59.75. Sure. And then if you want to see anything about their payment, you can get the Stripe payment ID to go and check out Stripe and so forth. So you can do everything you need to do here, right? And again, preview is how we show it on the backend and inside the studio. We have a lesson completion type. Again, a student, a lesson, the module they're in, the course they're in, and the time that they completed that lesson, right? So again, this is basically going to keep track of the completions. So if you've completed a lesson, all of this we're going to eventually use to essentially go ahead and have a course tracking, like progression tracking and so forth, yeah? So inside of our index now, we're going to hook it all up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import all of our types from the top. So let's go ahead and import all of these. And then we're going to go ahead and pop in all of our types definitions like so. So we're going to pop in all of the types like so. Okay, now what we can see is if we go back over here and we hit a refresh, we should see a flushed out studio. Boom. And you can see, Sonny, this doesn't look like my one. What the hell is going on here? Well, firstly, ignore that bit because this is for the dummy user. For now, to be honest, let's delete this user because this is not a valid user. So let's go and get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. And now if we were to refresh, you can see we have our schema. Okay. So this is typically the flat layout. I'm going to just increase the size. This is the flat layout that we get in the studio, right? You get every single data type like this. Now, of course, as an admin, if you came in and you used it like this, it's doable, but for me, it's just not ideal, right? So I haven't seen a tutorial yet to cover this. I'm going to show you instead how you can customize it. So like if we were to create a new course, that you can create the course, price, USD, slug, description, course image, and then categories, modules, and so forth. And then you can create the module and then create the lesson all within this view, right? That's fine. But I'm going to show you how we can go ahead and nest it. The reason why I want to show you this way is because it's important. So first up, if we were just to do it quickly, right? 0 to full stack hero. Let's just say price was $99. Slug, let's just generate 0 to full stack hero. Description, the best course on the planet, period. Right, and then course image. If I was to upload a course image, I'm just going to click on it right now. Do I have my logo at hand? I'll tell you what, I'm just going to put a picture of me for now. Cool. A picture of me for now. And then category, let's just say it was, let's create a category. So you see I can click create and let's just say, for example, it was Next.js, slug, Next.js. This is about next. Next. And of course, for now, we've given icon identifiers. We don't need all that, to be fair. So it's just optional. So I can publish that one, go back here, I can close that. And you can see that's connected. Module, same thing. Module, I can say, all right, Module 1 is getting started, right? So in this case, we need to create a new module. And you see, all of this is built out of the box. We didn't have to create an admin panel for this. Studio is already taken the heavy lifting from us, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and do this. I just want to check something here as well. I need to actually enable this, I believe. But if we go ahead and do module title, getting started, for example, the first module, getting started, and then we can do a first lesson, welcome to the course, right? And actually, you know what, that doesn't exist. So what we can do is we can create the first lesson. Let's do, for example, welcome to the course, slug, welcome to the course, welcome, oosh, a description, video URL, Loom URL. You can give in your URLs here. I must have a URL for something here. That's the live stream. Let's just do some kind of, I don't know which video this is, but there you go. Whoever is on that video, there you go. And then content, this is the first lesson. Now, of course, I'm just using the basic editor here, but I will show you how to Sanity create soon. And here, of course, you can do all your different headings and so forth. This is core. And then let's say publish that lesson. Okay. So imagine our first lesson is published in. You can see it's a full LMS, right? If we close that now, we've got our first lesson in the mix. You can add as many lessons as you want. And then you publish that module. And then you go back and that module is now published. And then the instructor. Okay. So instructor, we right now have no instructors. So right now we can go ahead and add in an instructor. Let's just say Sonny, Sangha, bio, Papa React, boom. Okay. And then upload a picture. So I'm going to go ahead and select a picture. Again, I might just use the same picture of me. Or actually, I've got a thumbnail picture of me. Let's go ahead and grab one of my pictures from my camera hub. There we go. These are one of my pictures. I don't know which one I just selected, but a little surprise draw. Okay. This is all coming through from, yeah, because we're hot reloading a bunch of stuff. Okay. So these are my thumbnail pictures. So, okay, this is an interesting one to pick. So in this case, this is an unsure Sonny. Yeah, in case I'm like, okay, Next.js did this. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and publish that as well now. So as you can see, we've got the course in draft state. And let's say I'm happy with the course right now. And you can see these little lines represent where we can review changes and so forth. Jay's actually given me the images as well. So I'm going to go ahead and save these. Let's actually add those in. So for the first course image, I'm going to upload that one that he just sent me. So I'm going to use the one that he sent me. Thank you, Jay. Clutch. And I'll keep that confused picture of me as well, right? And of course, you can change the category modules, all that stuff. But for now, I'm going to publish that course. Okay. So we just added in our first major bit of, text into the mix, right? So our first bit of course data. Now, if I was to go into, for example, the module, you can see, I can see all the modules. If I go into the lessons, I can see the individual lessons. If I go into the instructor, individual instructor. If I go into enrollment, no enrollments, right? Category separately. Now, this can be okay at the surface level, but imagine when you're using this, this can be really, it's gonna be really like tricky for an admin, right? This doesn't make a lot of sense. Like you'll be sitting there thinking, which part do I go and change? And then think about it, as you get more and more courses, it's damn confusing. So what we want to eventually do is customize it. So it's like this, look, course content. I just pick the course I want. Nice. I can edit the course content. Perfect. I can view the students inside the course. Amazing. I can search for the students. I can say, okay, you know what? Ivar, right? So Ivar signed up. So if I can go and search for him, or actually, no, I don't know why that didn't pop up, but yeah, but you can basically click on him. We basically search for the people typed in. I can see, okay, Ivar is a student inside. If I want to check Ivar's profile, I can click on his profile and I can basically see, okay, sorry, Ivar, I just exposed your email, but there you go. You can see him, you got the course, you got the amount paid and so forth, right? So prime example, there we have it, right? So the community members getting showcased. But in this case, you can basically have all this. So this makes more sense. Right, same with the user management, we can see students. And then from a student, for example, we've got a bunch of students here, but if I click on Sonny, I can now see Sonny's enrollments. So Sonny is enrolled in all of these courses. Sonny has completed all of these lessons. Look, Sonny completed React Native 101. He completed building a custom hook. You see, I've got a track record. So now if I was to go ahead and check on a student, for example, Ivar, let's see if he completed any lessons. Nope, he did complete a lesson. He completed HTML basics, tags, and attributes. So you can see this is a proper system, right? A real system, right? If Ivar is in the chat right now, there you go, right? He's signed up to, look, 2 courses. So this is a proper LMS, right? You know, an admin can come in here, see exactly what the hell is going on. They can go ahead and see for itself all their stuff as well, right? So even then you can add that as well. So how do we change the structure from this to that? Well, it's exactly ironically using the structure tool, right? So what we can do is if we go into our configuration, which I believe is here. So you see inside of our Sanity folder, we've got the lib, the schema types, and then structure. Here is where we do it. So right now we have simply got a top level content where we list the document type items, right? So basically I'm going to show you how to use the structure tool to make the whole thing decked out and dialed in, right? So step one, we're going to basically change this to be way more better, right? Firstly, I'm going to say this is the admin dashboard, right? So admin dashboard. And now you'll see the top will change to admin dashboard. So if we hit refresh, this will become now admin dashboard. Now, the next step is we are going to go ahead and have an array. So where we have items, this is no longer this. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that. We have simply an array of items underneath it now. Now, the first array item is going to be the course content. Okay. So what we can do is we can say list items, title, course content. So firstly, I'm just going to go ahead and pop that in. And what you should see now is nothing really will pop up. Like we have this, but that doesn't lead to anything because we haven't told it what should you be pointing at, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and basically build this out. So we've got the course content, but we're going to actually specify what the child of that clickable should be. So we say child, and then inside of here is where the real magic starts to happen. Okay. So we're going to say document list type course. Okay. So just by doing that now, what we've essentially done is we've said that the type underneath it would be course. So course content will take me to all of the courses available. Cool. If I click on that, you see how it takes me to the course itself to edit it. Now, again, okay, but you know, not perfect, right? So this is failing because of some, we'll fix that afterwards. I'll correct that afterwards, whatever the hell's going on there. Yeah. So at this point, yeah, we have the course. Now I don't want that. I want it to instead have options. And then when I click on this, it takes me to edit course content. And then it takes me this one, it'll take me to the students, for example. So how do we do that? Right. So in this case, where we've got this child, right? The child again, everything is underneath the child, right? Here we have firstly the title for this. So I'm going to change the title of this to be, in this case, this will say courses. And then underneath here, we can have another array of children, right? So here is where we essentially do it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the whole thing in and explain it. So again, the code is available. We have it all here. This block is what I just added. This block right here. So we have pay attention. We have the child with the course ID that you click through. Then that will have two options. It will have two items that we can select from. Number one being, you see this is the two items. Number one is going to be the list item edit course contents, and the child of that will be schema type course with the document ID that we clicked. And the second one will be title view students, but the child of that would be course enrollments. And then the way that we fetch all of the things which are under that course for course enrollments is where we say, get me, and this is a filter, a grok filter. We're saying get all of the documents which are enrollment type, and the course reference is the same as the course reference of what I clicked. Right, Siren, I appreciate you. This is really deep stuff. It's exactly that, right? So this is truly where the gold comes in now, because just by doing that, we've updated it. And I've not seen a single tutorial yet on YouTube that shows this. So if you click on courses now, boom, I get options now. If I click on edit course content, guys, look at that. Using the course ID, it pulled in the schema type. I can edit the course. Clicking on view students, now I have the students enrolled in the course, but obviously we haven't enrolled anyone. Yeah. So that is essentially how we do that. So with that in mind, we've done the first items. Okay. So after the first child, so in this case, it was actually here. So coming out of there, we can add a divider, right? So let's go out of the back. So let's go all the way to the top. Now what we should see is the course content, and we get that divider, right? So a nice little divider in the mix. And then we can have, and you can really structure this however the hell you want. So that's going to be for the the course content. So I'm just going to pop that in here. That's the course content. Okay. And then after the divider, we're actually going to have the users. And then after the users, we're going to have the system management. Okay. So users. Now the users, again, I'm going to do the same principle here. We're going to have the list items rendered out with the children underneath it. Okay. The children underneath it is going to have a list, which is going to say select a type of user. Okay. So now at the top level, what we should have is the course content, the user management, and say select the type of user. And this will have the user and the instructor once we've set it up. Okay. So student or instructor. So how do we do this now? So underneath, and it's essentially you're building out like nested children and so forth, right? So we have the title is select the type of user, then we have to list out the items. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop it all in and I'm going to basically run you through it. And again, this code is available in the description. All you got to do is sign up to it. Okay. So that chunk there is what we've essentially dropped in, and don't be overwhelmed. We'll break it down. Items is an array. The first item in this array is this part. Okay. Instructors with options. Basically, it's a list item with the title instructors. The schema type is of instructor, and the child, when you click through that, is we're going to go ahead and click on the instructor. We're going to pass through the instructor ID, and all I'll do is I'll show you, in fact, so we can see it. It makes a lot of sense. Let that refresh. And as you can see, we have the edit instructor option, and then we have the view courses where we filter for the courses where that instructor has the ID of the course ID, or the instructor ID. So now if I click on, I'm sorry, back here, user management instructors, we should see Sonny as an instructor. See how it pulled me in? There you go. View courses that Sonny is an instructor for. We should see 0 to full stack hero. Boom. Amazing. And now you can click through, edit the course. You see how it's all connected? But this is so powerful, guys. It really, really is so powerful. You're building a complete customized backend. It's just, it's really like next level stuff, right? And then you've got, like, when I say next level stuff, because usually you got to build the whole backend yourself and the admin panel yourself. And it's just, why? Like, you've got all of the benefit here of doing it this way, which is just, it's just absolutely incredible to be able to do this, right? So we've got the students, we map through, we've got the student options where we can edit the student details here. And then we've got the view enrollments where we basically, I've got 3 options here. One is view enrollments, one is view completed lessons. Again, just changing the filters. And then we've got obviously the editing the student details. So that would be the third section, user management. And then we've got a fourth, and I'll fix this error afterwards. I don't know what that is about, but we'll get rid of that. And then we've got the fourth one, which is actually going to be underneath all of this. So where is that one ending? Here. We're going to have another divider. And then the final one is just I'm going to have a system management section. Okay. So here we're going to have system management, list item, system management. And this one is just going to be simple S list, system management. And the items here are just going to be the categories. That's all it is. Okay. You can actually have all of these as well in case you want to manually add those in. But that last one, I'm just going to go ahead and add in the categories. And now from here, rather than the previous structure, we can very simply, as an admin or, you know, a product person, now we can manage the entire system in a much easier way, right? This feels much more natural to be able to create something. You still create any type of document, but even more naturally, I can go into course content and just create a course from here and edit the course content, and boom, I have a fresh course that I can go ahead and create. Okay, I need to enable this as well, start and create. I think I do that in the back end, to be fair. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that, but I'll do that afterwards. Okay, so well done, guys. You just created your Sanity backend with the new structure, right? Which is absolutely awesome, right? So we have that working. Now what we want to do is we want to basically go ahead and I'm gonna drop the music down a little bit. Now what we want to do is the good stuff always comes from Sonny. Super cheers. Thank you so much, Yoni. I appreciate you. Yeah. Now what we want to do is go ahead and introduce the Sanity TypeGen. Okay. So of course we did all of this, you know, you can run, that's exactly what we did. Querying is another situation. We're going to get to all of this afterwards and how we can pull data to the front end. But essentially I want to go ahead and there we go. We got a free upgrade, awesome stuff. Okay. So I want to do one thing firstly. So I want to enable Sanity create. So what we do is we type in Sanity create into Google. You can see Sanity create, introduce this, try create for free. Essentially, we have to opt in to use create. It's a beta flow at the moment. So we're going to do that. We're going to click try create for free. And I want to show you this because Create is a really powerful tool that we can use to create our lessons and so forth, right? And again, I'm going to take as long as it takes to get this entire thing built out properly. So the title changes to Next.js 15.1. This is an example lesson I had, for example, right? So I can click on Studio Link, and I've got LMS Papa Fam. I'm going to disconnect this studio, so I'm going to show you from scratch. So imagine if we had a brand new document. So I'm going to click on New Document, and then I want to, so this is what you should see, all right? So a new document, and then I don't want to do this. I want to do a drop down. I'm going to disable this one. Find my project. Here we have LMS YouTube build. Okay, now you can see the Sanity Project Studio needs Sanity create configuration. Set up content mapping in our configuration guide. So you click on this, and then we have to enable content mapping. So how do we do that, right? Well, what we do is we have to go ahead and deploy a specific. So there's two ways. We are actually embedding Sanity into our own Next.js app. So there's a setup guide, which is for that. And there's also a setup guide for when you deploy to Sanity. So your studio becomes like sanity.lmsyoutube.com, right? But instead you can also have sanitysangha.com/studio. There are two separate setups. I'm going to keep it simple today and show you the Sanity setup if you want to do that route, right? So you see this is deploying with Sanity hosting. And then we have deploying as an embedded solution. So you can follow this if you want to do that embedded solution, but I'm going to show you how we can do the Sanity hosting route as well. Okay. I'll tell you what, we will come to this actually afterwards. I don't know. Let's do the TypeGen first, and then we can do it that way as well. Right. So yeah, there's a couple of steps that we kind of skip past that I want to kind of pace ourselves at. We will come to this in a second. We're going to do Sanity TypeGen. Okay. Sanity TypeGen. This is going to be the TypeScript protection part. Okay, so what I want you to do is go down, and we basically are going to add in a little helper step. So Sanity TypeGen generate, and we also have Sanity extract, schema extract. Now these two commands are necessary to basically, create these generated types that we can use inside of our app. Now, what I've done is I'm lazy, so I want to basically go ahead and make life as easy as possible for us. So what I recommend you do is go to your package.json, right? Go to here, and I want you to simply add in the following. I want you to type in TypeGen, and then I'm going to go ahead and say Sanity schema extract and Sanity TypeGen generate. Now, once we've done that, I want to go into a terminal which is available, and I'm going to type in pm TypeGen, right? Or Sanity run type npm type run TypeGen, right? And now what this will do is it will extract the schema, and you can see in a second we will have a new schema file which is going to be pulled out, and it will go ahead and extract it. So you can see LMS build schema.json, and this is literally forming a schema of the entire schema that we just set up and defined, right? And you can see I've generated TypeScript files for 20 schema types and added it to sanity.types.ts. And now you can see, look at this, guys. If I was to type in, for example, lesson, look at this, look, lesson completion, all of these types are actually TypeScript types, okay? And you can see, look, all of this, the slug, description, video URL. Now, it's worth mentioning, anytime I add in a new grok query, or anytime I define a query, or anytime that I change my schema, I have to manually run pm TypeGen again, right? Because it needs to generate the new schema typings. So keep that in mind. You can you could set up a watch on certain folders if you wanted, but in my opinion, it's just remember to do that step. It's not that difficult, yeah. So at that point, we've done TypeGen. So if you do ever come into a point when we try to infer types and it doesn't work, run pm TypeGen again and make sure you've set everything up correctly. Okay. So we've done this step now. Now, I want to see, did I skip past anything else? No, I don't believe I did. Yep. So in this case, when you have queries, for example, you need to make sure that you go ahead. Oh, you know what? I didn't realize that inlines don't get caught. I made a mistake with that. Okay. I've learned something new. So when you write your queries later on, so when it comes to this step in a little bit, make sure you either do define query or grok, and then you wrap your entire thing inside of it, right? It's very important. That's how TypeGen goes ahead and picks up the correct file and so forth, right? So 2-hour mark, guys, we're doing very well for timing. We're going to go ahead and just pick up the pace a little bit so we can make sure we get everything done. Okay, so we've got Sanity TypeGen done. So let's go ahead and set things up. So basically, without realizing, you actually set up the entire backend, which is kind of crazy, right? We just set up an entire backend. You know, this is fully ready to go ahead and start adding information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy. So this is the benefit of using something like Sonny. I'm going to show you how to deploy the studio. I'm going to give my URL to Jay, and then Jay's going to start adding in the information as a product guy, right? So think about it. This is a real life scenario. And then I'm going to continue on building the front end. And then that way Jay will have added in the backend data, and we've got some stuff to play with. Okay. So how do we deploy this right now? Thank you so much, Jai Gupta, as well for the donation. He goes, thanks to you. I'm employable watching 3 years. Yo, amazing stuff. That's huge. Jay, screenshot that. Absolutely incredible. I think that deserves everyone to smash the thumbs up button and get to 400 likes. Let's go, guys. All right. So this is the live one. We're going to deploy this studio quickly. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in, head up back into studio, Sanity deploy. Right. And then what this will do is if you haven't installed the CLI command for Sanity, you need to do that. But in this case, look, studio host name. So we're going to type in LMS YouTube.sanity.studio. And then it will go ahead and it will create a studio, start building it and so forth. And this is deploying it to the Sanity deployment that we spoke about, right? So now this will go ahead and build it, extract it, deploy, right? Sanity deployed to this. Now this may error for a reason. I'm not sure 100%. Let's go ahead and click it and check for ourselves. So let's open it up in developer, and there you go. Next, public Sanity dataset. Okay. So we need to be careful about this little thing right here. So basically, when we're deploying to our local CNext public Sanity dataset, what's happening here is this will work if we're pushing it to our embedded studio. But when we try and push to Sanity, so we have a separate link, like, you know, dedicated Sanity studio link, here Sanity doesn't recognize Next public. And we'd have to set up that, you know, that kind of environment variable. So what we have to do here is Sanity knows prefixed environment variables by Sanity_studio, which is fairly straightforward. We can just do a quick little addition here. We can say, or Sanity Studio, and then I can basically update, or I can say here as well, Sanity Studio. And the same thing goes for this one as well. I can add it in here. So I can say Sanity Studio, and then here I can add in or Sanity Studio project ID. Now this means I just need to add these two in to my environment file. So if I go into my environment file, see environment.local, I'm going to add in Sanity Studio dataset and Sanity Studio project ID as well, right? So Sanity Studio project ID as well goes into that one, right? So that's a bit more simple. So in this case, we've got these two. Cool. We hit save. And now if I do a Sanity deploy, notice how it will use those two environment variables. So if I go down to LMS YouTube, look, including the following environment variables part of the JavaScript bundle. So now when I deploy, it knows to go ahead and it can have access to those and use that. Right. So this one is for the Next.js embedded studio. This one is for the Sanity embedded studio. The reason why is that beneficial as well, by the way, guys, is because it really does help us a ton in terms of like a step like right now. The app isn't ready. I want to go ahead and yes, I could deploy it to Vercel and give it to Jay. But for now, I just want to deploy a separate link, and then I don't want to deploy it to Vercel until at the end. Right. So this is kind of a use case for it right now. So in this case, we've gone ahead and done that. So now let's check if it works. If we hit the refresh button, let's go ahead and do it again. Sorry. So here, and then, yeah, there you go. Look at that. So now we're here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this to Jay right now, and Jay is going to go ahead and be able to log into this. He's got access to my account, but I could go ahead and invite his email here to the platform. So if I go ahead and add members, now I can actually go ahead and add his email in here, and then he will be one of the members inside of the team. I can give him roles, for example, the ability to only edit, for example, so you couldn't break everything else, and so forth. So Jay's going to go ahead and go in there and actually modify and add a couple of details. So when we come back after a short period of time, we should have a couple more things. Thank you to Jay. So I just kind of threw him in that one. so he's going to go ahead and do that. And then basically that's going to allow us to carry on with the build. Okay, so that's an awesome little use case for that, in case you're wondering how we can do that. First super sounds epic. Love it. Awesome. Yeah, man. First, that's it. First of many, right? So in this case, we've got this down. And also, just as a little kind of quick step here, if you go to Sanity CLI.ts, what we can do here is we can actually add in the studio name. So here we can add in studio host. And here, you see what it says here? LMS YouTube. You can just add that in. And what that does, guys, is it stops asking you which studio you're trying to deploy to. So if I did Sanity deploy, it would simply go ahead and just deploy straight away to LMS YouTube now. So it's a little handy little trick there. Cool. Now, because we did that, what it actually did under the hood now is it actually enabled Sanity Create, because Sanity Create requires a schema. And remember, we extracted the schema, we did it, and then we deployed it. And also when we deploy, automatically that step is actually done for us. So I'm going to show you what I mean by this in the documentation. So if we go over to Sanity Create, remember this right here, and we click on try create for free, right? Remember, there was a configuration guide. So in this case, I'm just going to sign in real quick to Sanity. I want to show you this because then we can run at full speed. And I want to give you one demo, and then Jay's going to basically take lead and start basically creating the lesson content as well. Okay. But let's say, for example, in just a second, this loads out. So while that's doing its thing, what I'm going to do is, let's just say, for example, the lesson that I want to start writing about is Next.js 15. So I click on Next.js 15, and then we have this. This is the notes I'm eventually going to use. Okay. So I'm going to click on Studio Link, and I'm going to go down to the Dropbox, and I'm going to say LMS YouTube Build. And now you see how it didn't throw the error, because what happened was when we deployed it, it actually automatically did that configuration step of extracting a schema, and now it knows what it can connect with. And here's the gold. Let's say I'm going to create a lesson. Okay, so this is Sanity Create in action. We're going to go ahead and go down to a lesson. Okay, now I can say connect and start mapping. Now, guys, what this is doing behind the scenes is, you see how it pulled different fields. Now, I don't need to worry about anything. So imagine I'm a product writer. All I care about is writing the best content. That is my job, and that is literally my job only. So I've got my notes section here, and I'm going to keep this open. And then my job is now as a writer, right? So in this case, if I go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and grab a bunch of this information, for example, I think you can even give it, I'm not sure if I can give it links as well. Okay, so I can even do paste as a link. So I can give that as a link. I'm going to go ahead and, you know, maybe that would be enough, to be fair. But let's go ahead and give that for now. So that a link, and you see how it automatically gathered it as a fact. Well, in this case, I can be like introduction to Next.js 15. Okay. And then here I can see, if I open my studio link, I can see that it will start to actually scan through, right? I can say introduction. I can be like, let's just call it. And typically what will happen here is the more information I can give the AI, it will help a lot, right? So I can be like introduction to, let's just say the title for this one is Intro to Next.js 15. Okay. And it will automatically map this to, so you see how there's this green line? It's trying to figure out right now. Oh, and look what it did, guys. It actually, if I click this, it mapped this to the title. So just without me even doing anything, it mapped it to the title, which is honestly pretty damn cool, right? And if I can say the slug here, and let's just say I want to go ahead and say intro, and I'm lazy. I don't want to carry on typing, right? I can go ahead and click on this ghost, right? Or I can do command forward dot. And now you can see if I'm here, I can do command dot, and you see how it will automatically ghost write as well. So for example here, so if I go ahead and click through on this, so actually you know what I want to do here, I'm going to say intro to Next 15, right? So for that one, I'm going to forget about that, and I'm going to assume that's going to go into slug. And you see it's already automatically started processing that. And then here, what's new in Next.js 15? And now let's say I'll say the new features are, and then I'm off on do command dot. So I want it to ghost right now and help me out a little bit. Okay. So let's go ahead and look, I'm not publicly announced, it's currently in development, indicating Next 15. So in this case, that note, I need to actually give it more context. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into my Next.js 15. I'm going to just grab this information. Right, I'm going to literally grab all of it, and I'm going to pay, I don't need that bit. I'm just going to grab all of this and just throw it in there. Okay, cool. That's it. Helps me out a bunch. And there we have it. I'm going to say that this is a untitled note. It's going to be Next.js 15. Yeah, cool. And now we have it. There's my notes. And for example, you could do pictures, anything. It's like think of it as your context for the AI, right? So the new features in Next 15 are, and then I can go ahead and do / and let's just do ghostwrite. So if I click on this, show me options, rewrite paragraph. But if I click on ghostwrite now, this is where it can pull from our context. Look at this, guys. Boom. See how it started ghostwriting for me? It automatically does it. And if I hit tab, I can carry on tabbing through, and let's explore each of these features in detail. So now I can be at smooth upgrades within it. Look at this, guys. I'm literally tabbing my way through this, and it's helping me out. And look at that. That is absolutely awesome. And this is like the quickest way that I can go ahead and just get my entire thing, my entire documentation, or my entire lesson done in a breeze, right? So this is literally allowing me to ghostwrite the entire article, and all from using the context of what I just showed you guys, right? So of course, let's just say, for example, up until a certain point, I'm going to stop. Let's say, for example, here, let's just say pause there, right? Now, again, if I go to Studio Link, you see I was connecting a bunch of stuff now. Now, what we can do is here, right? If this hasn't got, access to this, I can go ahead and unmap that for now. And then even that, I can unmap it, and I can just kind of forget about it and move forward. Now, the description has been added in. Look, the new features in Next.js, the content has been started scraping. Look, the actual content is passing through, which is absolutely incredible, right? And then even for this, say for example, it didn't map. I can just click it. I can say map to field, and I can select to map here. So I can go ahead and say, okay, that is by definition going to be the slug, right? So in fact, I want that one just to always be the slug. And now you can see, look, it started to map through. And let's say, for example, we have a video URL, okay? So I'm going to say, for example, video. And again, you don't have to give it all these information, but say, for example, I'm just going to grab a YouTube URL link. So I'm going to grab a video right now. And I don't know which video that is, to be fair, but I'm going to link it. And as you can see now, look, I didn't do anything. It just scanned that link and it found the video URL, and boom, there you have it. So say we've got all of these. We didn't need the Loom. We just did this. Link to a new document. Okay. And now look, Sanity document created and linked. If I click open in Sanity Studio now, what it will do is it will take me to my deployed studio. And guys, this is where it really blows my mind, right? It's already created the entire document with all of the details and everything in the midst, right? That's awesome. That is actually really, really awesome. And right now it's in draft mode. So once we set up draft mode inside of our app, we can literally be creating in Sanity Create, viewing it inside of our app. And then when we're ready, we can unlink it. Okay, so let's imagine that flow, right? We've gone ahead and, why is this so powerful as well? Because think about it. You can have a person literally, whoa, wow. Yo, that's crazy. Look at that. We've just got a huge donation from Mentolati TV. Thank you, Sonny. Always delivering the best content on YouTube. I love you, man. No, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for the donation. Absolutely awesome. All right, look at that, guys. So we've already got the love flowing in, right? So our documentation is linked to Sanity Create. So what we do now is that we carry on the flow. We can go ahead and go back into here. And I want to show you in a very, clear view actually here. So if I split terminal this or split view this, I want to show you. So look, if I was to go ahead and say, for example, I'm changing the slug now, intro to Next.js 15, right? Look at this. I'm not clicking anything, right? I'm not doing anything on the right-hand side. Intro to Next.js 15. What's new in the major new features in Next.js 15 are so and so and so. This will then go ahead and it says mapping at the bottom right, 76%, 8%. And this will literally go ahead and remap all of these things over to this. And look, you see how it changed? It already changed Next.js 15. The new features in Next.js 15 that will go ahead and get mapped as well. The major new features, I didn't do anything. It just automatically did that, right? So once we're done with it, cool. I'm ready to say I'm good. Unlink Studio document from Create. We can go ahead and click on Confirm. And as you can see now, guys, it detached. Okay, so oops, I'm going to go ahead and close Sanity Create now. So we got a little demo of it. Awesome stuff. We have our documentation. We can go ahead and publish that lesson. And now what I can do is that it says syncing the document. We publish the lesson. We go into course content. I can now go ahead and add that in. So Jay's already at action there. We can go ahead and add in the course documentation. Let's go into our lessons, or let's say full stack apps. So Jay's already adding in lessons, amazing stuff. I can add in a lesson and I can find the lesson that we just created, guys. So I can say intro to Next.js 15. and I can put that at the top. And now you guys can see my lesson for Next.js 15 has been added in just like that. Like, come on. That is so cool. Like, I am yet to see any integration to that level. I'm sorry, I have not seen it anywhere. And this is why I'm back in this kind of tech, because that's so cool. Why rebuild when you can use the platform and then you can just next level add additions like this to it? Right? Because think about it now, that solves a problem. I'm a creator, I create courses. My biggest problem is content blocks. So being able to do that and have it natively integrate with my actual backend, that's nuts, right? I'm yet to see something like that where it's all integrated in the same platform. So Sanity, kudos, Sanity Create is absolutely incredible. And that's just the cutting the surface of what we're going to be doing with them, right? So we've got the intro to Next.js 15 down. Marius goes, arrived at the correct time. Holy moly, Sonny, extraordinary stuff. Yeah, dude, it's absolutely incredible, bro. So in this case, we've actually pushed that in. We can update the course, and then we head over here and publish the course. Amazing stuff. Now we can continue on with the build, right? So remember so firstly, just, a massive round of applause for Sanity on that front, because wow, it's honestly so cool that you can do that now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pop that one over there. So we have LMS YouTube Sanity. This is our actual main backend. And then we can carry on with this. So that was a demo of Sanity Create. Amazing, powerful platform. You can see the benefit and use yourself, right? Going forward with that. Let's go back to our code though. So the next step is, before we can continue on flying through the build, I want to implement one more measure, which is the ability to have our authentication with Clerk send us an email link. So how do we do that, right? That's something which I think is, a lot of you have been asking, how do we get that code sent to our inbox and all that kind of flow? So the way we do that is essentially we go to authentication and Clerk, we go to our dashboard, which we already jumped through the quick start guide. We've got the dashboard set up. We've already done this in the beginning. Now we have, you see, like we've already got users flying in. We click on configure. Okay, now I want you to go down into email, phone, username, and not only can you do passkeys and all those things which I've shown you before, but we can do email verification code or email verification link. Okay, now you can set up a link, right? So either or, you can do this or that, but let's go ahead and just enable both to see what happens. I click on save, and now what I want to do is I want to create an account. So now we follow our typical flow. So let's go back into our our account and let's sign in. And I'm going to go ahead and sign up an account. And I'm going to say Sonny.Sangha plus 99 at gmail.com. I'm just going to enter in a password for now. Okay, so let's just go ahead and pop in a password for now. Okay, what is going on with me? There we go. Boom. So I entered in a password. Boom. And now I will get some email pop up fly through. So after we verify that we're human, look at this. Aha. Enter the verification code sent to your email. Just by enabling that one thing, it made me get this flow, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and just load up my email client, but in a way that I don't expose something as well that I don't want you to see. So in this case, I want to show you. Okay, so I can show you this. So this is essentially what came through, right? So 1 minute, guys. Okay, so I'm going to show you here. Okay, so you guys can see here, look, I've got an email come through and I got a verification code. I'm hiding a lot of it because I don't want you to see my emails, period. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back into my apps. I'm going to close that now and I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to show you before I go here. So paste. And now you can see, look, boom, success, boom, we are logged in. And you see how the Clerk always gives us an image. That's why I was saying we won't get that image issue moving forward, right? So now I can go back to 100%. Amazing stuff. So not only have we just we've actually flown through a lot of stuff in an hour, right? The second hour, we created the entire backend. So we've got an entire backend panel now where we can actually have everything flowing in, which was here. Well, I keep losing that link. /studio. We can go to our own one on the embedded. Yep. So we've got here. And if I want to change the title of that, I'll show you how to do it as well. We can call that the admin dashboard. But in this case, look, we've got the entire backend, which we've gone ahead and created. And Jay is editing the courses here as well as we speak. So look, he's actually adding in a bunch of courses. So I appreciate you, Jay. Jay is adding in, like, for example, React Native 101 with different pricing, slugs, pictures and images. And yeah, so ideally the course images, if we could use, feel free to use the ones that we use in the other course on our homepage as well. Those would be pretty cool to have. But let's go ahead and pull it through on the front end now. Okay. How does the source code form work? All you got to do, guys, is fill out the source code form, and then we've got an automation set up, so it will basically email you access to the code. Okay. So at this point, quick little water break, and then we're going to fly through. Almost at 400 likes, guys. This has been absolutely incredible so far. Okay. We still got Stripe. Still got a bunch of crazy stuff to go. So let's keep on flying. Okay. So our TypeGen as well has been connected. Awesome stuff. Right. So now we've got enough capacity to go ahead and get the course grid built into it. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and create a couple of helper folders, really. Right. So inside of Sanity, we have our lib folder. In here, we have client image live. What I want to do is every time we access a specific schema type, for example, a student, right? Inside of our lib folder, I'm going to have a helper student folder, right? And this is going to have all of the sort of fetching functions for a student, right? Like get student by clerk ID, create a student if they don't exist, get enrolled courses for a student. Are they enrolled in a course, and so forth, right? When does the email go through? I have not received anything. I filled the form in roughly 1 hour ago. So Jay, if you can go ahead and check out that and check the automation, see if everything is working perfectly. If not, we can give you another, we'll set up something else, but yeah, we'll do that right now. We can check it out. So Jay can go ahead and check out that entire form flow, see if something's wrong, or if you just drop your email in the chat as well, it will help him out. All right. So 90 people so far, amazing stuff. Yeah. So that's really cool, dude. All right. So in this case, student, just check your spam as well, because sometimes it gets buried in there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and create, for example, a get student by clerk ID function, right? This is going to be our first example of a helper function. Now, why get student by clerk ID? Because in some instances, what we're going to be essentially doing is going ahead and pulling we have the student's clerk ID when they sign in, right? We've already set that up. Right? When they sign in, we've got the user authenticated state. So that's their clerk ID. But getting the student in the database is going to be a bit more tricky because they will have a separate ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to create this helper function. So what we import two things, define query from Grok. We don't actually have Grok installed as well. So we need to install Grok. So I'm going to say pm I Grok. Okay. Sanity fetch from live. And then what we do is we create a helper function here. So we say get student by clerk ID, takes a clerk ID. And then what we do is we create a query. Okay, now here's an example of our query. So what we can do is we can say get student by clerk ID query. And you can do it this way, or you can do it this way, where you say grok like so, okay? And I can import grok like so. And this one will be like this, right? And then this is syntax highlighting because I've got an extension, I believe, called grok. I believe it's called grok. Have I got an extension called grok? Let's have a check. No, okay, so it's just, okay, so it just works out of the box, cool. So in this case, you see we get syntax highlighting if you do it that way, right? But either way, as long as you do define query or grok, it's all good, right? So this is going to select the student where the clerk ID matches the clerk ID of the student, and it gets the first result back. Now, the very important point is that this part, get student by clerk ID, these have to be unique, right? These cannot be like query, query, query. These have to be unique. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna say const student equals await sanity fetch. Now notice I'm not doing client.fetch. Sanity fetch comes from the live library. And by default, if we use this live library, this enables us to have the real-time capabilities of Sanity. So if I was to update anything on Sanity, it will invalidate the cache on the server component and refresh essentially the content. In order to get this working, we have to actually add Sanity Live into our layout though. So I'll show you how to do that in just a second. But basically we use this Sanity fetch, right? Now, the first argument is the query. So we pass that in, and the second argument is the params. After that, we have essentially the student.data is where we pass back the information, okay? So we have a few things here, student dot, and you got source map, data, and so forth. But now, what I want you to highlight is if I highlight over this, you see how data is any. That means whenever we add any define query or grok, you would have to run pm TypeGen in order to generate the type definition. Oops, type TypeGen. This will basically go ahead and you'll see that it will have one query after we've done this step now. So let that do its thing. And it only takes us a quick second. And you see that one grok query. And if I want you to highlight over student. And if we click save now, and what you might have to do sometimes is get student by Clerk ID, go back in. And that one didn't actually pull through. Oh yeah, sorry. This isn't going to find it yet. You have to actually tell it to search in that specific folder. And there's something that we do to help it out a little bit with that. I need to find out where it was again. I think it was in few different steps here that there's one step that I need to do in order to make it help find that. Oh God, where is it? It was, yep, I found it. Okay. So we need to add in a helper function called helper folder called sanity-typegen.json. Right, because right now it's not searching all of the folders, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a helper. When basically this is like a settings for Sanity TypeGen. Where we say check all of the paths, put it into schema.json, all right, or schema.ts, I think. Oh, that's fine. Schema.json. Generate the sanity types TS and then overload client methods. That's up to you if you want to do it. All the documentation explains that part. But now what I can do is, you see how the last one did 20 schema types and one grok query. If I do it again, we should find another grok query now. Now, I want to mention here, down here, you see how it says, okay, so let that run again. We need to install one more thing into our dependency array. So here, you also want to highlight over this and you see it says module sanity cannot be found. You need to grab this, do pnpm I sanity client. Okay, let that do its thing. And now you should see this error go away. This has to be done. Now you see the error goes away. You can use the file. Now we do TypeGen again to make sure it's all good. And what we should see here is, okay, we didn't need to do TypeGen one more time. But now if you hover over it, data has a type. That's the gold. Okay. This didn't happen a couple of weeks back. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, but as you can see now, look, we've got the grok query, but now you need to actually go ahead and add that. Yeah, it didn't happen. You're right. Now we have to add in that configuration file to find it. But the main thing really here is that after this, you see how we get all of the types. So this is the most important part, right? The student is represented here by this. Okay. Now you could even say as student, and you can pull that through. Because we are pulling through all of the data types here for this, you could do that. And then that way this would always return a type student and so forth. But for now, we're just going to say that it's, relatively straightforward like so. Okay. So with that in mind, because sometimes we might expand and references and stuff like that. I'll get to that later on. So that's one example. Now, of course, we want to go back to the course grid. How do we pull all of the courses? So we're going to create a helper function for the courses. So we're going to create a courses. And then inside of here, we're going to say get courses.ts. Okay. So here is the function that we're going to create. Now, what we do is get courses query. Again, sanity fetch courses.data. Cool. And here we have you see any. So we need to run TypeGen. And then here we're basically checking for all type course. But here's the crazy important part that I need you to focus about, right? This gets all of the fields for a course. Now, where we have referenced fields, we have to tell Sanity when we use a grok language, query language, to essentially go ahead and map it in a specific way. So how does that mean? So the slug here means we need to map it to slug current. The category and instructor are reference fields. So what we do is in order to get all of the fields that are linked to the, let me make it bigger for you. In order to get all of the fields which are linked to the category field, we basically do this arrow syntax and we say expand all the fields, right? And you can go in here and, get specific fields. You can say, I want the ID only and so forth, but we want to get all of them for now. So this essentially says expand all the fields rather than just having the reference bit. Now I will get all of the category details, all of the instructor details, all from this query, right? And of course you can optimize as you see fit. Now, of course, what you want to do is at this point, you can do Sanity TypeGen. You don't have to keep doing it. You can do it at a bulk step later on. It's fine. But now I want you to pay attention. Right now it's any, but after this is done, it will no longer be any. It will have the appropriate type definition behind it. So you can see that 2 grok queries. Aha. Now if we go over here, data, get courses, query, result. And if I do dot, Now it knows that it's course type. Now again, what we can do is we can say as course array, okay? And then you can do this. Now the reason why this is gonna fail is because notice how we had courses don't naturally have everything expanded. So that's why we want to keep this as get course query result. If we were to access the first document and we do dot, you can see now we get all of these. But if I was to go into, for example, category dot, can you see how I get all of the category description information now as well? Okay, so this is why it's pivotal that we follow this approach, right? So now we've got our get courses. How do I pull this in to our front end? Okay, so let's go to our courses grid. And it's very simple, guys. This is the cool part. Now, before I do that, there's one step to make sure that the live works the way we expect it to, right? Head over to our layout. And in particular, we want the user layout, right? So at this level. And what I want you to do is where we have the Clerk provider, underneath the div, we're going to have Sanity live. So all you need to do is add in Sanity live as a child component at the top, right? So that way, this is responsible for setting up the listeners, the webhook listeners, not webhook, just like the, I forgot the word for it. But basically, this is listening to your changes, right? So in this case, we have Sanity live like so. Now we can go into our page and we can simply, because this is a server component off the top, right? And this approach works with server components only. So in this case, we can say const courses equals get courses, and we want to await because that is a promise. So we say async await, and then we import it like so. And now you can see here, this is get courses query result, amazing stuff. And what we can do now is we have all of the courses here. So I can now go ahead and create something like a course grid. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I've got a courses grid set up like so. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in my courses grid. Again, all of the code is in the GitHub repo. We have the first bit, which says featured courses. It has a little gradient effect. And then we have the course card. So I'm going to copy, we're actually going to pop this bit out for a second, like so. And you can see how now it says featured courses, which is this nice little effect. And under it, we want to render out all of the cards. Now I'm going to show you again. Jay's adding it in. Amazing stuff, Jay. Good job. But in this case, we want to add these course cards, right? So we're going to create a component, which is completely reusable across different fields, that takes a course card and basically just gives us the information back, right? So we need to create this course card component. So let's go into our components, create a course card.tsx, RFCE, we'll go into our course card, and now we need to go ahead and create this. So a couple of things here. So the first thing, this is going to take a course, the progress, and the course card props as well, right? So in this case, it will take a course, might take progress, and it might take a href for the clickable element that it goes through to, right? So what we need to do is define the course card props. Now, you typically might think that we have, for example, for the course, it would simply be course, okay? And that's what we would love. However, as I mentioned before, there are constraints where if we reference things, it can go a bit more nested. And then we have certain references to types which are underneath it. For example, categories, lessons, instructors, and so forth. So in this case, we have to go through and every possible place that we could essentially be pulling it from. For example, this is the first one, right? The get courses query result. We'll start with this one to be fair, okay? So this is essentially saying that we have a course, which is going to be essentially a singleton from this array. So this is essentially going to be an array result. And we're going to say that typically it's the type from when we access one of them. So that's basically what we're doing here. So this will give us the exact type that we need. You see how we got the image, category, and so forth, right? Whereas if I just did the course, you wouldn't get the expanded category. So that's the danger behind it, right? And I'll show you the next one as and when we need it, okay? Oh, in fact, what I'll do is I'll add it in now because there is another area where we call it from, and we're going to need to pass that in as needed, but we don't have the type yet, so I'll do it later. That's fine. Then we have the progress and the href. Cool. Now, for the course card itself, this is going to be a link tag. So it's going to be a link. Boom. It's like so. And then this one as well, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to turn off the prefetch. I'm going to style it out a little bit. Turn off prefetch because I don't want it to start prefetching every single course page. As soon as you come on the page, you can, but do I want to do it? No, right? I don't want to have that at the moment. Instead, what I want to do is I just want to kind of start styling it out. Now, this bit, again, like I've mentioned many times in this build, the code is available in the GitHub repo, right? The reason why I say that is because this is going to be a big sort of chunk of styling now. So I don't want you to spend too long on this. But the first div is essentially the card background. Okay, so if we were to go put that in right now, and I'm just going to put inside here, test. I'm going to say test. Okay, I'm going to my page. I'm going to map through each of the course cards by pulling it back in. Every key should be unique. This is very important. We get the unique value from the ID of the table, of the object from our Sanity backend. We pass the course in and we pass the href, which is /courses/course log. Now, if I do that, you see, I start getting the kind of things come through. This is good. It's very good. So Jay's been adding a couple of courses. They're pulling through. Amazing stuff. And by the way, because we added Sanity Live and we use Sanity Fetch from the live library, it is all real time. So if I was to change something on the backend and publish it, our users on the website would in real time see an update. That is amazing and very important for a couple of reasons, right? So we're going to our course card now. Now we're going to start filling it out. So the first thing I want to do is actually have the 1 minute. Let's have this bit. So we have this. So the height, and this essentially is going to be more for the pricing, the image, this top half. You see this top half right here. So, oops. I need my mouse to wake up. There we go. So in this case, we're going to have the top half right here. And then the second half will be this bit over here. All right. So this first div is going to be for the top half. So this div. Now here, we're going to say, if there is an image, we're going to render it. And then we're going to have a loader as well if we need it. Right. So in this case, we have the image, pull it in like so. This loader, we're going to go ahead and pull in from components UI loader, which we haven't set up yet, I don't think. So the loader we created, I believe. I'm just going to double check if I created that one. My loader, I get very lost in what I've done from previous builds sometimes. Okay, so yeah, the loader we created, I believe, because I don't think there is a loader in Shadcn. So Shadcn docs loader. No, there's no loader. Yeah, so we added it. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do that. So we're going to create a loader.tsx. Very simple loader. Essentially, it's like this. Takes two props, class name, size. We pass through the class name. If we want to style it anymore, we have three sizes: small, medium, large, which correlate to these being put out on the screen. And the default size is medium. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull that through like so. And then we have the URL for. Now you see this comes from Sanity lib image. Now what is that? That's essentially a helper file that automatically gets added when we set up Sanity. And this is very important because Sanity, when we store images, they get stored in Sanity's format. So in a lot of the time when we've used external packages, like, when we used to use Firebase or AWS in that kind of time frame, the dinosaur years ago, what we used to do is we had to create these custom helper files, which would allow us to have a URL that we can show on the screen. Sanity make this really easy because what we can do is we can simply use the URL for command, and then it basically just gives us a source URL. And what we do is we do .url to get the actual URL that we can show on screen. Okay, so we have that. Now, once that's down, what we can do is outside of this, we have the pricing and a couple of other things. So I want to add a little overlay gradient. So this is how we do an inset overlay gradient. And what do I mean by that? Well, really, you see there's a tiny little hue. Like, you see how there's a little gradient when I hover over it. That's called an inset, right? So in this case, that's that gradient. But then you can basically make it darker or less dark as you need to. And then we're going to have the pricing, which is going to be inline elemented into it, right? So here I have the pricing. Essentially, it's going to be absolutely styled. And the top one is relative. So we are relative here, so it will latch onto that. And then here we've got the span, which is the category name. So in this case, you see these category names, and then the bottom right, we will have the price. So we're gonna say if there's a price in course and the type is of number, then we show the price. And if the price is 0, it will be free. And if the price is something, we will show the pricing in US. Okay. So in this case, we're just using a native function to go ahead and do that. Now we've got an error at the top. Here, program. Okay, we can do it afterwards. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what's going on now. Invalid source prop. Yes, this is good. So because we're trying to use the Next.js image component to basically optimize the image rendering, what we need to do is we need to whitelist or basically enable certain host names from, rendering on screen. Otherwise, what could happen is there could be misuse on our website, any Next.js website, of optimizing images that we shouldn't be optimizing. So we have to tell it what is allowed to be optimized and what isn't. So by default, it just says everything shouldn't be optimized, as in we're not allowed. That's why it will error out like this. So what we say is we say images, and then what you do is you do remote patterns, and this will basically go ahead and give us, so inside of here, we have different things. We can now say host name, CDN Sanity, and then the protocol is HTTPS. Okay. And once you do that, this will go ahead and refresh. You see that it says detected changes in restarting the server. This will go ahead and hard trigger a reload. We go back here, and if we hit refresh again on the page, we should see that it now gets past this hurdle and will render our picture. Hey, look at that, guys. Boom. Love it. Right. And look at that. Just so clean. Right. So clean. Yo, Web Prodigies. What's up, dude? Good to see you. He goes, mad respect for doing this live. Yeah, man. It gets tough. It gets tough. But we've got like another 4 hours to go, I think. But yeah, I think yourself, Kobe with Antonio, you guys will know how this really goes down. It's a lot of work. But I appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing, man. And let's meet up in Dubai before you head back. All right. So in this case, unless you've already head back, but in this case, we've got all of the individual lessons down here. But now I want to obviously showcase it. I want to have the course title, all that good stuff here. Right. So all of this that we see here and so forth. Right. So let's go ahead and pop that in as well. I love the creator community. Honestly, we're all supportive of each other. Everyone's awesome, and we all know how much work it takes. That's the realness behind it. It's a crazy amount of work, and I think any creator in the space, hats off. Huge amount of effort goes into this. So here we have the bottom section, and once we add a little bit of padding, you can kind of start seeing where it's going to fly through. And you can tell you what, let's add the light mode in so you can see it a bit more. Okay. Here we have also, by the way, 400 likes. Bam. Amazing stuff, guys. I think that deserves a 2-second water break. Right. Also, the viewership's going up, so I'm going to bring the music up a bit. This is better. This is cool. Right. Again, 200 across platforms now. All right. So next step is we're going to have the H3 tag. Jay said no more water breaks because he knows what I'm like. So in this case, we got the course title. Again, large text, a bunch of stuff. When we hover over it, you can see it's just very subtle. Transition colors, I don't actually change the color, so I don't know if we need that, to be fair. And then we got the P tag for course description. Boom. And then you can see that pops in. Now, I do want to show a little dummy example of something which will impress you all, I hope. If you're not impressed, cut me some slack, guys. So React Native 101, I just want to show you the realness, the live stream by default. Live by default from Sanity, right? So if we go into our Sanity backend, and if we go into course content, for example, and I show you, for example, let's say React Native 101, and let's say I don't want to show React Native 101, right? I just want to show React Native Mastermind, or I don't know, whatever it is. Yeah? So in this case, React Native Mastermind, right? And then we click publish. Now watch this. I'm not doing anything, right? But the user on the right is going to automatically get revalidated, and it will load in that change. So, I mean, I hope it does if we've set everything up correctly. So what did I not do correctly? So I didn't do something correctly. You set the React basics. Jay, crazy. Yeah, thank you. React Native, React basics did change. Oh, there you go. React Native 1. Okay, so let's go back to 101. That would have thrown me off, yo. We'll do publish now. So look, and you see how it won't even do the layout shift. So look, keep an eye out. Look at that. Boom. It changed in real time. Why is that so important? Because your users are going to see live updates on the front end, right? So this is important stuff, right? For you want a modern website, modern test out, this is how we do it. Okay. So we've got the course description, a bunch of others. Now we've got the next chunk, which is more so the two parts to this. We've got the div here where we have the instructor. So in this case, it's going to be where the instructor lies, as well as the progress. So the progress is going to pop in underneath the instructor. So here, let's pop in the progress. All right, so this will be essentially the progress bar. And then underneath on top of the progress bar, we're going to have the actual, this. So the user URL, by Sonny Sangha, and then a little book emoji, right? Again, is it that difficult? No. All of the code for that is in the description. You can feel free to take it as you see fit. I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. So we're going to pop that in as well. And as you can see now, of course, if the course instructor exists, we render out simple flex box. The first part of the flex box is essentially this in a row, items centrally aligned. And then the second bit is that. Now, as you can see, where we have the text is by blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so justify between is what was doing the magic here. Justify between pushes this element. This between is what causes this to go on the right hand side. Okay. So yeah, there we have it. There we have the image as well, the loader as well. So now if I was to go ahead and refresh over here and we hit refresh, you guys can see, look, there you go. Yeah, nice, cool, awesome stuff, right? Already, I mean, look at that. It's just looking so nice, right? So we can go ahead and click into it. So if we click into this now, you see we don't have any of this stuff set up, but don't be fooled, right? This is way more ahead than you think, because now we can go ahead and someone goes, Adam goes, why is every single web project is Next.js? What's wrong with it? Is my question to you. Next.js is damn good, has a place for it, right? There's so many things that it takes off our plate, which makes us able to focus on the dev, which is what I really care about, right? So I want to add the progress bar, so that way later on we can essentially go ahead and, you know, use it, right? So I want to get us ready for that. So I'm going to create a component called course progress.tsx, and then here I'm going to go ahead and actually pull in, it's a client component. We need to import our Shadcn progress bar. So in this case, let's go undo Shadcn docs progress, right? And then we have this command. So let's go back over here, pow, pull it over here, chuck it in. So we're basically installing this. That'll go away. Libutils, that's weird. Oh no, that did import. It did import. Yeah. Hey Sonny, what's up? How are you, man? Thank you so much. Go there. I appreciate you. What's up? And we have a couple of things: progress, variant, size, show percentage, label, class name, and so forth. Now, of course, we've installed it. These are just saying that you're not using it. That's why it's erroring out. And the actual component itself is very, very simple. Here we have it. It's just a normal functional component. These are the props that we pass through. And basically, we're just essentially saying by default, space y of 2. Then we add in any class name for overriding style. And then basically, it's just this. Essentially, the progress bar is honestly handled by Shadcn. We just pass the value through. And by default, it automatically will actually animate and all that kind of stuff. Now, if I was to go ahead and pop this inside the course code, so if we uncomment this bit out now, and we pull that in, wait for it. Oh yeah, sorry. In this page, we shouldn't be seeing it, right? Because on the home screen, we shouldn't see it. Eventually, what we will have is when you click into your module. So let's go to my courses, for example. If I was signed in, so I'm going to sign into an account to showcase this off over here. And then let's click on continue. Abo, yo, what's up? He goes, amazing, awesome UI. Good job, Sonny. I appreciate you, Abo. Always coming in clutch. Look, now we got the course progress, right? And this course progress we reuse throughout. So it's going to basically be rendered throughout. So now what I want to do is, because we've already set ourselves up in a very good, this is what I recommend, right? You always code in a way that helps you out in the long term in terms of making life a bit easier. So in this case, reusable components, one of those things. So what we want to do is here where we have, for example, 0 to full stack hero, right? Search results. This is so easy to create now because we've already got reusable components. So let's create the search, right? So now we're going to start breaking apart our app in different areas, start getting things down. Then we're going to implement Stripe and do all this kind of stuff. So like I said, it's going to be a long build, but I'm here full of energy and I'm ready to go for like, I don't care how long this takes. I'm literally going to keep on going until it's built. So, search courses, let's go ahead and do that right now. So, all right. So here, so remember what we did here? So here, for example, if I type in React, hit enter, this will go to localhost. And what I want you to do is open up the sidebar in Arc. And what you should do, I mean, it's a little bit glitchy, this one. Like sometimes you have to kind of open up a new tab and then it will go ahead and give you the correct sidebar view. Otherwise, it doesn't always give you the sidebar view. I just find it weird, but yeah. And then, but now I can see that URL. So if I type in, for example, next, you see search, and then the query param is term equals next. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close that now. So we've got that. I just did that little inspect to see that. All right. So the query param. So what we need to do is we need to create a route for search. So what we do is we say app, and then there's a couple of things you can do inside. It's all inside of user. We're going to say /search. And now typically in the code that I've given you, I've done a term, which is a dynamic wildcard. Now, instead, I'm going to show you the server rendered route. So I'm changing it on the fly. I haven't prepared this part, so I'm literally doing it fly. We'll do page.tsx rfce. This is a search page. Right now, the term comes through here. So props come through here. And just to showcase it to you, if we highlight props and we go into here, for example, if I click save and I hit refresh, this will say search page, yeah? And if I go up here, can you see how here we have the page, the term, see term, and it's a promise, right? So the way we do this now is we actually have to go ahead and do, so say for example, we say const props, or let's just say search params equals props. But since Next.js 15, these are dynamic, right? So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and do async function. Now, if I was to do this, what you'll see is we have, oh guys, I made a big mistake actually as well. Before we carry on, this is very important actually. The server token for define live. So pause, let's go to our Sanity live. I completely missed a step here. So in Sanity live, we didn't set this up fully, my mistake. So for the client part here, to make it all work in the way that we need, what we need to do is underneath here. So we have browser token, fetch token, server tokens, and Stega, right? The server token, the browser token, we need to actually give certain tokens to it, right? So there's going to be a Sanity API token, right? So this one right here. And then this is going to be the one that we pass through here. So we're going to say token. And also for the browser token, we give that one as well. And then you can also do fetch options to be revalidate 0 and so forth if you really want to, okay? I'm not going to do that for now. I'm just going to keep it as this. And this token is the important part, right? So to get rid of that error that we saw, we have to go into our Sanity backend. Now, here's a little trick. If you don't know where to get the stuff you need, you can type in Sanity manage, I think it is. Sanity manage, is it this one? I think it's this, Sanity manage. Yes, Sanity manage will open up your project that you're working in. So a little hack. I only found out like literally an hour before I went live, but it's very handy. Right, so you do Sanity manage in the CLI and it will pop up in this. And now if you go to API, yeah, tokens, and I want you to go to add API token. And here I'm going to say, let's just call it the read only token. And we're going to say this is a viewer token. Okay. So the reason why it's read only is because we only want this one to be a read only token, period, right? We're going to have an admin client instance, which is going to have full access rights and so forth. But in this case, I'm going to click on save. I'm just going to hide my face for a second, hide the screen for a second, just while I get that token. So what it will do is it will give me the token like so, right? So it will give me the token. I copy the token. So like, for example, you see it says token. I copy that. And then what I do is, so I've copied it. I can go out of that now. I can go into my environment variables and I can now do this. So what I can do is I can say here, Sanity API token equals, and I can paste it in. Okay. So I can paste in that token. I can then go ahead and close my environment local file. And now it will pull through. And if we go back here now, what we see is if I was to clear the terminal, go back into this screen and I hit a refresh, no errors now. Aha, so that's perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Architect goes, always wanted to build this. Thank you, Sonny. This is a game changer for me. Now I'll go back to my BitLearn projects. Thanks to you. Amazing stuff. That's what I love, dude. Yeah, you can tell why I was waiting such a long time to get this out properly, because I just wanted the right tech stack to come along, and this was aced. All right, make sure you smash the like button. We almost have 500 likes, guys. This video is going to hit 250,000. I'm telling you now, it's going to hit 250,000 views. I'm telling you now. And then however much higher it goes, it's a win. But I already know it's going to hit 250,000 views. All right. So in this case, we've got the search params, but of course we need to define these prop types accordingly. So we have search types. Query, it's actually term. So term comes through. Now this is not actually how we write these anymore, right? So now we have to actually write promise, and then we have to give it a specific type accordingly. So I'll show you actually how we do this. So this is actually down to Next.js 15 form. If we go here, so we into the components form, go down here, search params. Okay, so that's actually the ideal type definition. Search params, promise, that's key like so. And then here we can get the term accordingly. Okay, so search params, sorry, 1 second, what was it? Await search params. So await props, and then we have to await the search params. Okay, so that's a promise as well. Is that the now you have to wait that. I don't think you can. Yeah, I prefer to do it this way. Okay. Then what we do is we say const term equals await search params.term. And okay, what am I doing? I'm doing some stupid mistake here. My brain's getting a bit fried. We have the promise, wait, get search results. Okay, I want to try their way for a second. Let's do search params. Go here, boom. Get search results. No. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we're basically awaiting search params. Well, awaiting that first, and then the query itself has a. So we're just gonna say this is the term, and now we can say search term, and make that JSX, and let's see. Okay, there you go. So if we type in, for example, hello, there you go. Cool. So we get the term like so. Okay. Now with this term, we can go ahead and say get the course that we're searching for. So if we go into search input, sorry, not search input, the search page. So I'm trying to we need search courses. So I need to create a search courses helper. So inside of here, Sanity lib courses search courses.ts. Okay. Now this is going to be a helper file, which will look something like this, where we basically take a term and then we basically do a grok query on the search query. Okay, so we get the search query, we define a query, and we're basically doing a little match statement. This is grok syntax. So we're saying where the title might match the term, or the description might match the term, or the category, once expanded, the name aspect might match the term. Okay, term plus anything in front of it. Cool. And then we say expand all the fields when you return the response. Okay. And then what we do is we say const return result equals search query. And then this is not going to be this, it's going to be .data. And again, highlight over it, any. So what do? We go back here and we say PM TypeGen. Okay. Again, the reason why you have to do that step right now, just so you're aware, is it's in beta, right? I can guarantee you it won't be long before that's part of like a automatically filled in thing, right? It will definitely be something which we can, which will be there in the long run, which will help us out. If we highlight over this now, it still says data. Did I save the file? I don't know if I saved the file. TypeGen. Sometimes you have to close it out. Search courses term, pull this in. this is undefined. So we need to say if no term, no search term provided. Otherwise, oh, you know, we can even redirect. If you gave no search term, we can just redirect to the beginning screen. String is not assigned. What is this? What is the type term? Term is striped string. Yeah, or we need to say if it's not of type string. And then we've got the search term, and then we can say console log courses. Right, so in this case, console log courses. I just want to check. Again, this is all server rendered. So I got 3 files, yeah. So go back into search courses now. I probably didn't save it. So if you go here, courses there, yeah, search query result. You should always see that. Lucas, I appreciate you so much. He goes all the way from Brazil, sending much love to you, Sonny. Hashtag Papa Fam for life. That's what I'm talking about, man. What's up, Turi? I see you. Right, so in this case, save, go back. And then we've got the courses down. So now if I go over here, look at this. So type in React and search. Ah, look, we got search results. Whoa, hey, look at that, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. That's the results. We got the actual search terms and stuff. So server rendered page, right? So now we've got the course results. So on this page now, we can get and we can actually decode the URI component here as well. So we can actually say decoded term equals this and render that instead, because it could have the percentage 20 signs and so forth. Also, we just ran out of the music. So I'm going to pick Jay's tracks now. So give Jay some love and smash that like button if you like his music. It's about to come on right now. This is more Jay's track. I feel like it gets me more hyped, but we can see for ourselves. I watched you last 3 years ago. Damn, where you been? Someone goes, Sonny, bro, I'm here. I think the stream is, there we go. There we go. Someone says time is finishing. No, it's not finishing. We're good. Next. So in this case, I just want to check something as well. Okay, cool. Now we have this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to render out the course cards and so forth. So a couple of things. Firstly, we're going to go ahead and put in these. The man who lit a fire of coding from, yo, I love that, dude. Cause you know why I appreciate that so much? Because I had somebody who did that for me when I was 17 years old. But the fact I did it for you, Jay, screenshot that. Sonny Sangha, the man who lit a fire of coding for me, Planet. That is awesome, man. I appreciate you. Right. So in this case now, we're going to go ahead and Jay, you're so jokes. You're so funny. All right, so in that case, we've got the search page. Sorry, guys, I'm getting distracted. Right, we're going back in. And then we're going to basically render out the course card beneath it. So again, all of this is inside the GitHub repo. So I'm going to pop it in right here. Boom. We have this. Now, a couple of things. Firstly, search is a Lucid icon. Course card we already built. Now, why is this so important that we did it like this? So now if I go here, so look, so we've already set this up. It says no courses found at the moment for this. But if I was to go ahead and do, for example, React, let's have a look. 2 courses for React. Amazing. And you see how it just rendered the results directly in? We didn't have Next because we don't have one called Next. Okay, so we have a like JavaScript mastery. So 0 to full stack hero. If I type that in, 0. There you go, guys. Look at that. We have a full, dynamically search. This is amazing. This works perfectly, right? And then what we can do is we can even check that it's got padding as well. Amazing stuff. Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted, right? If you type in React again, just to try. You see we hit it, server component, server rendered. Awesome stuff. And you see how it doesn't re-render that? Amazing. And as well, if we try and search empty here, it just throws you back, right? Or you can even disable that, to be honest, right? But anyway, that's cool. Cool, so search page is done. Now we're going to do the product page because we're naturally incrementing up from it. So now if I click into this, we have a 404, but what we should be seeing is this page right here. So we should be seeing this page now with the loader and everything like that. So this page now, the loader aspect of it, and then we're slowly dialing in. So we're making very good way right now because I can actually see the acceleration of what we're doing. And then we will have this sort of buying flow and all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, it's a stamina game right now. right? So courses, gonna go into app user. Yeah, it's in user. So users all the public facing stuff. So we need to make a courses slug field. So in this case, I'm gonna go to a courses / dynamic wildcard, so slug, right? So in this case, we made a folder within a folder, page.tsx, rfce, boom. And this is going to be the course page essentially. So this one is actually going to be called course page. Yeah, so course page. Okay. And now we shouldn't get an error. We should just see course page. There you go, course page. Nice. Hey, we've got Aiden Joshi in the house. He's actually the winner of the previous challenge. Killer coder as a kid. Absolutely awesome stuff. Guys, we're almost at 500 likes. Keep smashing that like button. We're almost there, right? So a few things. This course page will have some params. The params for this one are different because you see, this is not a query param. It's a / dynamic wildcard. Dynamic wildcard because it's a square bracket notation here, which means essentially any URL that we come through here, the value of it, the end part will be stored in slug. Okay, so what we can do here is we can essentially say async, we say const slug equals await params. Okay, and then oops, params. And this comes through as the params, and we give this the course page params. Okay, so we say course slug equals await params. And now, for example, if you were to go ahead and say course page slug, you can test for yourself, and you should see course page 0 to full stack hero. Okay, so that's essentially how we would do a lot of these things in the beginning. Respect for not falling and shifting to the AI hype. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. Yes, I'm building this today, but I am big on the AI train. Doesn't mean that I'm falling for the AI hype. I still want to show you the hardcore coding from ground up. But do I use AI in my day to day? Yes. Do I believe there's a massive potential for AI agents? Yes. Challenge coming up. Does it include AI? Yes, because it doesn't mean that I'm falling in the hype, but it means that you will fall behind if you don't leverage AI to stay up to date. That's the honest truth. But yeah, I totally get what you're saying, right? So at this point, we've got the, what we need to do now is we need to get 3 things out of this, right? We've got the slug. We also need to fetch the course by slug, and we need the user's ID, okay? So a couple of things here. So get course by slug. We need to create this helper function. I'm going to go into my courses. Do you know what? I'll do it this way. We're going to my Sanity lib courses, and I'm going to create a get course by slug.ts. Cool. Now, get course by slug is going to be a helper function similar to what we did before, right? Same thing. We have a Sanity fetch and define query. The actual query itself, all we're doing is we're basically checking for type course. Slug current equals the slug that we passed through, get the first value back, and we expand all the reference fields, including nested ones. So you see, modules is an array, and for every single module, we're expanding the lessons themselves. So we see how we can even do nested ones like this. And again, hovering over it says any. So we got to go back over here, and we need to use PM. Oh, need to save the file. Make sure you save the file before you do it. Last time it was 3 grok queries. We should see 4 grok queries after that's done. Once that's done, we can go ahead and pull this in. So like so, get course by slug, and then await auth over here is going to come from Next.js server from Clerk. Yeah, and you see how all these things play together. Look, I just knew it. 4 grok queries, amazing stuff. This will have the type definition. Bam! Everything is live and working as it is, right? Yep, Yatish, we've got a challenge coming up. Amen. Your boy is not slowing down. I am dialed in with this, right? We're going to have a little bit of a code check to do afterwards here. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in here. So this is something that I'm going to add as a to do, right? And basically we're going to implement the is enrolled in course. So this will be a little check that we do afterwards to see, are they already enrolled in the course and so forth. Now, if there is no course, we're going to go ahead and say that there was no course found. So I'm going to just style it slightly saying course not found. So you got, it says course not found. And then after that, we just render out the section essentially, right? So we've got the div that will get pulled out here. So the div over here, and then we have the hero section, which is the first chunk. So this is the hero section. And then underneath this, we have quite a hefty chunk here. So again, I will keep repeating it. The code is available for absolutely free. Go and get it. Fill out the email, go and get it. Because I don't want to have to spend ages on these parts, because I just don't feel like you're going to get huge value prop if I run into these parts again. I want to rather focus on the main chunks. But here's the hero section. I'll do it a little bit for here with the course image, and then we have a bit of a nested kind of one. So let's pull this in. This is freaking out because of this. We need to pull in our URL hopper and so forth. And you can see like right now, look at that. This little inset is where we have these two divs, right? So again, you see if we were to go into a separate one now, for example, HTML basics, you can see like we get this lovely little backend sort of view here. Okay, so, which is lovely, right? Very, very nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Really dark. Look at that. Oof, just so clean, honestly, right? So underneath the div here, so inside of here, we're going to have the link tag, which says back to courses. So we're going to pop this in, boom, and then arrow left, like so. And it's going to say back to courses. See that? And yeah, so I think at this point, after the arrow to courses, so here, this is the chunk that I'm going to pop in and explain. Right, so this bit here. This bit. So you can pause, really look at how I styled it for mobile responsiveness and so forth. But the main thing really is categories, title, description. And this section here is the price. If it's 0, it will be free. Otherwise, it will show the US price. Now, we're doing everything in US pricing. The enroll button is the more important part. Again, we need to implement that once we do the buy flow. So we're going to comment that out for now. But again, here you see, like we've got the HTML basics. Let's go, for example, to 0 to full stack hero. So you can see now 0 to full stack hero, 99. And then we'll have an enroll button here. So this is what it should look like. And if we already have the course, it will say access course, which when we click it, will take us to the user's dashboard, which again, we need to create all of this, right? So this is essentially what we're going to build. Like this next bit is the content section. Okay. So on the mobile, and then again, back to courses. Yeah, we can keep this in dark mode. I kind of like dark mode. I think it's just such a slick UI. Again, really nice. Right, we can also add in the loading UIs and stuff. Loading is very easy, honestly, to add those in. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 outside of here. Okay, now we've got the content section. So this content section is going to be a... Okay, so this bit's a bit of a chunk. All right, so we've got a container. The container is, by the way, I just want to show you, the container has max width constraints. You remember what I talked about those things? So it's actually something I've come to use way more now, is you see like how it contains it in that maximum width constraint. The container just does that for us. So it makes that whole flow a lot easier. So I just use containers way more now. It's just so much easier. And instead of writing max width, making sure every breakpoint is set, you could just use container, right? I kind of skipped over that when I was doing that, to be fair. But yeah, it's a very important thing. Cool. So next step is the main div and sidebar. So where we have, what am I doing right now? I'm doing this bit, this entire chunk, this bit here, right? So we're going to have all of that inside of the following grid container. So that grid columns 1, otherwise it's going to be grid columns 3. Then we have the main content, which is going to be this chunk right here. So the main content is going to be this chunk, and then we have the sidebar. So I'm going to show you what we've done. So main content is here. Main content, this bit. So we got the large column on large screen, spans 2. This is the course content and so forth. Book open. Let's just pull that in right now so it stops erroring out. All this is doing is it pulls through the course modules. And this is so good because the way we've set everything up, the course is safely typed, so we can safely access. That's why we don't see any errors here. We've got the module itself, the module ID, we map through it. The module name And then you can see what we're doing is mapping through each module, and then we map through each lesson to render this lesson list. So it's just so clean. And then we have a lesson index +1 to automatically show this. And remember what I talked about, if you reorder the lessons, it will actually reorder here. That fully is intact as well. So if we were to go into localhost/studio, like here, for example, if I was to rearrange the e-commerce app to above, or let's just say move these builds around. So I'm gonna swap the e-commerce and the ticket marketplace in SaaS. So let's go to our studio. And let me show you. So let's go to, this is 0 to full stack hero. Let's go to 0 to full stack hero, edit course contents, module 1. So you can see that module 1, it's very natural as well. That's the one thing I love. So that very, very natural. We go in here. And let's say, for example, e-commerce app, I want to swap it with ticket SaaS place, right? Publish. And look, I have not done any, I'm not hitting refresh, my hands are here. Look, you see how it automatically just reorganized and it became the second module. That's nice, right? That is clean as hell. That is really nice. That deserves a like, right? So all these kind of things, keep it really, really clean and so forth. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that as well. Okay, so in this case, we've got those bits in. Now we want to implement the sidebar. The sidebar, again, is very simple little chunk here. It's going to be a div. And then we're going to have the main chunk of it, which is essentially just, this really is nothing special. It's just this, right? So it's just a bunch of nested styling to get it in place. So really, that is what we've done right there. So this down to here, it's essentially, if there is a course instructor, we show a div with the course instructor photo, and then we have everything inside. Edgar Robles, never been live before. Hey, welcome to the stream, right? And then you see, we just pull out the image, we pull out the course instructor's name and their bio, okay? And just like that now, they'll either go underneath it or they'll go to the side of it. Cool. So I think now what we can do is, my courses comes afterwards, we need the enroll button, okay? So we need the enroll button to be built now. So here, the enroll button. So we're going to create the enroll button inside of here. So enroll button.tsx rfce, boom, right? So here we have the enroll button. Now the enroll button is here. So enroll button takes a couple of things. It takes two props, course ID and is enrolled, right? So these are the two things we need. It's going to be a client component because we've got some interactivity inside of it, right? And then we have a few things that we need to tap into. Well, firstly, we need the user's authenticated state. So we need the use user hook from Clerk. So there we go. We've got the use router hook from Next Navigation, not Next Router. I stress it because a lot of people slip there. And use transition from React, because we're going to have some loading states. I love that. Edgar Robles goes, the famous J, you guys go crazy, I can't keep up. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Our team is ace, man. But it's all because of you guys, the Papa fam. Amazing stuff. That is awesome. So at this point now, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to have a handle enroll function. So we're going to call that one when the user clicks the button. So handle enroll will get triggered off. The button itself, let's just firstly get the button looking kind of clean. So here I'm going to have sign into enroll or enroll now if you're logged in, right? So in this case, this firstly is going to be a button. Now you can use, again, the Shadcn button. I'm just going to start in this sense. So firstly, I want to put this on the screen here. So enroll button is enrolled right now. We don't have the value yet. So I'm going to have this here for now. And just by default for now, I'm just going to say is enrolled false. Okay, just to have, yep. So that way you can see it enrolled now. And then what we'll do is, this is a to do for us. Here, what we're going to have is the enroll now and so forth. I'm going to have is pending as well. So for example, if the is pending is true, we're going to have a little spinner. Okay. If I was to click it, it would trigger handle enroll and it will handle it so forth. Now the styling itself, again, this, so where we got the styling? So here, really. Yep. So what I want to do is I want to have my own styling here, and we've just got some conditional styling based on if is pending is true. So basically this is the base styling we've done. Is pending. So if, for example, if you're not logged in, it'll be a grayed out sort of look with the cursor not allowed, saying sign in to enroll. Otherwise it will be the black background, right? And again, all of this is supported in light mode and dark mode and so forth, right? Now, the next step is to have, but also, so a few things I haven't done. So the main button is this, right? If you are enrolled, I'm going to render a different button. So I'm going to render a link to the course. So if you are enrolled, we're going to return a link with the base styling with the check circle icon and so forth. So let's just test that out. If we say enrolled true, and you can see the access course. So that's going to be our logic gate, essentially, where we determine how they're, where they flow through. And then we're going to have, if it's loading for whatever reason, we're going to show a loader. So if the user is loaded, or if the user hasn't loaded or is pending, we're going to show a loader. So that way, while it's loading the information about if they're authenticated or not, or if they've got enrolled to the course or not, then that's going to be the case. Now, when you actually enroll in the course, we're going to use a start transition hook. Now, start transition is a very underrated, powerful hook. Everyone should know about it, right? All you do is you wrap any asynchronous effort inside of the start transition, and while it's executing, is pending will be true, and while it's finished, it will be false. That's really handy for many reasons, right? So in this case, we can have our try catch block inside of it. And what we're going to do here is we're going to essentially go ahead and what's going on here? Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and do cancel that out. Right, so this is obviously freaking out because we haven't got create Stripe checkout yet. But what we're essentially going to do is when we click handle enroll, we're going to be creating a Stripe checkout session, which is dynamically creating the checkout session based on the current price and details of the course. This allows us to create a dynamic LMS where basically if we change the price at any moment, the payments will still flow. So we can change the price to 1,000 tomorrow or £5, whatever you want to do, and it'll create a custom checkout with the most up-to-date price for that user. This means that if we keep changing prices and stuff, it will just simply come in as a, it will still be under the same title, but it'll just be a different price. It'll be reflecting the most up-to-date recent price. Okay, so we need to create this action afterwards. That's a server action. But yeah, so basically the main gist of it is done here. We needed two things. The first one is the handle is enrolled in course. Now we can actually create this because this follows no different logic to what we've currently done. So I'm going to create the is enrolled in course helper right now. That goes inside of a student lib folder. So student lib inside of here, we're going to say is enrolled in course.ts. And this one is simply a grok, it's two grok checks. Okay. So what we're doing is the simple pulling in grok stuff. And here I'm just showing you an example of, we can do define query or we can do grok. Again, doesn't matter. As long as you use one of those, it will do the TypeGen work for us. So this is going to do two things. Firstly, remember a student is stored with a custom student ID. And then part of them is the part of their attributes in their let's call it their record in the schema in the database, sorry, is going to be the clerk ID. So what we actually need to do is we need to query to find the user based on the clerk ID, get the student, otherwise we throw an error. So in this case, look, we firstly get the student using the clerk ID. So we search for the student where the clerk ID matches. And then we basically, that's fetched. If there's no student, we say, whoa, no student was came back. Then we check if they're enrolled. So in this case, we basically go ahead and check if the student reference matches the student ID and the course reference matches the course that we're inquiring for. And then at this point, we do a double bang. And if you don't know what this is, you can literally use, this is what I love Cursor about, right? So you can say, explain the double bang syntax here. And if you do a quick question, so I'm going to do option enter, this will literally give you a breakdown of what it means. So it's double negation operator that converts a value to its Boolean equivalent. The first converts the value to a Boolean and inverts it, and the second inverts it back. So this is a quick way of saying, for example, if this is present, it will set it to true. Okay, so little things like this, when you're coding by yourself, there's a little tip that I want to kind of give you. So this will obviously return data, and again, we have to run TypeGen to get the data. But if we just want to say, is it there or not, we can do a double bang. And that will basically convert it to a Boolean and then back to the original value. So this will just represent true. All right, so if it was there, then we say, yeah, something came back. which is enough for me to know that there's an enrollment. So we can run our TypeGen. Now we can go back. We can basically say this. We can say if the user is logged in and the course is there present, we can check, and then this will be is enrolled is true if there's an enrollment. Now this will be any for now while it's TypeGenning. There you go, TypeGen's worked, and now it's gone through, and we have is enrolled, which pulls through here. Create Stripe checkout is our next section. So we're making good leeway. So in this case, what are we, 3 hours, 20 minutes in? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're almost at 500 likes. Let's keep going, guys. All right, so create Stripe checkout. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and create our first action. Okay, so this is our Stripe part. So we're now going to go ahead and access the payment portion of the build, right? So Stripe is a payment processor. We're going to be using it today to get this done. So typically you would have to create an API route and all this kind of palaver. Now in Next.js 15 and above, if we go to the top level, create a folder called actions, we're just going to create a server action. So we're going to say create Stripe checkout.ts, and at the top we say use server. This is known as a server action. Okay, couple of things. If you haven't already known this trick, Command Shift P and type on, oh god, perplexity, god damn it. If you just do Command P and then you do the little crocodile face and then you say TypeScript, say select TypeScript version. If you do use workspace version, it will catch more errors applicable to your workspace. So you see how it caught an error down here. So whatever this error was, oh, I mean, that was the same error, but anyway. Yeah, so a prime example is if use server is not at the top and there's something else above it, it will freak out and it'll say, whoa, 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 it needs to be at the top. All right, so those are just a couple of things which can help you out. Now, a couple of details that we need to do. We need 2 helper functions before we can carry on. One, we need the base URL lib assistant. So in this case, we're going to call one called base URL.ts. This is a very simple function. All it essentially does is it says, if we're in a production environment, use the Vercel production URL. Otherwise, use the next public base URL. Next public base URL we have to define. So if I go into my environment.local, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to create one for Next.js now. So I'm going to say base URL, and this one's going to be localhost 3000. And this one, I'm just going to say that this is for example, Next.js. Okay. So this is for my local, right? And you can set that up. And the reason why I was setting that one up is because if you changed it, I don't know, you say you're on 3001 for whatever reason, you can change that. But the Vercel project production URL is important because sometimes when you push to preview URLs, it can cause a little bit of hassle, but you could use that if you want. But yeah, just something to factor in. This will give you the shortest URL that Vercel will go ahead and give you for, right? That is in the production one. And this is assuming obviously you're pushing to Vercel, which I am. Okay, so in this case, we've done that. So we've got the base URL as is. So we've got that. The next bit is we need Stripe. So in this case, we're going to have a similar helper function like so from Stripe. So we need to create that right now. So inside of lib, I want to say stripe.ts. Now the same applies here. What we're going to do is we're going to do a install on Stripe. So Command J, pm Stripe. This will install Stripe into our code. Little quick water break. And now we have Stripe inside. So what we're going to do now is we need Stripe secret key. So here, firstly, we need to import Stripe as needed. So boom, import Stripe from Stripe. If we don't have the Stripe secret key, get one. And then we basically invoke it accordingly. Right now, this API version might have changed from you, but what you can do is you simply put brackets and it'll give you it. Okay. And that'll give you the latest version. So in this case, at the time of this recording, that was the latest version. Probably will be different if you're watching a replay. No, I haven't used that, to be honest. Right. So in this case, we've covered it in the coaching call though. But in this case, if I close this now, Stripe checkout, where we have our variables. Now, of course, that will fail because we don't have a Stripe secret key. So how do we get our Stripe secret key? Well, we head over to Stripe. So we go to Stripe. And then we go over to the dashboards. So I believe it's one of my dashboards. Let's just see, for example, okay, so I need to actually log into my dashboard right now. So I'm just going to log into Stripe. So you can create an account with Stripe. Again, self-explanatory for that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually log into a separate bit for Stripe. So I already have an account for Stripe. So I'm already in the Stripe account here. And you can see I've got a bunch of dummy accounts. So in this case, I can create a new account. So let's go ahead and call this one LMS YouTube, create. And then what you can do is this will set up a new Stripe account for us. And then in here, what you can do now is you've got your publishable key and your secret key. So what I want you to do is in your environment file, we're going to create 2 of these. So we're going to have our, oh my God, oh, sorry, I had a big yawn. So in this case, we're going to go here and we're going to go to our environment file. So local, and here we're going to go ahead and say, boom, Stripe, like so. And then we've got some keys, right? So in this case, I want to, firstly, I want to make it so, okay, well, that's annoying. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm going to invalidate. Jay, remind me to invalidate at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and get my publishable key and my other key. So in this case, I can get my next Stripe. And to be honest, there's documentation for all of this. So if you just go to view docs or to developers, we can do it there as well. But if you do view docs, this will actually give you the entire thing on a plate in the document. I'm not going to go searching for it. To be honest, all you need is this. So you can do next public Stripe publishable key. And then we're going to do Stripe secret key. Okay. Now the publishable key we take here. So what we do is we pop that in, and then the secret key we pop in. Yeah. Cool. So in that case, we got our keys like so, publishable, Stripe secret, and there we have it. So that's our keys done. We're also going to need one more, and this one is actually for the webhook secret. And I've got a little helper URL here for us. So for this one, we need to basically, once we set up our webhook, the Stripe webhook secret, very important key, right, for later on. So now our Stripe secret key will not be invalid, and we should be able to continue on very nicely. So at this point, we have our create Stripe checkout, which we can continue on with. So let's go over to our function. So here we have it, export async, Stripe checkout, course ID, user ID. And then we start doing what we need to. So step 1, we're going to query the course details from Sanity, right? Sonny, these projects are absolutely incredible. I've been following along with several of the recordings and just finished the chat to PDF project now. Thank you so much, dude. It takes a ton of work. So every comment like that, I massively appreciate all of you. So I really thank you so much, right? So in this case, we're going to firstly get the course details from Sanity. We need to create our helper function, get course by ID. Now, of course, we have our nice little structure here. So we're going to go over to our Sanity lib, and we've got our courses helpers. We're going to say get course by ID.ts. Now, again, it's no different from what we've done before, guys. In this instance, it's just going to be the same thing. Get course by ID. Yeah, we have the get course by ID query. We define the query where we pass in. We're basically querying for all courses where the ID matches the ID we pass in. We're expanding all the fields. We do our fetch, and then this is going to be any until we run our until we run our npm TypeGen. Okay. So again, let that do its thing in the background. Go back over here, import this in. Cool. We have our course now, which will get type checked soon. So in a second, this will come back with the value. So this is any at the moment, but not too long. This will go ahead and change into, yep, there you go. Get course by query ID result. There you go. And then the most important part here really is more, we need the Clerk user. Now, this one is interesting because what we're doing is, so I'll show you what we actually do. So this one is, we need to firstly get the Clerk client, right? Now, I didn't know we could do this initially, but when we're on the server, what we can actually do is we can get access to all of the Clerk users by using Clerk client from Next.js server .users.getUser, and we pass in the ID of the user who is signed in. This will basically give me all the users from Clerk. This will get the specific user. And now from that information, we can get certain things like the email address, first name, last name, image URL, and so forth. And what this does is it prevents me from having to go into Clerk's dashboard and add in a session session claims, right? So I don't have to mess around with session claims. I can literally just go ahead and get the information this way on the server, which saves me a bunch of work, and it basically works, right? So that's how we do it. Then we have an email address that gets passed through. And obviously this is assuming that all of our signups are supportive of email address. If you didn't do, you'd say you just did sign in by phone, stuff will obviously change, right? So you just got to use common sense there. If email address or the course is not found, we throw some errors. And then what we're going to do is, this is what I was talking about before. So remember, there are two steps. There is a step where if the user is not created, what we can do is step one. You can tap into the Clerk webhook, where basically when a user signs up, updates, logs in, whatever the case, you can synchronize the user in your database. That's a pretty robust way, but I'm showing you another way because that is a way that a lot of tutorials may show you now. Doesn't mean they're wrong. That's a great way, by the way, right? I'm also showing you another way you can do it, where basically I'm not creating that synchronization at all until a user decides to enroll in the course, right? So it's kind of an additional little step that I'm doing. But basically I'm making it so unless you're about to enroll in the course, we're just not going to create a place for you in the database. You can see it as you want, right? But as in this case, I'm going to create this little helper function. So this is going to look something along the lines of this. Create student if not exists, right? So what we're going to do now is going to go into Sanity student, create student if not exists.ts, right? Now this function is going to be similar to what we've done before. It's going to be the following. So it's going to be a create student if not exist function, takes the following props, and then we basically have to set up something called an admin client. Now, what is the admin client? It's an instance of Sanity that has admin privileges. And why do we need that? We need that whenever we basically write to the database. However, we do not want to give the client ever admin privileges, right? The only thing, all of our admin privilege should be through server interactions. So it all happens from the server side only. So how do we do this? Well, a couple of things. First, we check if the student exists. If the student already exists, we simply return the existing student. Okay, so this is how we do it initially. Otherwise, if no student exists, we're going to create a new student. So how do we do that? We essentially do it like so. So if no student exists, we do client.create and we pass in the following values. And this will basically create a new student. I'm logging out a bunch of details in the midst of everything, but this will not work if we try and use our current client. So we need to create an admin. Like if you try to use the live client, it just won't work. Right? Matthew's got, yo, Sonny, what's up, dude? Right. So in this case, we need to create something called an admin client. Okay. So what am I going to do? We have our client here. I'm just going to copy and paste the client. And I'm going to call this one admin client. And the only difference with the admin client is two things. Well, firstly, we need to update two of these for later on. So actually, no, we won't touch that yet. Right. I'm going to update it later on. We're basically going to go ahead and add in for the admin client, a token. So in the admin client, we've got here a token, and this token is essentially just going to be for the admin read and write and everything like that. So this token we need to set in our environment variables. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my environment variables, and I'm going to say inside of Sanity API admin token. Now, what is the admin token? Well, how do we get that? So let's go ahead and just before I do anything there, I want to go into, remember our little trick, we can do Sanity manage. Yeah, like so. Okay. Now Sanity manage will pull up Sanity. We can open it full screen, come open to here. And now I'm going to go into my API, and I'm going to go into tokens, and I'm going to go into add API token. I'm going to call this one admin token. Okay. And I can call it, you can really give this like kind of read and write access. Deploy Sanity Studio and GraphQLs, read and write drafts. Let's do developer. Okay, so developer, and we're going to click on save. Now, what I'm going to do next is this will pop up with the token value. I'm going to copy this token value. I'm going to go ahead and basically go back into my code now. So I've copied this value, go back into my code, back into my environment variables. And now here, admin token, paste. So now you see I have a read token and and an admin token. My admin token is the one that will have this admin access. Okay, so now go back into create a student if not exists, and here we can go ahead and just fetch from our admin client, right? Sometimes I just do that little trick to get it to kick in, and now we have the admin client which can create records in the database. Cool. Head back over to our Stripe checkout, and now we can import this like so, right? So at first, let's head back over to create Stripe. Okay. Now, if there's no user, we say user is not found. So at any point, if that failed, okay, then that's a valid reason to abort there, because you either failed at fetching a user or it failed at basically, it failed at a completely wrong step. So you have to fix that. That's a valid reason to stop. Otherwise, but the second step is to validate the course data. And if so, get the price accordingly. So validate course data and prepare price for Stripe. So if there's no course price or the course is not equal to 0, course price is simply not set. Otherwise, get the course price in cents, because when we charge inside of Stripe, what we essentially are doing is we charge in the sub currency. So if it's like $9.99, it would be the sub currency. So you would have to times it by 100 to get the cent amount for that, right? So we always charge in sub currency in Stripe. Now, there is going to be a step here where if the course is free, we have to create a free enrollment, right? So if the price in cents is 0, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and basically bypass the entire Stripe checkout and create the enrollment, right? So the enrollment would essentially allow them to go through. Payment ID is free. We're going to create the enrollment, and then we just redirect them to the course page themselves. So we're going to create enrollment because we're going to need that anyway later on. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to it was actually in course. Yep, it was this one. So we say create course, and it will be in here. Create enrollment.ts. Now for enrollment, what we're doing is we're going ahead and saying okay, so here enrollment takes 4 props: student ID, course ID, payment ID, and amount, right? We create the enrollment, which is again admin client, because we are doing a create function. So what we do here is type enrollment, we add the student and we reference that student, we add the course, we reference the course ID, the payment ID, which will be free, the amount, and enrolled at the timestamp. Okay, so once we've done that, we go back over here, we can import the create enrollment. That would essentially, all we're essentially using to determine enrollment is basically if you're signed up to a course or not, is if there is an enrollment record of your student account, right? So in this case, is Sonny enrolled to 0 to Full Stack Hero? Well, if there's an enrollment saying Sonny is linked to 0 to Full Stack Hero, then yes, he bought it, right? So that's essentially how we do it. Okay. This also means that on the backend panel, if somebody wanted to grant access to anyone, say for example, I want to give Jay free access to React Basics 101. I can do that from the admin panel by creating an enrollment of Jay with 0 to Full Stack Hero and then save it. Okay. And I could just say free. That's the price, right? So in that case, we've covered that corner. So that would be if it's free. If it's not free, then what we do is we proceed on. So we basically will say, get some of the details from the course. So the title, description, image, and slug. And then what we do is we create and configure a Stripe checkout session with the course details. So what we're doing here, guys, is we essentially go into course session, con session equals await Stripe checkout sessions create. And in here, we pass in a bunch of options. Okay. So the first thing, I'm gonna keep it actually simple for the beginning, is we've got the mode, which is payment, the success URL, which is the slug.current, the slug.current, and so forth here. Why is this one freaking out? Slug is supposed to be undefined. I did catch that before. Oh yeah, sorry. So we forgot to actually do that. After this check, we need to say if any of the details are missing, course data is incomplete. So this is the first thing. Once you succeed in your Stripe checkout, we redirect them back here, right? Once you cancel it, we redirect over here, and you can, I haven't implemented cancel true, but you can do that, right? Feel free to add in toast notifications, whatever you want based on that. Then we have metadata, which is the course ID and user ID in case you want to use it down the line. Now, the most important part is the line items. This is where we essentially have the product data that we're charging the user for. So the first line item and the only line item is essentially the one with all of the information. So what, firstly, is quantity is 1, right? So we're buying one of the product, and then we add in the price data. So we're charging everything in USD. So currency is USD. We add in URL for Sanity lib, product data, name, description, images, and then this is the session. Okay. Now, once this is done, what we do is we return the checkout session to the user. Okay. So over here, we return the checkout session for the client. Now, this entire thing should really be wrapped in a try catch, right? Because something could have gone wrong here. So we're going to wrap the entire execution of this in a try catch. And what we're going to do is that for whatever reason, at any point, if it failed, we say error in create Stripe checkout, throw a new error, failed to create Stripe checkout session. Cool. So the goal of this action is this server action is it will create a Stripe checkout and return us a simple URL, which we are on the front end redirect the user to. So where do we call this? We call this from Enroll button. Okay. So back at Enroll button now, we can import create Stripe checkout, and you see this URL. If the URL comes back, we push the user to that page. So if we did everything correctly, then we are good to go. So let's go ahead and give this a try. So you can see it's loading while we initially get the user's enrolled state. Click enroll now. And right now in the backend is creating a Stripe checkout, and it will redirect us to that page. And you can see it pulled the image, the title, the price, and the description, and everything accordingly into this. Now I just want to check one thing, so I don't want to expose something. Okay. Now, in order to do this next part, what we want to do is the success URL. Remember, we did create Stripe checkout. So firstly, well, hey, I just completely skipped over that. That worked. That's awesome. So in this case, we have the success URL to go through to that course, right? So let's just go ahead and put in sunnyabc.com. Now, whenever you test Stripe payments, there's a couple of dummy payment numbers we can use. The one that we want to use is 424242 and so forth, right? So it's just 4242. Make sure that this is in the future, 123, and this can be anything ABC. It's a dummy payment, right? We can click on pay, and it's dummy because it says test. So we can go ahead, we got Steven in the house. We go ahead and click on pay. And now what we should see is this payment goes through, and on Stripe, we would have seen a payment. And then you see we've gone back here. Now, of course, nothing actually happened, right? Where did we create an enrollment? It wasn't free, so it didn't get created. But if we go over to Stripe and we check and we refresh, we should see a payment now has gone through. So we go over on LMS, and you can see, look, whoa, we just got a payment of 99. Okay, why did that charge Durham? Let's see if we go to balances, transactions. As you can see, $99. Yeah, there we go. So in this case, we've got $99 and everything in the midst. I just want to check one thing as well. So, give me 1 minute, guys. So in this case, okay, cool. I want to show you this. So you can see we've got the payment went through, right? The email address, the customer has been charged, and you can see that the items as well. So if we go to what's it called, transactions, you can see that the item as well, and you can see that different, the item itself and everything like that. I created a product for it, but the main thing is you see a payment has processed, right? So we go to home, and it will say gross volume. That's actually incorrect. That should be 99. That's correct. That's $99 in Durham. Yeah, cool. So that's perfect. Everything working the way we expect it. That's great. What I would recommend now is we now need to basically, how do we create the enrollment, right? So they paid, but nothing happened. That's not correct, right? This is where we need to go into developers, and we need to tap into a webhook. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on create an event destination, and then we can test it firstly in a local environment. So you want to do download the CLI, which there's instructions for there. We've already done it. We don't need to do that step. Command J, pull open your terminal like so. Here, we're going to do Stripe login. And I've already logged in, so we don't need to do that either. So I've already done that. And then what we do is here, Stripe listen forward to localhost 4242. Now, here we don't want to do localhost 4242. We need to create a endpoint for that a webhook is going to fire up. Now, what the heck is a webhook, right? Okay, when the user was on Stripe's checkout page, when they process the payment, Stripe sends off an event called a webhook, right? And basically what this will do is we can tap into a webhook at any kind of event, right? So what we can say is, we can set Stripe up in a way where every time a checkout succeeds, we want to basically go ahead and, hear from Stripe and basically say, okay, Stripe checkout succeeded. So hit one of our API endpoints so we can update our database. So this means that whenever Stripe is successfully, charged a customer, our API goes, yep, I'm going to add them to the database now. So what we can do is we need to create an API endpoint. And this actually has to be an API endpoint because we have to basically expose it. So what we do is inside of the app photo, we do an API. So it does not have to be an API photo, by the way. I'm just keeping it neat. So let's go ahead and say API, and let's just say /Stripe. So in this case, API /Stripe /webhook. Yeah. And then we can do route.ts. Oops. What have I done? Yeah, we can do route.ts. Okay. Now this is a route handler inside of Next.js. This is a solid video. I'm working on the course myself, so I'll be following it. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. It's really, really a cool build, honestly. Yeah. And then what we do is we basically invoke Stripe as we need it, right? So in this case, oh, that's interesting. I did that one. Okay. So we got the webhook secret. Now we didn't get this webhook secret. How do we get that? Well, a little step that we kind of jumped over was here. So once we trigger this on our local, we will get a webhook secret that we can use. And also there's a bunch of data here. You can use this as like a thing to help you out. You got your Node.js. Obviously I'm going to do it for you so you can show you how to do it in Next.js. But what we're going to do is we have our webhook secret. We're going to import a bunch of helper functions. So let's go ahead and pour these all in. Create enrollment. We're going to have to go ahead and change. So it's there. Oh, I put it in courses. It should have been student. It's fine. All right. I got 13 Sanity projects. Yeah, nice. I'll show the team over at Sonny. That's awesome. We've got insane retention right now, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. We're almost at 1,000 likes. That is awesome. Right. So in this case, we've got the webhook. Let's go ahead and do, we're going to get the body, the headers, and we need to get the Stripe signature because we need to make sure that whoever hits this endpoint actually comes from Stripe. Otherwise, anyone could basically fake a signal and be like, yeah, Sonny paid for the course when he didn't. Whereas this is where the Stripe webhook secret combined with the Stripe signature creates basically a fingerprint that we basically check against. Okay. So in this case, we get the signature. We say if there's no signature, then we're going to basically freak out. So no signature, freak out for an error. Otherwise, we get a Stripe event. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a try catch block here. Well, we basically try to reconstruct the event. Now, for whatever reason, if this fails, okay, if this fails at any point, this is because I need to import my libstripe. Yeah. So if this file fails at any point, it means that the signature verification failed. Okay. So if that fails, then we know that, okay, this is not a genuine thing that was sent our way. So what we can do is then we can listen to you can have a switch statement if you really want, but I'm only listening to one event. So you see here, they switch if payment success, if payment this, if payment failed. But in this case, we're just doing one event. So it's fairly straightforward. We can just say if the event type was checkout session completed. If you want to do a switch here, you could just use switch event type, case checkout session completed. You could do all this, but yeah, we can do that. That's fine. I'll show you. And then you can have different cases for different things. I'm just trying to show you as much as I can. All right. Then what we do is we get the session from the event data object. So this is the actual Stripe checkout session. We get the course ID and the user ID from the metadata. Very important. Remember, we did that. We stored it in the metadata in the Stripe checkout session. If we don't have that, the metadata, we throw an error at this point because something went wrong. We should have had that. Then what we do is we fetch the student from the Clerk ID from the metadata. Okay. If there is no student, we say, whoa, student wasn't found. Okay. And this essentially is where we would go ahead. Possibly is no. Interesting because student. Oh, sorry. What I did here is I returned student.data. So we don't need this student. Yeah. Slight little differences from my previous prepared code because I've realized that it can be neater. So I've done it on the fly. And then what we do is if the student is there, this is where we create the enrollment for them. Okay. So we basically will go ahead and do await, create enrollment, student.id, and then we return a response of 200. Okay. You can respond, you can return something in the body if you want, but in this case, it's just hitting an endpoint. So we don't really care about returning anything. Right? So at this point, that's the case done. So in this case, that's out of that. And then we can return a no response of, oops, sorry, it would be of 400 if something went wrong. I just want to check something, sorry. Yeah, so if anything went wrong at that point, what I want you to essentially do is throw a 400. So if it didn't come out here, there should be a 400, which is a bad request, right? So bad request, okay? Other 200s are stand for good request, okay, yeah. Now, outside of this should all be in a try catch. So we should have a try block down from here. So where have we done that? I don't know at the top. So we can have it right at the top to be fair. We can have a try catch block here. If anything goes wrong, at least we catch it. Sorry, it should be all of this. So we want all of this, try, catch. And then what we can do is we can say, boom, error in post, throw the error and so forth. Okay. Now 500 means a internal server error. So it means something bad happened or something happened on the server, right? That went wrong. Now we set up our error handling in the way that we wanted it. Here we return 400 if there's a webhook error and so forth. So all of this is the webhook that it should hit. So what we now need is a Stripe webhook secret. How do we get that? Well, what we do is we do listen to localhost. We don't do 4242. Now we do 3000, and then we do our endpoint. So what you do is you do 3000 /API/ ours is Stripe webhook. So we say Stripe /webhook. Okay. And then it'll say, you can update it if you want. And then you see you get this webhook secret. So obviously webhook secret, it's a secret. So you should keep it as a secret. But if we go here, now what you'll see is I can go into my Stripe section and just paste in my webhook secret. Now, when you deploy it and when you create the actual production one, this webhook secret will change. So you're going to have to change this value when you deploy, right? But this is obviously as we're debugging it locally and everything like that. So what we do is we hit save. And now you leave this running in this one, right? So this is running listening. The way you test it now is you can do a Stripe trigger payment intent or whatever you want, right? So in this case, we can do payment. If I want to do webhook, for example, that's fine. I mean, screw it. We could just see if it works. So what I can do here is I can split this terminal. So I could split terminal here and I could just simulate a Stripe trigger, and you can see a bunch of stuff should get hit, and you can see that there's a bunch of stuff getting hit. And 400, that's correct, because we're not accounting for that. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and just actually run the payment again. So I'll close that one now. Now what we can do, guys, is if I head over to my course, so I'm going to clear this right now. Let's see this in action. So we're going to buy the course, and then also what I want to do is I want to just have it prepared on another page. So let's go ahead and I want to get all of this perfectly shown on the screen so you can see everything in real time, what's going on. Okay, this is going to be a cool demo right now. All right, so this is going to be a very cool demo. So course content 0 to full stack hero here, boom. And then we go to view students, and right now there is no course enrollments. So here we have the output for the webhook, which is essentially we're emulating the webhook response. So here we do Sonny at abc.com, and now here 42 42 42 42 42 42 1 1 2 3 ABC. Now, okay, when I click this, it should hit a webhook in the back of Stripe. Stripe sends it to our API. Our API goes ahead, and so this is when it hits the Stripe's webhook. Stripe pings out to our API and basically says, yo, create an enrollment. Enrollment gets created. We get redirected. The front end UI should update to say access course. If all that happens, booyah, smash that like button. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. I'm gonna have a water break right now because I feel pretty confident about this. Okay, where's the, oh no, No. Okay, I was too confident. Okay, so nothing hit my endpoint. So, okay. It's okay. API Stripe webhook. Let's go ahead and do that again. Stripe listen to /3000 API Stripe webhook. Okay. So that's correct. So we didn't even hit it. So that was the bad part. So we were close, but now a bit of live debugging. So I actually want to check the, you can actually get the actual event here. So we go to checkout session completed. So I want to emulate this. So the way we can check all of this out is if we split terminal and we do Stripe trigger, checkout session completed, this should hit it. So first up, we got 400. Is it hitting it is the question. Localhost API Stripe webhook. So app API Stripe webhook route post save. And you know what we can do, which I didn't even check for, is we need to see the logs. That would really help us. So here, student already exists. We need to log. We're getting 400s all around. So what I can now do is I'm going to split this terminal and trigger. So look, when we trigger checkout session complete, you should see that, okay, we're getting 400s all around. So something isn't matching up. Why is it not matching up? So let's see where this is going wrong. So a little very innocent check. Let's just check the environment secret. So I want to make sure that this is good. So I mean, yeah, I'm going to invalidate my keys anyway. Try webhook secret. Let's just see that one is actually here, and this is my signing secret. Okay, so that's correct. My Stripe webhook secret is correct. Oh God. Okay, guys, you know what I messed up with, and this was my fault for running ahead too quick. I should have done the Stripe login. So I know exactly what went wrong. So the reason why this has happened is because it hasn't got the correct connection to which project I'm on, right? And that's my absolute fault. But I mean, this is good, to be fair. It shows you how things can go wrong. So I'm just showing you a debugging step. So we do Stripe login and watch this, right? So enter. Now over here, you can see that we're on, firstly, oh, God damn it. The wrong one. Let's go here. Let's do it again. So let's do a Stripe. All you can do is you can copy this link in the right profile. So let's go into the correct link. Hey, Poppy, looking fresh. Thank you. Verification. Okay, so I'm going to quickly handle an authentication. Give me 1 minute. I've got authentication behind this. Okay. Okay, so here is what I actually wanted to do. Cool. So you guys can see here, and then allow Stripe CLI to access the build. And you see, that's what we didn't do. So allow access. That was my fault. Big step. But I think I'm glad I fell into that, because now you guys can see debugging live with literally a real bug. Like, all right. So in this case, so here we go. So now you can see that it actually went ahead and configured for LMS. So that's what I wasn't doing correctly. Right now, what we can do is we can forward to that port. We also need to double check our secret, because I guarantee it could have changed. So environment local. Yep, it changed. Okay. So that makes sense now. Cool. So what we can do to test it all now is we can split this terminal. We can simulate the checkout session completed. And what we should see now is a bit more activity, right? So firstly, that could have been for many reasons, to be fair, because it could be that we didn't have XYZ things in there. So So let's give it a try now, because it could have been missing metadata, like loads of reasons why that could have failed, but at least it will hit it now. I feel confident that this is better and correct. So now we click Enroll, and I want you to pay attention to this part now. So again, I'm going to get ready again. Right, so now my overly confident self will humble. And let's just try abc.com. 42, 42, 42, 42. 1, 2, 3, and ABC. And now look. So clear the terminal. Boom, boom. Now pay. So this should hit this. Yep. Okay. We got 400 though. So, oh, it did work though. So, okay, no, that's good. Okay, this is good. So there's a couple of things that happened here. This is very good. Yes. So 400s were hit because we don't support some of the other types. All we're caring about is the Stripe payment completed, but there was a few things that would have hit that web point because this is in the emulation mode. Emulation mode sends all the possible things over to it. That's why we're seeing all of them. But the ones that we did care about were these ones. Okay, so that was great. And as you can see, we do see access course. So firstly, that's amazing. This is only erroring out now because we haven't added the image clerk to our Next.js whitelisting. So boom, guys, we did it. If we go to Next.js connect config, now what we do is we add in host name, image clerk, and we add in HTTPS, boom. And now you'll see that this is working in a second. Confidence with this one, look at this. So let's hit the refresh. That's fine. It just takes a second to refresh. Oh my God, my apartment is freezing. Okay, change that. And now we've got course enrollments, Sonny. There we go. Hey, look at that. And now you can see enrollment, amount paid 99, student course payment enrolled at, boom. And you can see, well, I don't know what this error is. I don't know what that is. I don't get that in my other thing. Strange. Okay. Anyway, now if we hit refresh now on the page, look, access course, amazing. Now if I click it, boom, I can go through to the dashboard courses. Otherwise I don't get it. So now we need to create my courses view, and then we're going to create the dashboard view. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're 4 hours in, we're getting there. I'm going to aim for 6 hours, right? So in this case, your boy, I know it's mad. Boom, Aldo, I appreciate you. He goes, boom, great work, Sonny. I love the fact you guys are dialed in watching it. Sometimes I'm like, are these guys still watching? Like, I love the fact that I can count on you guys to be there. Well, absolutely getting it done alongside me. So in this case, look, that's awesome. Look at that. So now if I'm in for example, something I haven't bought, enroll now. If I'm in something I have bought, access course, so nice, right? My courses is up next. Let's go ahead and do. And by the way, I just want to highlight, I just skipped over a very important deal there. Sanity, we're using Sanity to store the data. So typically when people think of CMSs, they think of presentational data, you know, stuff which is on the front end, like titles, descriptions, that kind of stuff. No, a lot of the time people miss the fact that, yeah, you can actually store like your data on there, right? So this is literally a case of that, but I swear that flies with it. Duh. Yeah. So this is a case where you can literally, as you enroll a student, we're saving that information, just like we did in the e-commerce app. I want more people to use the platform like that. It's a very good for that reason, right? So are we going to get a dark mode on full stack hero? Oh, we might do. We might do. Look at that. You see that? Oh, very nice. Let's do my courses here as well. So now let's go to our user my courses. And then we're going to have a page.tsx rfce. And now this bit should be like this. This should feel very easy now, right, to you guys, because you guys have done all this kind of stuff, the harder stuff already. Okay. Now we go to my courses, and then we got this side. Nice. So let's do the my courses page. So this one's actually fairly straightforward, to be fair. This one is, we're going to get the current user. Boom, boom. And then this is an asynchronous function. The user comes through like so. That's just going to be a user object. And then we basically say if there's no user logged in, we redirect you out from next navigation. And then what we do is we get enrolled courses. So we basically just check which courses are you enrolled into. We need to create this helper function. So in this case, Sanity, I love that auto. This build is one of my favorites, amazing stuff. So in this case, we can do courses, get enrolled courses.ts. And then inside of here, we can say get enrolled. So this is a very simple query. Again, you see how we're pulling for Sanity fetch, get enrolled courses, clerk ID. We pass that in. We basically query against the students where the clerk ID is there. And the main thing is this. This is an inner query that we're doing, yeah? Where we're saying basically query the enrolled courses. So we're firstly querying the student, and then we have an inner query where we're saying get the enrolled courses where the type enrollment matches the student reference, right? And this means the parent, essentially, like from what we're querying from. And then basically this again would be initially any. So we need to run our TypeGen. So I'm going to create another one. I'm going to say PM TypeGen. And then we're going to get that down. Yeah, I'm using Sanity like this in my current build, using it to collect newsletter subs and contact forms for the site. Oh, nice. Jay, screenshot that. I want to show a team that everyone's using it for pretty cool use cases. So now you can see that's built its type definitions. We can pull this in like so. And now we can get the progress for every single course as well. Now the progress I haven't done completely yet. So, okay. Oh, interesting. I'm just wondering how, okay. You know, we have to do it. We have to do it because it's very important for this bit. Okay, so this is essentially what we're going to do here. We need to basically fetch we've got all the courses that the user has enrolled in, but we need to enrich it with the course progress. So basically, here we have a promise.all, which we don't actually need the promise.all. I used to have two things here. Oh no, no, we do want a promise.all because we should run this in parallel. So all of the different enrolled courses is going to go and do. So what we're doing is we're mapping through every single enrolled course, and we're saying if the course isn't there, return no. Otherwise, we need to basically enrich the object with the progress value. Now the progress value, we need to create a get course progress helper function. Now this get course progress helper function, we're going to store it in lessons. So we haven't done this yet. So in lib course, so we're going to create one called lessons. And we're going to go ahead and say, or is that, I don't know if it's really lessons. I think it's actually in courses, to be fair. Yeah, get course progress. We're going to create a get course progress, and we're going to have a lib helper function. A couple of things. So firstly, that is not that. Same here, that is not that. So, okay. We have a similar setup. We get the student Sanity ID. If there's no student, we throw an error. We have a query to get all of the students' completed lessons and the courses that the person has done, right? So essentially we're getting all of their completions inside of completed lessons, right? So this will return essentially completed lessons and the course. So a list of completed lessons. Then what we do is we pass this into our helper function called calculate course progress, which we haven't created yet. And we basically go ahead and we pass in the course, we pass in the course module, and then we pass in the completed lessons, and we basically do a little reduce inside there to calculate how many lessons of the module have you actually completed, or the course, sorry, right? So what we need to do is calculate course progress. So inside of lib, we're going to go ahead and create where did I do that? I don't know why I put it over there. Put it over here. Okay. So I actually put it up here. So inside of this lib, this get completions query result, we haven't actually created that yet. So that one we're going to have to run TypeGen for, but stick with me. It'll make sense, right? So get course progress comes in. This one, progress query, is basically if we do Sanity, we need to run PM TypeGen. and then calculate course progress will take, where's the helper? This one here. Yeah, calculate course progress. So what we do is we take the modules, we take the completed lessons, right? What we do is we have the total lessons, which uses this, right? It basically reduces down each of the modules down. So basically this will take a module and it will reduce it down into lessons. So let's say we have 10 modules, each one has 3 in, it will become 30 lessons from the reduce function. Okay, so that will become like 30 lessons, and then we say total completed is just the completed dot length, and then we do a simple calculation and we get the percentage. Okay, this get completions query result will be auto completed from Sanity types, but why haven't we got that one? I wonder. Get completions. Get completions. We haven't actually done the get lesson completions yet. That's why. Okay, so we actually need to create that helper function soon. So we'll make that one. Progress query to be. We could use that. No, why are we not using that one? Progress query result. I'd love a video showing the take components we have made and convert them into MPI. Yeah, we could do that one day. Okay, so do you know what? This type definition comes from the one that's basically freaking out right now. So firstly, that's wrong. So let's go here and let's import it correctly. This type definition that we're using here comes from a get completions query, which we haven't yet built. And what that will do is we will need it anyway, so I might as well build it now. But we're going to have a lessons, and we're going to have a get completions query .ts. This one essentially will be for inside of the dashboard. We'll basically query to be like, how many lessons have you completed? And I'm going to use that type definition to help us out afterwards. So it kind of helps us out in the long run. So what we do is we do a query, get completions query, and then we have this. This basically gets all the course modules, lessons, completed lessons, and then we run a sanity fetch on it. To be honest, we could use this instead. I don't know why I did it the other way. I think I was so caught up with all of this that it kind of got a bit messy, but course completed lessons. What we actually did here was we returned the course progress. Like, so yeah, I had this as a to-do to refactor, damn it. All right, so this is a simple like kind of reduction, which basically takes things down, reduces it down, gives us the course progress, which I showed you already in the other bit, and it gives us back this. Now, this was actually done here, if you think about it. So it's actually the same thing has been done here. So we could actually use calculate total lessons. The reduce function is the same one here, as well as the, yeah, so we could just, I'll tell you what we do. Let's just run our TypeGen to get rid of the errors, and then we'll take it step by step. I need to save that file. No. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Quick little water break. Almost at 500 likes. Just destroy that like button if you're watching. Okay. So now we have the total lessons and so forth. So course progress. I do want to actually use this instead. So calculate total lessons. So this one could be course modules and then total completed. And then we don't actually even need the other one. So calculate course progress. So equals calculate course progress. And that we could pass in like so. I'm trying to make life a little easier right now. Do you know what? Okay, I mean, I think you guys understand what I'm talking about. Course progress, we actually do the same logic, but I'm just not going to refactor because my brain is a bit fried right now on live. But essentially, yes, we're doing this similar thing here. So get completions query result is here as well. All we're doing is we're essentially working out our course progression. Okay, all of the code is in the GitHub repos. You can feel free to go and get that yourself. The main thing I want to focus on before we lose track of everything is I've done this because right now there's a slight casting issue with the actual. So if I was to pop this in here, what you'll find is it's basically freaking out because it doesn't match because of the expansion that we spoke about before. So I got a bit lazy and I just basically cast it to unknown and cast it to module. I don't actually use the nested fields. I'm just using the module fields. So that's not the best way, but it's okay for now. Okay. So in this case now, heading back, let's go back because I've kind of gone way on a tangent here. Here, course with progress. This will now, the main thing is you can dive through the code to really look at this, but essentially all we did is it went through the modules. Yeah, that was my only lazy point there, but I think I give myself credit for 4 hours and 20 to get to one lazy point, so I'm okay with that. All right, now here we have the course and it will be enriched with the course progress, which will be the completed lessons. It'll be your completed lessons over the total lessons in a % format. There you go. We have the course with progress, and then you can imagine what we're going to do now. We're basically going to go ahead and render out the actual the rest of it. Oh god, this is where I flag a little bit. I need to focus. Right, I'm gonna dial in a bit. Right, let's go. Final stretch, just push. So we have this, boom. We have a div and we have another div. Okay, cool. So this is the container I care about here. So yes, and now I want to have the first bit is a graduation cap, which says my courses. Let's keep it neat. Yeah, graduation cap. There we go. My courses. We should see my courses in a sec. And then if the enrolled courses is 0, we want to say no courses. Otherwise, we're going to render out the courses that we have inside of our library. Okay. So here, this is essentially how we do it. So we're going to import next link. Here, basically, yeah, no courses. We send them to the homepage if they want to browse. Otherwise, you can go ahead and do course card. And again, the benefit of all of this is that once we built the course card, we can reuse it. Did he say 420? Don't mind if I do. Yeah, this is Lucid icons. Yeah. So course with progress items. So if there's no items, return no. Otherwise, it returns the progress inside of it. So hit save, and we should see some magic. So we should see 0 to full stack hero, which has been, yeah, there we go, guys. Nice, right? Boom. So now I can test this entire flow correctly by doing one more purchase. So we have our emulator running. Let's, for example, buy React Native 101. So I'm going to click it. I'm going to do Enroll now. So we've got one lesson in there. That's fine. Enroll. So you can see it will load. And obviously, we haven't got our dynamic loaders yet. Very simple to add in. I'll add those in as well. Let's do ABC at abc.com. Let's do 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. There we go. The days where we could do that. ABC. And then what this should do now is this should redirect me to the course page of React Native 101, which was the access course. Amazing. And then we go to my courses and we should see React Native 101 in my courses library. Boom. There you go. Oh, isn't it so nice when things just work? Very nice. Okay. So in this case, now you can see I've got 2 enrollments. Boom, boom. And I think, guys, with that said, we are absolutely ready to go ahead and this Next.js build is mind-blowing for teachers. It reveals the inner workings of a tool we use daily. Yeah, I remember Moodle as well. Me and Jay used it back at uni. Yeah, you remember that? Crazy. All right. So in this case, let's go ahead and come on, final stretch. We got some big stuff going on. So yeah, so for now we're going to build the dashboard part. So this bit's quite exciting, to be honest. Okay, so let's go back into the app and I'll show you how we essentially are going to do it. So where's my final form? That's what I like to say. So this will be the final form, this dashboard with a beautiful loader. This is what we're going to build now. Once we build this, we're good. We're going to deploy, right? So this is the final. This is a nice little bit we're going to build. This kind of element. The marking is done. The kind of putting things inside. You'll be surprised. It's way easier than you think. And then we've got the preview, which is actually, so it's even more to build. Actually, I didn't realize. We've actually got the part where we're going to have the preview and the draft mode. Again, like this is the presentation mode. So yeah, quite a lot to do. So let's get into it. Let's just keep going. All right. So at this point now, I'm going to go ahead and click into it. And let's go ahead and build out the dashboard page. Okay. So inside the dashboard here, this is a beat as well. Jay's added some tracks. So inside of dashboard, we're going to go ahead and put in the dashboard URL. So it'll be /dashboard. Now this one I need you to pay attention to. It'll be /courses /dynamic course ID, right? So /courses /course ID, and then it's actually going to be inside of, so I want to show you this so you don't get confused. Okay, and now in here we have /lessons. So oh no, oops, this bit. So click that, and then inside there we're gonna have lessons /lesson ID. Lesson ID. Okay, there we go. So that's the whole route: dashboard, courses, course ID, lessons, lesson ID. There's a reason why we actually do that as well, so I will get into it all. But I want to basically put the page.tsx down here so we know. Don't do that. Why did I do that? Yeah, I don't want that there. Yeah, and do page.tsx rfce. So this is actually going to be the lesson page. Cool. And then we also have the course page. So this, at this point, so you're going to click into courses. I want you to be able to, at the course ID page. So it's actually the course ID page. So the course ID page. So this page, you're going to click that page. .tsx. Okay, so you see, I try not to get confused there. You've got this level. So you've got the course ID, page.tsx, and then lessons. Okay. And then here we also have a layout that we're going to basically have there's a couple of moving parts here. So I really need you just to don't freak out. Just take your time with it, and we'll take it step by step. So inside the dashboard as well. So this page.tsx right here is going to be the course page. So we're going to put that there. And then at the top level inside of here, we're going to have a layout.tsx for the dashboard. Okay. So the dashboard itself will have a dashboard layout. All right. Now, the reason for this is because we are going to have the Clerk provider. So we had the layout inside of user, remember? We're going to take the same layout and we're going to put it inside of the dashboard as well. So at the top level, where we had our layout, we're going to paste the same as the user layout inside of our dashboard layout, but this is going to be dashboard layout. Okay. And then this, obviously you can rename this to be dashboard and so forth, right? Dashboard. But here, so we've got the Clerk provider, and now we don't have the header. So this is where we change it up. So here we're going to have Sanity live. So we need Sanity live. But we actually have a sidebar provider. So two things. So we're going to have a, okay. Simplify everything. Let's have the sidebar provider. You're even going to learn about React context here with a div. You're going to have children inside of it. And then you're going to have the class name height of 4. Yep, that's cool. Sidebar provider is really where a lot of the cool stuff is going to happen here, to be fair. So what I want you to pay attention to is this is going to handle the state. So let's handle that first. So what do I mean by that? Well, you see this right now, the sidebar state like this. Well, how do we keep that in check? You know, right now we're in preview mode. That's why you're seeing all of that. That's fine. Exit that. Yo, I don't. Come on, just go back there. Disable draft mode. There we go. I wanted to see it properly. There we go. Back. Nice. Okay. So yeah, that preview mode. So that sidebar. So let's go into components, and let's do sidebar provider is what I need. Okay. So inside of our components, I'm going to do a providers, and inside of here, I'm going to have the sidebar provider. So essentially, we're going to have a side. Oh, come on, man. Sidebar provider. Yep. So sidebar provider. .tsx. Now, of course, you can do again the same sidebar provider. You'll keep your naming consistent. All right, now here. So this is going to be essentially similar to a layout, but what we do is we're enforcing it with our own state. Okay, so use client, and now we're going to create a piece of context with the context being like so. So this is using the React Context API. So we have our sidebar options is open, toggle, or close with the sidebar context. And then very simply, all we do is to enable this. We have sidebar context with the following. We have some state, which controls everything. So inside of here, we have toggle and close. And then we have the children being rendered beneath it like so. Okay. Now this isn't returning, so we need to return it. So return. And this is called, this is known as a higher order component pattern, guys. So very good pattern to be aware of. You should know it. And then we can have a use sidebar, or you can actually use the use hook, the new brand new React use hook. So this will basically keep track of our state. If we don't want to use the standard, we just want to use, raw React. That's essentially how we do it. So what we do is, I like Jay's music, it's good, right? So then we got this. Now inside of here, we can import it. And you see the children get rendered like so underneath it. We no longer have a header. So a new React use hook. Yeah, it's just literally use. It's just use as a hook. Don't tease us now. I will try to if we get to that point. I've got so much to do right now. I want to keep it. And also, why is my flux coming on right now? This is not helping me. I'm going to turn that right off. No, I need to stay like a little wired. Flux is making, I was thinking, why am I feeling sleepy? My screen is getting slowly darker, and I was like, what the hell? All right. So at this point, we've got the sidebar provider. And what I recommend you guys do at this point is just go ahead and make sure that something renders. Yeah, there you go. Course page. Cool. That's it. So now the next step is this needs to be at the top level. Yep. And then this at this level, we need layout.tsx. So we have nested layouts here. Okay, there's a reason for that. Inside of the nested layout, so that was like the root one. So I'm just going to check something. I think I had a few frames drop, but I think we're good now. So Jay, is it good? So we're slightly lagging, but I think we're back. Stream lagged, but I think we're good. Are we good now? Let me know. Okay, stream is good. Oh, that scared me. Wow, that scared me. I was like, I am too far to go in to mess this up. All right, and that's just my way of keeping you guys engaged. So now I know you guys are paying attention. All right, so dashboard layout. So here, okay. So this is actually the layout. So I'm gonna pop this in and just break it down for you guys. All right. So we have a course layout here. This is actually the dashboard layout, to be fair. So course, but you know what? This is driving me kind of crazy. So there's be dashboard. Let's call it the dashboard view layout, right? Dashboard view props and so forth. Okay. So we've got the children, the props, the course ID. So this will basically be the actual dashboard layout. Now we're going to check if the user is not authenticated, redirect them, throw them out. Okay. And what's it called? If we have the check course access, which we need to create, then we've got two promises that we run in tandem: get course by ID and get course progress, right? So if there's no course, we redirect to my courses, and otherwise we render out this. Now this is the important part. This is where we essentially get our dashboard view. Okay, so the sidebar is the component which is going to be the dynamic sidebar that you're seeing here. Okay, so we need to build that out. Cool. Don't worry, guys. Don't freak out. It's all good, right? I'm talking to myself more so. Okay, so in that case, we're good. So we need to create the sidebar component now. So sidebar components. I'm going to say sidebar.tsx rfce. Jay says, finish quick. I'm like, Jay, if only you knew. If only you knew. how much there is to do. I'm trying to keep it intact. We have the sidebar props. I'm going to have the interface here. So let's go ahead and pop it in like so. And then we've got get course by ID results and get completion. We've already done. Yeah, exactly. So now we've got our type definitions for the sidebar. We've got the course, we've got the completed lessons. And now what I want to do is okay, so the sidebar is quite a chunk. I ain't going to lie. So I do recommend that you really do follow, download the code and follow me alongside this one, because I'm going to fly a little bit through it. But essentially what we're going to do is I'll break it down. We've got 4 things: path name, use sidebar was from the sidebar. This is where you could replace it with the use hook, use state as well. So we've got a few things here for is mounted and so forth. A couple of things now. So we are going to go ahead and say if there is no course, we're going to return nothing. Okay, so if no course or not mounted, return nothing. We're going to calculate the progress here as well. So to be honest, I don't like this approach. This is not a good approach, but I didn't refactor this. This is inline, so re-renders are going to be a bit of a pain here. That's why it does it every time we re-render. But for now, this is going to calculate progress for the sidebar, which is okay for now, but I'm not a huge fan of that approach. Initially, we're going to set I don't like this approach either. What is that? I completely refactored that out. Yep, we don't want that. Yep, we don't want that. Okay, so next up, we have a use effect. This use effect will run. Essentially, we're going to import that from React. This will basically say, okay, once it's gone ahead and loaded, I'm going to go ahead and set the open module. So this right here is basically responsible for, say, for example, if you're already clicked into this, you can't untoggle this one because you should always see that. But you can toggle something which isn't. So this is the accordion, the state that's responsible for this. So if I click into this, I can now untoggle that. You see that? So I basically created a little bit of logic around this. So all we're doing is filtering out based on that. And then you can see open modules is how we store it. So again, very, very simple kind of use case there. Now, what I want to do is want to focus around the sidebar content. So the first thing is really, we're going to have a piece of JSX called sidebar content. So this one is going to be sidebar content like so. And let's just say it's return sidebar for now. And then we're going to go ahead and have the actual return be a fragment where it's essentially going to have a couple of things. So the reason why we do this way is because I can either have it, I'm trying to abstract it so I can show you guys how it all works. But again, yeah, I don't want to dive too far into this one. I think this one, it will be a little bit of a fly through for this bit. But again, I really just want you to go ahead and get the code from the repo to go ahead and make sure that you don't miss this bit fully. But we're going to open up Shadcn. We're going to get a couple of things. So we're going to get the tooltip. So where is it? Tooltip. This is responsible for, if you hover over it, add to library. So that kind of thing. So we're going to go ahead and pull that in right now. That is responsible for, notice how when we're here, you see how we've got this tooltip, like here, course library, toggle sidebar, and you have this behavior. Yeah. So now we have the tooltip provider. So the thin sidebar, right? So the thin mobile sidebar is what we're first going to address. It's going to be, this is going to be in something known as a side, kind of a side, you know, SEO for SEO purposes. And we've got a tooltip provider. Now, the tooltip provider, I'm going to pop in and we're going to explain what the hell's going on. So firstly, I need to import all of that. So the tooltip provider, import all of those things as needed, head back down. And then we've got a couple of things. So these are next link tags. This is from our UI button, and this is a icon. Chevron right is a icon. We have CN, which is our lib from utils. And there we go. Okay, so in that case, this thin sidebar is essentially, this is how we essentially go ahead and do that course library and toggle sidebar approach. So you see this? That's essentially this part, the thin sidebar, okay? So that's doing that part. So that's outside of the aside. And then we've also got the toggle. So when you click it, it's toggling the higher level state. And that's what is stored in the React context. Now, the next step is the main sidebar, which is on desktop and mobile. Yeah. And this one is going to be aside. So aside. And this one is going to be the following. So, you know, I'll pop this in here. So we have aside. Now this one again, copy the code, get it for yourself, and really check for yourself. Again, even Shadcn has a very nice sidebar component you can use. But for now, I created my own and I did the calculations and everything to get it perfectly right. And I tested and it's fully mobile responsive, okay? Now, I've also added in something called an overlay for mobile. For whatever reason, if it doesn't take up the maximum width, right, outside of this, what will happen is you'll have this little gray area, for example, here. So if this, for example, went like 90% of the way, it'll be a gray area and you can click it and it'll close, right? But in this case, we've got enough of the UI components there, so that's fine. Now here, what I can do is before you create the sidebar content, I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to implement the sidebar. It will pull the sidebar in like so. So this is our component for the sidebar. And then we've got check course progress and check course access, right? So two things that I need to go ahead and make sure are implemented correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in as well. So let's go ahead and do check course access. So we're going to do lib auth. Where's my lib? Let's go ahead and do a check course access. Actually, so okay, so we're gonna have an authentication helper in here. This one I'm gonna have an interface auth result, which is gonna be what we return from it. It's gonna take a couple of things in as arguments. It's gonna have the auth result. It's gonna have clerk ID and course ID, and essentially what we're going to say is if you don't have a clerk ID pass through, we're going to say you're unauthorized, and then if otherwise we're going to get the student and we're going to check, are they authenticated? So if the student is not present, we basically say yep, you're not authorized again, so we can get rid of that. So if a student doesn't exist, we're going to throw them back again, and then otherwise what we do is we use our helper functions from before. We get the is enrolled in course or get course by ID. Again, if none of these are passed through. So again, if you're not enrolled, at 3 points basically you can fail, right? If you're not enrolled, you're unauthorized, and we redirect you back to the course page. And then if not, and if all went well and you got past all of those security checks, boom, you're through, okay? And then we return the student ID. So this is our authentication handler. So this would basically check the course access. Okay, and then what we can do is do a fresh import. There we go. And then course progress, right? So we actually already have this one, so we can actually just import it correctly. Okay, so there's our helper functions down. And now this is freaking out because we don't have a helper sidebar. No, we do have it now. Yeah. Unable to pass value of course ID equals undefined. Oh, okay. What is that? No. Please quote string values. Oh no, I don't like that error. That's a very messy error. Okay, Command J. Let's see what's going on. So let's have a look. So progress is, okay, so we're not even getting to that point yet. Let's go back to the check course access. So what I would do here, guys, is I would first console log the course ID to make sure that we even hit this. So, and this is our client side render. So what we do is we refresh. And you see course ID is a problem. So course ID has no ID being passed through. I got the bloody fly. There we go. Right. That's annoying me so much. Right. The course ID comes through here. It's the dashboard view. Now the problem is that here we don't have the dashboard course is course ID. So course ID is in the wrong, so the layout is in the wrong place. That's the problem. Okay. So, oh my God, there's another one. All right. So in this case, course ID should, okay, so you want to take the layout that we're messing with and you want to place it under course ID. I got very confused with where it should have been, but it was actually in there. right? That's the debugging step we just did, because course ID is the dynamic param, so we have to have access. Yes, thank God it was there. Okay, oh my God. And then look, okay, so that's good. So firstly, we've got a sidebar kind of in, and like you see how it's, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not ideal, but it's almost there. So yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, so there we have it. Again, you can go through the code, check it out yourself, but the reason why this isn't now working is because sidebar content doesn't have anything, but this is good. This is good. So the sidebar is there. We need to handle this to make it look perfect. Oh, I'm happy now. All right, that was kind of freaky. I was like, what is that? What is that error? That was freaky. All right, debug that part. Okay. Now we need accordions. You're probably wondering what the hell. It's getting crazy out here. So we need Shadcn accordion. So docs accordion is a very simple thing. It's just like this. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're going to use these. Add the accordion. So we're going to go in here. Boom. We're going to go into here. Add accordion. And then we're going to go ahead and install the dependencies. Do you know what? I'm so angry with these silly flies. I got it. Yes, I got it. I'm so happy. No more. I don't know. There was one fly that was just here the whole day. Like the whole time I'm live. It's so annoying. All right. And we also need scroll area. So I need scroll area. Here we have it. Scroll area. Boom. This is for this. Essentially, you can imagine we're going to use that on our sidebar, right? And these are really, do you know what as well? These are things that I really have learned about when I built this, isn't just solving that annoying problem of the scrollable height fixed issue. This was a very good find. So sidebar, right, a couple of things. So first up, let's wrap the entire thing in this. So boom. Okay. And then the next step is this div. We're going to have, this is going to be for the top half. And then we're going to have the scroll area half. So the scroll area would be for the remainder of it. So this one would be here. UI scroll area. Cool. So here's our two sections. Reason being, when you're inside of it, see how this bottom bit will be scrollable and this top bit will be static. Okay. So the top bit we're going to implement first. Would be nice. We're going to put the first chunk in, which is going to be this. Right. And this is going to be for the arrow left, the dark mode toggle, and this icon. Pull those in. Ew, okay, that's horrible. What the hell is that? Yeah, refresh. And there you go. Look at that. We've got, firstly, it's looking much nicer. The small view is not looking nice. That's horrible. We're going to fix that. Okay, so, okay, so that's down. We want, you know what? I think I didn't style the outer bit. Okay, yeah, that's horrible. What the hell? Go to provide. So aside here, I never gave that styling. That's why that is looking horrible. I was like, why is that not working? Okay, so this bit, I completely forgot to have my styling. There you go. Oh. Madness. Okay, so that's why I was thinking, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to come to it in the end. So firstly, great, amazing, perfect. Wow. Okay. And that goes back to the course library. Amazing. Okay. So that's great. Now we can build it out more. That's okay. Good. Right. So sidebar content, underneath the scroll area. So where we had the divx button out, button out, and then we have this div, which is the course progress. So, and this is going to be our course progress. There we go. And now you can see, guys, that course progress. So really quite a lot going on, right, to get this down. But you can see reusable components for the win, because otherwise you'd have to code all this yourself again. Craziness. Shouldn't be coding like that. So you got the scroll area now. Firstly, we're going to wrap the entire thing in our own little div to give ourselves a bit of padding. Okay. And this will give us a little bit more padding. This will be the subsection here. And now here is where we go and get the accordion, right? So first up, we want the accordion to be like so. Pull it in from our UI accordion. There we go. And now we need the actual accordion items. So this bit is quite a chunk, but all we're essentially doing is we're mapping through the course modules, okay, and we're popping out accordion items. So the first step is this bit, so accordion item. Again, we're going to pull this through so you guys can see. We've got the key, which is module ID, value is module ID, and then a bit of styling. And the module index of modulus of 2, that basically means every odd, or like every other one, is colored slightly different. And then we have the, guys, we're almost close to 500 likes. Just somebody destroy that like button, please. Right? We have an accordion trigger, which is the button. So the accordion trigger is the button that you click. Okay. And now you can see, look, we've got the accordion triggers, and you can see when you can trigger them. Yep. And now we just need the actual accordion content. So the accordion content is the main chunk now that goes inside. So we have the accordion content, and that one, let's pop in like so. And then inside of this, we've got the big div. So the big div is basically where everything is getting poured in. So so I essentially have a div with my, let's just put this in for now. So let's pop this open. So you see that we've got all of the different lessons inside. That's great. Exactly what I wanted. And then you want the is active and so forth. Okay, so now for every single module that we run through here, we're going to check, is it active and is it completed? Okay, so here, so we have it is active and is completed. So here you can see it's freaking out because we're not returning anything. And then we obviously need to return. We're going to return a Next.js link tag, which will take you to that page. Let's just say test for now. Prefetch off. So you see it says test, 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 test. Now prefetch we want off. It's very subtle, the coloring. You see that? Very, very subtle. Probably easier to see in dark mode. Yeah, in dark mode you can see it more. Yeah. Prefetch off, otherwise it would prefetch all the lessons. We don't want that, right? On click close. So if you click one of these, it will close. It will take you to that page and then it will basically render it out. So in this case, you see it took me to a lesson page, but if we go back, we're in the course page. And now inside of this chunk, it's going to be essentially a span test. So this part, again, I want you to really just go and get the code for it, because this bit is more of just styling. Okay, so the chunk I just added in was this part here. So between the link tags, so up from here to here is what I just put in. So we've got a span where we basically go ahead and pad start means it just basically pads the beginning of it. And what you see is, you see the padding here, it begins that. And then that's the lesson index. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so forth is completed. Check mark, play circle, little play circle is nice. Is active if you're on the active screen. So if I click on one of these, you see how I've gone to that screen. And now you can see I'm active on that screen. So if it's active, and we know that because we're determining it based on the path name, right? And then here we also have the following title. So you know the title as well. If it's completed, it will have a strike through of green. So we're setting up for that. And the same thing for the background is active. Okay. So firstly, nice stuff. Okay. So quick little water break, but we're doing awesome, guys. And this is insane. How is there still, there's 200 people watching right now. And it's like concurrently going up, which is nuts. Like, you guys are so cool. Honestly, mad. You see, when I click it, it takes me to that page. And also I want to show you guys, like, oh my God, that's so nice. That is beautiful, right? So firstly, it takes me through the different pages, and you see how the UI is great. That we can hide, as long as it's not the active one, we can hide the thing. Yeah. Okay. So the next step is we want to go ahead and do. So the sidebar is good, right? Sidebar is good. The progress is set up for success. Now we want to go into the actual pages itself, but a couple of things we need to do. So firstly, in the course route, so if we go to app dashboard, the course ID. So where we have our course layout, so this one in here, course page, right? So here I'm going to do a very light check, right? So this course page basically gets these course props, which we're going to pull from like so. And then what I'm going to do here is I basically want it. So if you land on the course page, you should just be directed to the first lesson. That's what I want to do. There's no point you ever sitting on an empty course page. It just doesn't make sense, right? We want to take you straight to the first lesson. So what we do is we get the course by ID. If there is no course, we redirect you. And then what we do is if all is well, so this has to be from Next.js navigation. If all is well, then we go and we redirect you to the first lesson of the first module if it's available. So modules first, lessons first, count from zero encoding, and then we basically redirect you to the URL. Okay. So if all of that has went well, so now you should never be on the course page. So typically when you come, so let's go home to the main page. So you see if I click on this, it will load. Obviously we can add a loader to it, a dynamic loader. And you see it actually redirected me very quickly from the page through. So in that case, you see how it went, and it automatically took me to the first lesson. So that's exactly what we wanted. Cool. You could just add in like a little bit of a kind of a precursor right now. Welcome to course. Course has no content. The reason why we have that as well, by the way, guys, if there is no content, literally if there is no lessons, it will show you that there is no lessons yet. Please check back later. So of course, if you just released a course without any content, or you unpublished it, it wasn't published yet, that's what you could do to basically counteract that. So that's done. So we've done the layout. Now we want to do the lessons for each page, and then after that we need to do the loaders and stuff. But this is actually easy now. So the lesson is actually very easy. So again, lesson, when we land on it, we have a parameter, a dynamic parameter here. So what we can do is we also get two. So as it stagnates through, in case you're wondering, if you've got nested dynamic params, they all come through. So this will be course ID and lesson ID. They all come through there. So again, what we do here is we go ahead and we say params, await params, and then here I'm going to do no, I don't want to do this yet, so get rid of that. My first step is I want to get current user. Oops. Get current user, get rid of that, and then I want to firstly double check. I want to get the lesson by ID. We haven't made this yet, so now we go into our lib helpers, sanity lib lessons, create, no, not here, sorry, lessons, create, get lesson by ID. Very easy check. Get lesson by ID, takes an ID, does a grok query, gets the module and course, expands the references. We do a TypeGen, so boom, to get the type definitions. Right now it's any, that'll be changed in a sec. And then we say if there is no lesson now, redirect to the dashboard course page. Okay. Redirect goes to next navigation. And then if all is well, we render the page. That's the main thing, okay? So here we have it. So boom. Just know that after this build, I'm going to start building straight away another one. And that is going to be for a challenge. So yeah, your boy does not stop. It's literally it's gonna keep on going. So these are the nested sort of abstracted layers for it. You can really kind of, again, I was building things over and over again different ways, so it can be a little bit kind of, you could probably refactor some of this. But the first thing is now we're gonna have the lesson title and we're gonna start pulling the information from it. So I'm gonna check. Okay, so yep, there we go. Look at that. Let's go into our main course now. I'm gonna add the loaders in a sec. So boom, we go here. See, the loaders make a big difference, by the way, the dynamic loaders, because without them, you're not getting proper feedback. So I'm gonna intro to Next.js, ticket marketplace SaaS. If I click on that, Nice. So we're loading the lessons, right? And also let's just try another one. So toggle sidebar, ticket marketplace SaaS. You see it will be loading right now, and then pow, it will throw me into ticket marketplace SaaS when it loads. Cool. So this is where we're essentially at right now. So this bit's easy. We basically render the description. If you have description, and this is all pulling from Sanity's backend now. So we'll start to see it literally lesson plan, which is kind of cool. All right, so we have this, the div. And then inside of here, this is where we start putting in the different things. So we're going to have two things now. We're going to have a video section and a Loom embed. Now, these I'm going to comment out as to-dos. Now, this tutorial, what I've done is I've empowered you guys to basically build out the entire platform, and then your video sources are going to be from any URL, right? And then you can basically choose to however you want to render it. Now, you can implement this part yourself in a million ways. You can have mux for video. You can have AWS, S3 buckets. You can have Firebase storage. You can even store the file in Sanity and then pull it from there. There were so many ways to do this. I thought I would go down the route of showing you a typical video URL and also a Loom embed, where we do a little bit of custom stuff with the Loom embed to basically show you that as well, because it's just, yeah, you can do this way so many ways, and there's so many videos online about how you can handle this. If I get enough demand for it, I'll build that as a separate video, right? The next bit is the lesson content. So let's go and build that lesson content. Yeah, exactly. If you store that's why I didn't do it. If you store the file in Sanity, there's a free 100 gig limit. So that's why I didn't do it in Sanity. And Mux is paid per a certain amount. So I didn't want to put a lot of people off in the beginning just from that kind of stuff, right? So we import portable text from the Next Sanity. Helps us out a little bit. That in itself, by the way, will get us working with a lot of the stuff. Now, notice how nothing's styled. Okay, nothing's styled. That's annoying. It's horrible. We need to install Tailwind typography, Tailwind pros typography. So pros typography, and we go here and we simply install this. So we need to install Tailwind typography. So we can do pm i-d typography, and then in our Tailwind config file, we simply add in this row in our config. So we go to Tailwind config all the way down, and that's freaking out just because you should be doing module imports, but it's not the end of the world. And now you can see we get typography. Very nice, right? So that's basically now going to pull in a live fashion from the back end, which is much cleaner. And then we have a lesson completion button. Okay, so outside of the lesson content, we have a lesson completion button. That one we need to implement. Okay, cool. So let's start attacking out things as well. Let's do the video section and the Loom embed section. So first up, video player. What is that, right? So I'm going to basically go ahead and show you. We've created a component for this. So we're going to go into our components. We're going to call it video player.tsx. And for this, I'm using a library called React Player. Okay. And pmi React Player. Cool. And this one is pretty much simple. We've just done a dynamic import, to be fair here, so it doesn't block, right? But in this case, you've got your imports. We're basically saying don't server-side render this, but I don't know if you actually need to have that. I don't think you do. We didn't end up doing that in the end, so I think we could just we can get rid of this entirely and just do an import React. Yeah, that's easier. No need to overkill it. We're doing relative aspect ratio to keep the aspect ratio nicely. We pass the URL in, and just like that with the URL, we go down here now, pass in our video player, and we hit save. We should have a video pull in if that has got a video URL in it. So I believe it has. Yep. And there you go. So now we've got any URL would work. So you could really rebuild this however you want. Don't worry about that for now. Oh, actually, that's maybe why we did it. Let's see. We're going to intro to Next.js 50. Yeah, so it was that. Yeah, so you can have a suspense fallback, but okay, I'll re-implement that. So go back over. Oops. Oh, what the hell did I do there? Video player. All right, so we're gonna do the same previous This basically just prevents it from server-side rendering that portion, because that makes sense actually, because this is requiring a window to bind to. Okay, cool. So now if we do intro to Next.js 15, now you can see, boom. So really, at this point, you could rebuild or, you know, handle the uploading part however you wish, get your URL and have that functionality inside of it. Sanity does have a native Mux integration. They have documentation, they have everything as well. Mux is like a very popular streaming way of having your video efficiently optimized and sent, and it's paid per view time. So if you do actually push this in production, that's what I'd recommend you build with. That's the best way I'd do it, right? And also, guys, boom, we just hit 500 likes, getting my energy back up in this place. Let's go. All right, next up we're going to do the Loom embed. Okay, so Loom embed here is the next one. So here we're going to create a Loom embed. Let's go ahead and create Loom embed.tsx. Now, what do I mean by the Loom embed? So Jay, if you can tell me which lesson has a Loom embed. I think it's, for example, these, right? So for Siren, oh yeah, Siren's in the chat, I believe. So he done a coaching call, and I've just used one of these in the example. So this is, by the way, this is an example of one of the success coaching calls inside of our Zero to Full Stack Hero, our flagship premium course over at papareact.com/course. Link is in the description to join us. But this is one of the examples of where we have awesome students like Siren who basically run Friday calls. I run Wednesday calls. And yeah, you just get so much value. It's incredible. But here we have one of his lessons. I'm going to go ahead and showcase how we can embed the Loom inside of this, right? So what do we essentially do here? So Loom essentially is, it takes a share URL, and essentially what we're going to do is we replace the share with the embed, and then we basically will pop in the iframe like so. So if I was to go ahead and hit save now, all we're doing is we're stripping the share URL, replacing the share with the embed, and then we pop it in an iframe. And then the reason why I've done this, I'll show you. So now, for example, here, I believe it was this one. So Jay confirmed, yep, that one's true. Okay, cool. So look, and now you can see, boom, we have a complete and awesome thing. And we even have Aiden Joshi as well. Absolutely incredible kid, killing it inside the course. You can see he ran one a coaching call on his own as well. So this was absolutely insane. And you can see that we've got all the interactive points and everything. Now, I do want to mention as well, I'll show you how we can essentially get this up and running. So let's say on Loom, for example, you have a video. So I'm just trying to see if I have, I need to log in. Jay, which account is Loom? I think it's, if you can send me also the music stop there. So Jay, let me know which account Loom is, and I'm just going to go ahead and get that set up for you guys so I can show you a proper demo of what I want to do here. So boom, boom. Okay. I think I might be logged in the correct. Okay, I'm in. Don't worry about it. Yeah, cool. So here we have it. So let's say I'm in Loom, for example. I have, you know, a kind of a chat here, and I want to go ahead and share this. If I click on share, right? You see, you can click on share externally, share social, share embed. So if I was to click on embed, for example, the embed's not the one actually. All you want to do is you want to click on this share link, right? And this link will go ahead and give us, for example, the following. It'll give us this Loom share with a massive link at the end of it, right? What you want to do is it swaps this out for embed. And then what you can see is this will render in an embedded view like so. So what we're doing is we just do the hard work of the embed swap for you. And you can basically go ahead and run like so, right? So now heading back in, that's how we can basically have From Chaos to Clarity by Stephen Watkins. Hey, we even got Stephen. Jay added this in right now. Look at that, guys. Boom. Stephen ran a coaching call. Look, guys, that just shows you the power. Right now, as I was talking to you guys, Jay on the back end was able to add it in real time. I didn't refresh the page, and you guys can see a coaching call has been added in where all the summary, everything is in there. And this is an actual, you know, perfectly usable call, right? So in this case, bam, we have that working. We have videos working. You can even have two. You can have a video source, and you can have this in the mix as well. So firstly, absolutely awesome stuff, right? That works. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We're doing well as well for time. Now we want to do marking as complete. So lesson completion button. So let's go ahead and uncomment this out. Let's create our lesson complete button inside of here. So lesson complete button.tsx. Let's do RFCE, lesson complete button. And if you are watching this on Insta, or you basically follow me on Instagram, please go ahead and tag me, right? So literally on the bottom of the screen right now, you'll see at SSSS Sangha. My tag is literally right next to my face right now on that side, so over here. So go ahead and tag me on it, and I would love to repost your stories afterwards. And also follow if you haven't already, right? We've got 210 people across platforms, 515 likes, crazy stuff. This video is gonna get 250,000 views, I can tell you right now, period. I just know it will. I know it, I'm speaking it into existence. It's gonna happen. Lesson complete button. And then here we're gonna have an interface for the props. So let's go ahead and pop it in like so. And then we're gonna have lesson ID and Clerk ID popped in as arguments. And then we have the lesson, yeah, there we go, nice. Cool. Now we're gonna have a few bits of state and everything. So this is actually gonna 100% be a client-side component. So we take the client-side component, we've got our state like so. I need to import all the requirements. So use state, use transition, use router again from next route navigation, save. And then I was talking to my wife when you did that and burst out laughing mid-conversation. Awesome. And then we have the user fetch. So in this case, the first thing we're going to do is get the lesson completion status upon mounting. Okay. So this is the first thing. So as soon as that button mounts, we're going to get the lesson completion status action. So we're going to trigger off this. This is going to go ahead and fetch the current state for the user if it's completed or not. This can be refactored, I'm pretty sure as well, right? I was in a bit of a rush at the end. But you can go ahead and see const is loading. If it is completed as no, it's in pending transition. We're going to have it is loading. Then we're going to render the UI accordingly based on that. The actual workings of the button is not that bad. So I'm going to chuck this in. Again, we have all of this available in the code. So you can feel free to get this. I'm going to pop this in. Yeah. I want to focus more on the actual implementation part. So let's import the button. Handle toggle will handle this. X circle, import check circle as well. Boom. And same with this CN. And then handle toggle, what we do is we create a helper function. Yeah, cool. So that's essentially the button logic. Updating markers complete. And the reason why I've gone this route, there is optimistic routes, by the way. You can definitely do this in an optimistic way where basically you click it and it just forget about it. I did this purely because of the revalidating cache route. I want to show you how you can have something like Next.js 15's revalidate path work under the hood of Sanity's Sanity's content lake, and it basically just all happens nicely. And I basically added UI layers to it so you can see when each part is happening, because it's more of an educational aspect to this video as opposed to just like, oh, look, it works and it's optimistic. I want to show you actually how it's working under the hood of it. So that's why I did it. So here at this point, we're going to have our handle toggle function. To be honest, I could refactor this as well. So here we have our try catch. And what we're going to do is if it's completed, we do an uncomplete lesson action. If it's not, we complete the lesson. These are going to be two server actions. And then we have a start transition, get lesson completion status action. This one is essentially this. And then that will go ahead. And so every time we go ahead and trigger, if it's completed or uncompleted, this will go ahead and do a get lesson completed. Oh, to be honest, I don't know if we need to do that as well. That's where I saw a delay. So maybe I'm going to come back and fix this, because this is when I got to one point where I was coding super late and we don't need to do router refresh. No. Yeah, this is what they should not be doing. And even set is pending. We don't need that either. So we could be doing this inside of a start transitions. But anyway, we're going to optimize this afterwards. I shouldn't really be doing this live on stream, but anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll get it done. So we don't need that. We don't need that. Cool. And then 3 actions we need to do. So number 1, get lesson completion status action. So let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to have our actions. Where are our actions at? Actions, get lesson completed status action. And this one is going to be the following. So we're going to go ahead and call this a server action. We're going to go ahead and get lesson completion status from, we haven't done this. Okay, interesting. So we need to create that. So get lesson completion status is actually one of our helper functions inside of Sanity lib get lesson completion status .ts. And then what we do, take a lesson ID and a Clerk ID. We get the student first. If they're not found, we throw an error. Then we do a query. We basically go ahead and we return the completion status query. So there we go. So this will go ahead and get us a lesson completion for a certain lesson for a certain user. Okay. So we can do TypeGen because we did another new query. And then that will go ahead and be pulled through here. And that's not freak. What was that freaking out for? Oh, the naming's no. Get lesson completion status. Why am I saw this, went outside and come back since I see you're still working. Respect, bro. I appreciate you, dude. Get completion status. Yes. That we pull from there. That goes through here. Sanity lib lessons get completion status. Oh my god, 1 minute. What have I done? Lib lessons get completion status. Yes, here. Asynchronous function, yes. What's going on? Why is this freaking out? What? This is real. This is fine. Okay, that's just being that's just weirding out right now. You're importing with the same function name. You're importing a function with the same name as the function you're making. No, because this is get lesson import action. This is where the computer's stressing out, I reckon. Because that's legit. That works. We could do this. We could go ahead and do export default lesson completion status. Then we could do this. Maybe it's a naming thing. Completion A. Completion status A. No. Okay, so definitely not a naming thing. Can I find more? Okay, that's just a strange bug because that is working. Get completion status. Yes. There you go. I had to force it. I don't know why. Sometimes that happens, honestly. No. So when that happens, you just rename the file, rename it back. Debugging 101. Right? So sometimes it works. It's just, yeah, strange as hell. All right. So in that case, get lesson completion status. We go through this and then we come back out here. Next up, we have the 2 things, complete lesson action and incomplete lesson action. So complete lesson action. This one is going to be complete lesson action like so. So we have complete lesson by ID. We have to create a helper. We call the action, which calls the backend function. That's essentially how these are working. Instead of calling API routes, we're calling our action, which completes lesson by ID. So we need to create a complete lesson by ID function. So here, complete lesson by ID, TS. And then this is essentially, okay, so a little bit of a bigger one, but never mind, it's not that bad. So a couple of things. Firstly, let's refactor here and I'll show you essentially what we do. Okay, so here, simple signature takes lesson Clerk ID, firstly, we get the student. If there's no student, we go ahead and get rid of it. We extract the student ID. We go ahead and we check if the lesson is already completed. If it is, we return the lesson as is. Okay. Otherwise, otherwise we fetch lesson details to get the module in the course. The reason being is because if we've never ever completed it, we will never have a completion state in the database. So if it's already completed, we will simply return that one. Otherwise, we fetch the lesson details and then we create a new completion record. Okay, that's essentially what we're doing. So we're completing a completion record and then we remove it, we delete the record. So that's essentially what we do. So this is the adding the record logic. And then this one will essentially be, again, don't tell me this is going to happen again. The hell? Get completion. Sanity lib by I. That's so strange. That's so strange. I had to do that. Sas with Jas, y'all don't understand how good Sonny is. He got me into web dev and now I have my own successful web dev company. This man knows his stuff and he's a great teacher. Jay, screenshot that. Appreciate you, Jas. Thank you so much, man. So complete lesson by ID is there. So there we go. Yeah, that's so weird that that happened. I don't know. Anyway, we ain't gonna quit on that. Digital Alchemist, I can second that. I'm now freelancing my song and learn my skills right. Jay, screenshot both of those together. That is so cool, man. Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, really, really means the world when I hear stuff like that. We have the complete lesson action done. The incomplete lesson action now we need to do. So the last one is incomplete lesson action. So JS. Again, same logic. We have the incomplete lesson. I mean, could you do this in a single function and then have if statements? Yes, you can, right? Don't shoot me. You probably could simplify this. Again, like this was after like 35, 60 hours of some craziness of coding. That didn't make no sense. But yeah, it was after a crazy amount of time coding. So we need to create this incomplete lesson by ID function. So in here, boom, boom, .ts. And this will be the same. This is actually way simpler. This one is just a case of find the record, find the completion record, and then just delete it. Right, so basically find and delete the lesson completion, because basically if you complete it, we want to save the timestamp. If you didn't complete it, we just delete it. That's basically what we're doing here, right? You could have a toggle and last modified. You really could, again, you could do this however you want, essentially, right? And then we of course have this weird bug again. So I'm going to do my little weird trick. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do ID. I don't know why that works, but there you go. VS Code's giving up. And then we got this. So that's cool. I have 3 products launched and 2 other business sites for my own products. Oh, Sonny. Jay, screenshot that. Yo, love you guys and appreciate you. That is so, so cool. Wow. Damn, screenshot all of that. That is so cool. I absolutely love that. When I go through a tough time, I read these things. So you guys have no idea how much that means. Okay. Done. So at this point, the button is here. Let's import the button. Lesson complete button. So in theory, we are almost there. Incomplete lesson action. Now it's done. Now, of course, I might refactor this part, but let's see now. So, okay, so I've screwed up my actions. I know it. So firstly, the lesson complete action. Notice how it sits above everything. So fixed with a Z index of 50. So I wanted the button to be like this kind of layered effect. I like it like that. So now let's give it a try. So mark as complete. And what this will do is it will add a completion record inside the database, and then it will trigger a revalidation. And then you can see that completing is when it adds it. Updating is when it's revalidating now. And then you can see it's revalidated, and then it's just updating on this side. And once that's done, we should see a strike through here. Ah, there we go. Thank God. Thank God. That was a big situation where it could have gone wrong. And this here, the marker is not completed. This is where it's deleting it. And then the revalidating cycle will go around. It will invalidate. And this is all thanks to Sanity being live, by the way. So on the front end, it's just fetching live. And now you can see course progression changed as well. Absolutely awesome stuff, right? I'm just going to do that one more time. You guys can see. And again, as I mentioned, I've done this flow because I want to show you the different steps as to why it's doing it. And you can, in the code base, you can learn from yourself and see for yourself how it's all working. But can you make an optimistic update? Yeah, 100%. You could do it optimistically where you can click it and then it goes tick through and you can show all that stuff. I didn't do that because I want to show you this whole flow. And also I want to pay attention to the course progress here as well. So you see that it fetches the updated state for the lesson. Even if you're in a mobile view and you open this up, you can see now once that's completed the lesson, the course progress will update, this will update. Everything is kind of fed through in a really, really nice way. So we should see a strike through with the tick box in just a moment. And there you go, course progress, 29%. Amazing stuff. Yeah. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this part, right? That's actually, believe it or not, that's actually like the chunk of that done, right? So now what we can do is we head back over. Now the loaders, I want to get up to scratch with. Now the loaders, again, like I mentioned, we've got the code already for us in the, so obviously we've got our courses and stuff like that, but let's add all the loading states in, right? So that way you get the dynamic loading elements. And then I think we're ready to deploy. This one right here, the get lesson completion status, you can feel free to go ahead and refactor this as you see fit. Right now, I'd rather get the deployment done and then we can see where we're at time-wise because we're already hitting 5 hours 24, right? So at this point now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add all the loaders in and then we're ready to deploy, I believe. And deploying has steps to it. So we're going to have to get all of that out, but we're doing good, guys. So if you're enjoying this right now, smash that thumbs up button. I love and appreciate all of you. Let's get the energy back up. So now let's go and do it. Now it's worth mentioning. Oh, sorry. No, Sanity presentation. Jay, you're absolutely clutch. I completely forgot. I haven't done that. I haven't done that yet. So we need to implement Sanity presentation. Yeah. So presentation and draft mode. Thank you, Jay. So I need loaders and I need Sanity presentation. So let's do Sanity's presentation mode first. And I can show you how we do it. So Sanity presentation, essentially a little quick demo. So you guys get a little reminder of what the hell it is. So it's awesome. Firstly, if we go to our deployed app here, you can see presentation is when we can effectively get this preview mode and we can go ahead and even we can basically modify it with this really nice kind of click through of what's going on. Could you give a brief rundown of what it would look like to give people access to be prepared with lessons based on what lessons they have unlocked in a coaching call? I can do something like that. Yeah. But in this case, we want to build this bit so you can actually click through and see. I mean, this still to this day, I'm like, wow, how they did this is unbelievably cool. How it actually loads the document. It's so nice, honestly. Hats off. Okay. I mean, I'm messing something up there. But this is such a cool tool. So I'm going to show you how to implement the entire thing right now. So we need to add the tool in first. So we need structure, vision, presentation. So how do we do this? Well, firstly, we can actually go into and type in Sanity presentation tool, right? And you can see the presentation tool, visual editing. We're going to go ahead and implement this right now. So Sanity install, we've done basic configuration, import the presentation tool, right? So here, so let's go into our Sanity config. So Sanity config.ts. And here is where we have it. So the config.ts file. So we need to import presentation tool. Okay. And then for the presentation tool underneath vision tool, we're going to basically pop it in. And this is going to have a couple of things. So we have the preview URL with an enable. Okay. So preview URL with an enable. And this is an API endpoint that we have to create, which will basically enable the headers to be set, which like tell our instance of Next.js that we're basically in preview mode. Okay. So that's something to remember. And also if you want to use Sanity Create and you want it to pop up inside your studio, there's another little toggle which I haven't mentioned. It's a beta setting, create, you can say start and create enabled, and then you can fall back to the studio that we've launched. So our one was LMS YouTube. So it'll be LMS YouTube Sanity Studio. So you can go ahead and do that as well. But there is documentation on all of that as well. But the main thing is presentation tool. We have to create this endpoint, API, draft mode, enabled, and so forth. So let's go ahead and do that right now. If we try to access it right now, I believe it will fail. So if we were to leave that as is, so yeah, so presentation, this will likely fail, I think, because it'll try to access the API draft mode. See, it tries to hit the API draft mode and it's gonna fail because it doesn't have anything to hit. So what we need to do now is create those API endpoints. So the way we do this, guys, is we go into our API top level and we're gonna go ahead and type in draft mode, and then inside of here we have enable and disable. So enable and enable and disable next to each other like so. These two are actually really easy to get done. All the documentation is there, but I'm just making it very easy for you to follow along with. So we have, for enable, we have the following. It's a route. We need to install Sanity preview URL secret. So what we can do is we can do pm Sanity preview URL secret. And then we have our Sanity client, next navigation, draft mode. So it's actually from next headers. And what we do is we go ahead and basically get our Sanity API token, which I think I've already set. Did I set? Yeah, I'm sure I set Sanity API token. Sanity API token. I did set that. Environment local. Yeah, I did. Yeah, of course I did. Yeah. I don't know. I'm getting a bit lost with it. And basically this is where we configure. So again, all of this is on Sanity's documentation, the website, right? This is enabling it. So basically it sets up the client with the config of our token and basically enables draft mode. Okay. And then to disable it, what we do is we do a similar thing. Disabling is even quicker. Is we just trigger one thing. It's just await, disable, draft mode, and then we return back, right? Now, this doesn't just work with this. You have to go into your top level layout. So it's actually the full top level layout. So I believe it's in app layout. So it will be inside of, you're gonna close everything, app layout, this level layout. So the one with the HTML and all that stuff. And you basically want to pop in above the theme provider in the body, the following. Wait draft mode is enabled and we have these, okay? So a few things. Firstly, visual editing, we pull in from Next Sanity. So that's simple. Draft mode is from Next headers. Await, we have to make our overall, function async, and we can do that because now it's server component. And disable draft mode is a little button that we're going to create that pops up on the bottom right, which will actually, if we click it, simply disables the headers, right? So in this case, it gets rid of it. So if we can create this disable draft mode component, and this is essentially what we're doing. We're pulling from Next Sanity hooks. It's a client component. We get the environment, we get our router from Next Navigation. Only show the disable draft mode when outside a presentational tool. Okay, so you don't show that inside the presentational tool. So if the environment is not live or unknown, we don't show it. Otherwise, we have a click handler where we say disable draft mode. You can customize the button as you see fit, and it will basically just trigger the disable function, and then it will refresh the router. Okay, so now with that in mind, we can import this in, and this is basically set it up. So I think with that, no, there's one more step we have to do, which is Stagger. So in the client now, so inside of our APIs, so in our clients, so here, you want to actually add in Stagger. So this is how it basically maps and encodes. So you want to use our base URL. This is really important. This is how it essentially finds, but this is the bit that blew my mind, to be honest. This is how it finds the, like this is how it finds the location, right? So I believe that I remember watching a talk that Simeon did, and he mentioned exactly that. So I'm not 100% sure if we need it in both, but I'm going to add it in both anyway. I'm pretty sure the admin, we don't need it because we're not going to effectively be calling it, but I just don't want to, I have it in both right now and it works perfectly. So, but yeah, I don't think we necessarily need it in both. So with that in mind now, let's try it. We go to Studio Presentation, which by default will navigate to that URL. Okay, so you can actually just hit that URL if you want to enable it, but this is like a shortcut way to do it. So that it goes to API draft mode enable, and if we did it all correctly, look at that, guys, nice. it works, right? Then it linked or automatically connected it all, and then Stego will allow us to, yeah, perfect. Amazing stuff. I can modify everything as I see fit. This is still incredible to this day. I think it's such a cool thing to do. Let's go ahead, and you can actually navigate with the website. So I can actually interact with my website, you know, click through. I can go ahead and go into the presentation, the course itself. So for example, on this screen, I can modify, and look at this, even on this screen, I can modify the lesson. Like, that is the true mind-blowing part for me that I thought was game changer. And I think Sanity have hit something special with that. So whoever built that part of the inside of Sanity, well done, because that is an awesome thing that if the devs are watching right now, you got hats off, because that was so cool. It's just incredible. Yeah, that I still blows my mind a little bit. But that's a very cool feature that they've added. And even here, module, this is something that I really want you to pay attention to. If I just click on the module, I will see the lessons beneath it. And because I'm in preview mode, by the way, this means that if I was to go ahead and, for example, here, I drag it under, I don't have to publish to see the effect that I just did, right? So I want to make that show you guys. So in a second, you see how it shows me the live preview? No, so everyone else for the deployed website will not see it. I'm in preview mode. So right now, because I'm in preview mode, I can preview what the changes will look like. And then only if I'm happy with it, I click publish. And now that will publish out to everyone. And because it's using the Sanity content lake where it's live by default, everything will naturally go ahead and revalidate on everyone's, screen, which is just so sick. Like, for me, why would you try to even build all of that when it's just done and you can focus on building the platform? That is for me like the game changer moment with this. Now I want to show you, if we were to go to the website like so, you would see disable draft mode in the bottom corner now, right? So let's go ahead and see for ourselves. So let's load it up. Sorry, I've got something. My browsers tends to do this a bit when I get a bit heavy on this. But now you see, if I click into it, so you will see I am actually in draft mode right now, right? So sometimes I do see the Stego part on top of this. But if I was to click through, so for example, right now, you can see so I'm in preview, right? So let's give it a try. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, I was gonna say, I should be seeing the overlays. Well, I don't know, maybe it's just lagging a bit right now, but I should be seeing the overlay a little bit. But if I was to go ahead and do this now, so if I go to Logo Studio right now, I just want to show you guys proof. If I was to go and, modify something just to prove to you that this is in draft mode. If I go to course content, 0 to full stack hero, and you guys can see here, oh yeah, look, there you go, open the studio. So that's what I wanted to show, right? So you can see I can actually just click it and click open in studio and it'll open up perfectly. If I click on edit course content and I do, for example, 0 to full stack hero 1, 2, 3, okay? Now, because I'm in preview mode, you will see that, for example, this will go ahead and show me 1, 2, 3 in just a moment. So you see, I'm in preview mode and it's not published. If I click on disable draft mode, I will now exit preview mode and I will see what everyone else on the deployed website will see. Boom, there you go. Only if I publish this change, well, then it will go through to the propagated, production site. So now if I do this, now it's all live. So now I see it. So you see the difference. So you can now safely check things and how they look in preview mode. And then only when you go ahead and actually publish it, it goes ahead and does it. Now that to me is like crazy powerful, right? So yeah, I'm yet to see any tutorial which does this. I'm damn proud of this one, right? So in this case, that works super, super nice. And we have it working. So the only thing now is the loading screens, deployment, boom, we are good to go. I think we're going to be done in the 6-hour mark. I called it, right? So in this case, now let's go ahead and do that. And then I think we're golden. Jay can give me a little bit of give me a little bit of a run through on the back just to see if I'm good with the feature set, but I'm pretty sure I've covered everything. But yeah, in that case, now we've rebuilt. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Rebuilt everything. And now I'm going to go ahead and do the loading states. So a couple of loading states. Again, all the code for this is available. So what I'm going to be doing is simply dropping in skeletons, right? So skeleton loaders, if we go to Shadcn, we're going to be using a lot of this, which is the skeleton here. So these kind of components, right? These are very awesome components for us. So did you show off how to use the vision tool? Yes, I believe I did it. I don't know. I'll jump into it in a sec. Vision tool. Okay, so vision tool is when you want a query. So you can run your queries here. I'm not very good at writing my queries unless I've got the, let's go ahead and look. Yeah, so for example, like this, for example, if you want to, this is very handy for debugging. So say if I want to get all the courses, I can run queries here and I can even listen to real time. So this is very handy if you are, debugging and a couple of things like that. So structure, vision, presentation, that's what each one is doing. So that's actually very good, Stephen. Thank you for mentioning that, because I think it was handy for a lot of people when they're debugging. So at this point now, and you see it, whenever I go into that, it enables draft mode. So that's what's happening there, okay? So yeah, so what was I doing? Okay, so we just installed the skeleton, cool. And now I want to go ahead and do the loaders. So for user, for anything in the user route, I'm going to have the following loader. So user, I'm going to have a loading.tsx. And now this one is simply, I'm going to pop it. So I'm going to click loader, pop it inside. Now we also have components loader. Where's that one? So I've changed that one a little bit. Yeah. So here, guys, this is literally just mapping out. I've literally just taken time to map out a skeleton, which looks very similar to my layout. And that's all that is. Again, the code for this is in the description, but, oh, interesting. Okay. And now you can see, aha, look at that. So you see how, look at that. We've got loaders, right? Really nice. But you might be wondering, hang on a minute, for the homepage, surely we don't want the homepage to be dynamic, right? Because that's the first page someone lands on. So we're going to make that a static page, which revalidates every hour. So we hit save, we refresh. And now what we can see is, oh man, I knew this was going to happen. So this was because of my header, I believe. There was one area where I knew this was going to be an issue and I've completely forgotten where it was. I think it was my header. Yeah, so header. So make your header use client, because this one has a few elements like the dark mode toggle underneath it, which requires a couple of things from authentication. Anyway, for now, this is the fix around it, right? So that was what was blocking us from going static. You can really dive into that when you if you want to. But the main thing is that you can see if there is any sort of loading state, then boom, you get it. Right. If we go into this one, you can see that's not nice because the page doesn't load like that for that. So what we do is we go into courses and then we add a loader there. So inside of courses, we can add a loader in here. So in courses, we can basically grab a loader, and I've got one here. So I'm going to go pop it into course. Oh, oops. No. Yeah, I'm going to pop it into there. So loading. And this one, I've just done a little circle loader. So now you can see, look at that. So now we have a circle loader. Over here, we have the main loader. If we click it, circle loader, cool, right? I want a couple more. I want to have, for example, if I go into my courses, here I would like a loader that matches a bit more of the state of things. I mean, that one's not bad, to be honest, but in my courses, we have a specific loader as well. I've just shaped things out. And this is where AI comes in clutch, I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to these kind of things, like, well, if you say shape it compared to something else, right? So loading.tsx in here. So now you can see this one matches my location, the sort of, the shape of that. So you can see now that matches a lot more of the shape, which is awesome. Can you pair loaders to components? I'll need to look at that. But this is more for page routing. So if a page is blocked by any async await, it will render the fallback loader, but it's all based off of React suspense boundaries, right? But this is cool because, like, look, it even maps that. So it will even map out to the exact style that it falls into. Same for my courses. So now we're in the my courses. if I click into a course here, so you see I'm blocked. It doesn't show me anything. I need to have a loader here. So what I want to do for that part is I want to have a dashboard. I'm going to have next to the top level layout, a loader. So this loader is simply a spinner, and you can see it's spinning the book around. So anytime we have a loader, so now if I go back, right, so we're in the courses page, and you can see this really does make a big difference, because now if I click into this, oh, because the user's not, you know, oh, the app's stuck. I know what's, okay, something's loading right now. And here, okay, I need to see some UI. I need to see some update, right? Like, you know, it feels like it's broken otherwise. So loaders are very important for a lot of reasons, right? So in this case, for the lesson, I've got a very nice loader here. For the lessons, next to the page, I've got this skeleton loader, which replicates the video player, content, and so forth. So by adding this in now, let's go ahead and see. If I was to go ahead and refresh, you see it shows this loader, and then it loads. And if I was to click into another one, so I think it's better I show you, maybe let's try this one. So I've actually got another level of loader as well, which we can check. I have noticed as well in dev, it tends to be a little bit glitchy. So I chucked in the same loader here that I have here, which I don't think is necessary, but I was being a little bit paranoid and I was getting very tired. So I was like, you know, let's just add it in and leave it there. So let's give it a proper try now. So I want to go back to localhost. Here we are, my courses. Let's go to our 0 to full stack hero. This will load. So yeah, here you go. Boom. Nice. And you see how that loads? That loaded way nicer. Yeah. And that kind of gave us a bit more of a nicer UI. Now the one that I do, the one you see, there was a bit of a bit that didn't show a loader. That part I want to show a loader, and that's actually the courses. So you see here, we have courses, we have layout and loading. Oh no, we did put it there. Yeah, so oops, that was the same, right? Yeah, it was that. Okay, so yeah, we're good. Yeah. And then if I go into a separate lesson, it'll go ahead and load out, but that's fine because you're already looking at content, and then it'll just snap the other one in when it's ready. Amazing. Okay, cool. So in that case, yeah, very, very nice. And you can obviously, in deb, it's a bit slower, but in production, it's actually much quicker, right? So when you actually come to push this in prod. But yeah, guys, absolutely awesome stuff. We've got the loaders in play as well. Let us now deploy, right? So yeah, these loaders are really nice, to be fair, right? And even then you go back, say we're gonna go back into the home page, and like even when you click into a certain module, you know what I mean? Like all of this, you want to enroll in it, boom, we have loaded there. So yeah, you see some really nice stuff going on in the mix, right? And then you got your overall thing with the picture and everything like that. Cool. Okay, so deployment time. This is really where, if we get this right on the first go, oh my God, I deserve a break. All right, so at this point, we're gonna go ahead and deploy. So there's a lot of moving parts here that I really need you to focus on now. So first step is install the Vercel CLI. I've already done this, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and install the Vercel CLI right now. Or we've already done it, sorry. So LMS YouTube build, set up and deploy, yes. Okay. Sonny Sangha's projects, yes. Link to existing project, no. Yes, that's fine. Code, yes. Modify settings, no. Now this will fail because it hasn't got environment variables, it hasn't got a bunch of stuff. The build may even fail, okay? So there's a couple of the reasons why this could fail. Most likely will fail. So if I click on inspect, first thing I want you to do, head over to your deployment panel. Now go into the LMS YouTube build settings, environment variables, okay? Now here we need to add in our EMB variables. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into your environment variables. I want you to copy them all, and then basically head over here. It will 100% fail. Yep, it will. You're absolutely right. So at this point, we're going to go in here. We are going to go into here, and then we're going to paste. Okay. Now, firstly, a couple of things. The webhook secret is wrong. The keys are all obviously dev keys. If you want to go row to production, swap them all for production keys. But more importantly, I want to show you, let's go into, we need to set up the webhook. So let's get that webhook secret. So right now, inside of here, developers, create an event destination, select event listeners, checkout, payment completed. Okay, add events, and then endpoint URL. So I need to get the production URL firstly. So I need to know what it deploys to. So firstly, let's just save these. It will fail. It's fine. For now, what I do want to see is the actual final production URL. Okay. So let that do its thing. We can redeploy here. Yeah, so we should have redeployed because we updated the yeah, so that one's failed. What did that fail on? Yep, Sanity public dataset or Sanity Studio dataset. There you go. So now it would have redeployed, I believe. Okay, you know what? We can connect it or we can just do it manually. I'm going to do it manually. So let's just go ahead and pull this in. So we can go back here and we can do Vercel and deploy. And now that would do a deployment. Sonny settings domains. Settings domains. Oh yes, you absolute G. Yeah, that is awesome. Thank you. Okay, so that's actually the URL I want. So yeah, thank you so much. That was awesome. So now this is the production build that we want to have, right? And then it'll be /API/Stripe/webhook. So that's what we're going to push to. We're going to listen to that. We're going to click on add endpoint. Now, what it will do is it will give me a secret. So in the reveal the signing secret, that's super secret. You shouldn't show that to anyone, obviously. And I'm showing it to all you lot. And then what we do is we go ahead and do EMB. Exactly. And then what we do is we go into, so this is a local one, but what we're going to do is in our production environment variables, where we have our, we have our Stripe webhook secret, edit this. Now you might be wondering, but why have we got these as well? The next public, to be honest, we set it up in a way where if it's a production environment, it won't even use that anyway. So it's fine. But yeah, that's now done that. And then you could do the redeployment from here. So if we click redeploy, we could actually cancel this deployment. Yep, cancel that. And now let's do another deployment. So Vercel, and to be honest, I want to do straight to production. So Vercel prod, you shouldn't obviously do that in real life, but I'm in a 6-hour stream, so I think I have an exception. Okay. So we have this down. Now, yeah, modding, yeah. So we set up the webhook. Now the other thing that we need to do is Vercel prod. I do that in real life full time. Yeah, it's very handy. Is the environments debate exists. Take this, go to Sanity manage. So where we had our Sanity here, and you want to go to your API cause. Okay, so add cause origin, HTTPS, and you want to pop that in. Allow credentials, save. And this is important because without doing this, you won't be able to access /studio on the final Vercel deployment. Okay, which is obviously a no-no. We need that. Okay, so that's required. The webhook is required. And now we can go back to our build, and it's hopefully it's all good, right? So that one's, why is that queued up? One of these has got an old environment variable anyway. It will give you a button and automatically fill out the fields. Yoni goes far out epic, smashing it out 5 hours later. Proper. Yeah, dude. You know, the main thing is, right, is that like there's so much that goes into it that I won't be able to show you in a pre-recorded video. So sometimes things don't go right. Sometimes it's a bit messy. And the reality is coding is not, it's just not clean. Like it's not one of those things where it's just perfect. It does get messy, and I want to show you the messy part. But yeah, this is why I try and be as transparent as possible. I want to mention while it's deploying, right, guys, yeah, let's let this deploy and do its thing. Make sure you head over to popreact.com and check out what we have to offer. We've got Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0. We've got a bunch of new things inside, mainly around the mentorship. That's our main focus inside of our course and community. It's the best community and course on the planet, period. You get lifetime membership once you sign up, and we do purchase parity purchasing power. So no matter where you are in the world, we got you covered, right? And I really do want to make sure that you guys go ahead and benefit from everything we've got inside of it. Weekly coaching calls, all of the module content. The main thing is, right, the one thing I've come to learn is a lot of courses out there get outdated really quick. Things evolve too quick. You need every single week to be on top of it, to be learning, to be growing. So this is why I created a dynamic course called Zero to Full Stack Hero. And it's where we essentially go ahead and we just update things weekly. No course on the planet is going to stay perfectly in date all the time. It's the same. It's going to go out of date. Things evolve too quick. That's why you need active mentorship coaching calls where essentially it's going to go ahead and the truth is I do it in front of you like this for 6 hours. So there's no lying, no masking, no nothing. And that's what we essentially give inside the community every hour, every single week. Three hours minimum coaching calls that we're running with myself. And you can ask whatever the hell you want to ask on a Zoom call as we code through a bunch of cool things together. It's just the place to be. If you've got any questions, head over to the bottom. Simply hit this little guy over here, put your email in, and get access to everything that you need. Okay, so it's just worth checking. Make sure you go check it out, right? We've got the challenge coming up as well. So it's going to be loads of good stuff to look forward to. This one, let's promote this to production. Can I see that? Is it? Oh, come on, man. Is this live? Oh, it's not. Oh, now I don't want to promote that to production. I want that as production. Anyway, all right, we'll let that do its thing. He's going to hit that 6 hour mark on the dot. Yeah, we're going to hit that 6 hour mark. So yeah, guys, it's absolutely so much to look forward to coming out. But while we're waiting as well for this, I'll mention as well, guys, that remember this build would not have been possible without the incredible tech behind it. We've got Sanity powering every single thing. Honestly, right? This is really huge. This has been possible because of it. My brain's a bit fuzzy right now, but we've got the studio and behind the entire thing powering so much. Like I mentioned before, we had a ton of things behind this, right? So it was literally a case of we've got Sanity Studio customization that I showed you guys. So I've logged myself out. Oops. So I got here. So we've got the Sanity Studio customization, which I've never seen before on a tutorial period. Sanity Create to create, the AI editor, which makes creating lessons so much easier. And we can use our own backlog of notes and context to power the AI to get ghostwriting, functionality, all that good stuff. There's even more that I didn't show you. There's the ability to give instructions, all this other cool stuff. We've got the preview and draft mode inside a presentation where you can see a live demonstration of your changes in a preview environment and only publish them when they're ready. Then you get the full, the full LMS capabilities with Sanity Studio. And again, the ability to have a dynamic layout like this, however you need it, and be able to store information, because a lot of the time we don't show using like something like a CMS or, now Sanity is way more than a CMS, but essentially how we can store information inside of a CMS, and not just for presentational stuff, but for also functional stuff, like when a student enrolls, when they don't, and so forth. So yeah, so much powerful stuff. And of course, none of it would have been possible without, none of it would have been as easy as it was without Clerk. We managed to breeze through our authentication portion of the build so fast by having Clerk authentication. We had our beautiful email sign up where we went ahead and actually had it super easy. Oh, this is why. I was wondering why. Yeah. We had a beautiful email sign up where we send you the 6-digit code right? The secure code and authentication. Then you can of course manage your account, add in, you know, do a bunch of things with your security and so forth. But so much stuff you can go ahead and do with Sanity. But yeah, with Clerk, sorry. You can tell my brain's fuzzy. It's hitting the 6-hour mark. But make sure when you do sign up, guys, please use the links in the description. The one that goes through the link for Sanity, the link for Clerk, it tells them that you came from this video and you benefited from it. Because of that, I can spend 6 hours on the live stream. And I promise you, I spent like 50 hours, 100 hours building these apps behind the scenes. So it allows me to do that. All I ask is you like the video, you subscribe, and you go through those links, and you can leverage all the free stuff that they give you out of it. And then when you want to build your SaaS apps, your incredible apps, you can literally leverage them and scale up with them. And that's essentially what I would recommend here. And it really does just take a huge amount of effort to be able to do what we do at this scale. All right, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and actually just, okay, it's launched. It's live. It's live. Okay, it's live, guys. Yeah, I feel like, you know, the Office meme where it's like, everybody calm down. It's live. That's literally me right now. All right, so at this point, let's go try it out. So I'm going to click on George Full Stack Hero here. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. I'm not signed in. Sign in to Enroll. Cool, good stuff. Everything's great. Firstly, before I sign in, I want to check, am I able to go to the studio? So /studio. We should be able to log in to our studio right now. Let's go ahead and give it a look. Let's see. Okay, yes, I'm logged into the studio. Amazing. That is absolutely awesome. And that's because of cores as well. So we set up the cores on the Sanity side. And that's great. I should be able to load up some of the courses. Awesome. Okay, so that's working great. Let's go back to the app. Let's sign in. Let's check if our Clerk's working. So I showed you how to do email authentication for this demo. I'm just going to show you how we can do social login. So Clerk supports everything from multi-factor passkeys, session management, magic links, one-time passcodes, webhook events, bot detection, everything is just powered in Clerk. It's so good, right? Let's go ahead and do an enroll now. And this is the moment of truth, right? This is the scary part because things go wrong. Hopefully it's all good, but let's type in Sonny at abc.com 424242. There we go. 123 ABC. Let's see. Oh, moment of truth, guys. All right, let's see if I can enroll to 0 to Full Stack Hero. Oh my God. Yes. All right, let's click on access course. Oh yes, guys. Look how much faster it is as well, by the way. Remember I told you it would be much faster. All right, look, if you click into, look at that. Oh, guys, it's so much faster. And you see how the loading screens are working now fully in dev environments. It can sometimes glitch out and be weird. But now if we were to even click on mark as complete, this will be way quicker as well. And we can see for ourselves that this will be able to go ahead and look. Oh, moment of silence for how good that was. Oh my God, that is the happiest feeling ever. That's the happiest feeling ever. Digital Alchemist goes, I'm on the page right now. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You guys can feel free, play with it yourself, mess around with it. The UI was super slick. I really took some pride and effort into this one. We built the sidebar completely ourselves. Okay, so I have two here. This is because I've messed it up to a degree because I've gone ahead and done dev data in the mix of things, which is fine. I mean, it's okay. It's not going to happen again because I'm in the course now. But yeah, your dev data and production data typically should be two environments, which you can do with Sanity, by the way. But yeah, these are so clean, right? The new Clerk screens are nice. Yeah, they're really slick. They're really slick. And let's just see the dark mode as well. Boom. Oh my God. Everything works so nice, guys. Let JavaScript mastery, moment science. This is just, so cool. So cool. And I want to try one more thing. Let's go into Studio and let's do a presentation mode. So I want to check out that once and then we're good. I think we're wrapped up. And then we absolutely did it. I knew it. I said it was going to be a 6-hour build. I did not quit until it was done. And I was like, you know, I just want to get this one. I said to Jay, I was like, Jay, I'm so excited for this build. It's crazy. Let's have a look. Presentation. Let's see if this works. Nerve-wracking. So API mode, API draft mode enabled. Yes. Oh, guys, look at that. This is so good. Like, and now, for example, if I change the price to like $199, right? And you can see before I hit publish, so you can see that I get the real-time dynamic updates, right? 0 to full stack hero. If I go ahead and add an exclamation mark, wait for that to pop in, it will go ahead and revalidate it. Oh, it's just so good, man. And then if I say, okay, you know what? I'm happy with that price. Punch it in, publish that live. Now that is live on the website, $199. Everyone will go ahead and do that. Absolute, honestly, this is one of the creme de la creme builds on the channel. If you were here for it live, I appreciate you. If you, there's only one way we're going to sign this kind of build out. This deserves it. This one took a huge amount of effort. And if you're here already, you know already that, you would know that we've got huge stuff coming. The craziest part is I'm 6 hours in and we have 250 viewers still watching. It's like the most crazy. I don't understand this. It's nuts. But thank you so much if you were watching today and if you tuned in. We covered so many things inside of this build. Again, huge shout out to Sanity, to the guys over at Clerk. We have a huge challenge coming up with Clerk as well, so you do not want to miss it. It's a 5-day challenge. I'm going to be dropping all the details on the channel as well, so stay tuned. That is going to be huge. I'm not joking. I'm literally going to spend the next 2 weeks in a silo making the biggest and best content, and I'm going to bring it to all of you for absolutely free. The prizes are bigger and better than ever. We have MacBook Pros. We have all this good stuff that we're going to be giving out, so you guys are literally in for an absolute treat. And remember, as always, guys, like, comment, subscribe, and make sure you use the links in the description and join the Popper fam. That's it. Absolutely huge, successful build. One of my proudest yet. Hands down, one of my proudest yet. Remember, guys, head over to 0 to full stack hero or popperreact.com/course. Absolutely amazing stuff. Right? This has been one of the best builds by far on the channel. I want to show you. Where is it? Where'd it go? There we go. We have it. All right. Been one of the best builds by far. Feel free to, I really want to know it. Yeah. Just feel free, add a bunch of features to it. Go ahead and, send me pictures, send me Instagram stories, tag me. Literally, as I mentioned before, the link to my Instagram is down here. Tag me in your version of these builds and I'll be happy to shout you out and chat, jump on calls, all that good stuff. So literally, Erasmus goes, just tested it. It's amazing. That's what I'm talking about. Did you because I need that for work on the go now. Yeah, guys, Yoni goes, huge, epic, cheers. All right, guys, it's your boy Popper React, aka Sonny, and I'm signing out because I need some rest. It's been 6 hours, one of the biggest builds ever. So yeah, crazy stuff. I'm still buzzing from the build. I don't even want to leave. He goes, love you from Ghana. I appreciate all of you guys. Yatish goes, we're still here with you 6 hours later. Absolutely crazy stuff. I better sign out before the stream cuts out. Well, okay, guys, I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, like and subscribe. Sick. CSS Orlando goes, absolutely killed it. Mind-blowing stuff, bro. Thanks for that. I appreciate all of you guys. Yeah. Ciao. See you in the 5-day challenge. Let's crush it. The build will be in the GitHub repo, yes. But it's also free in the description, so feel free to grab it. All right. Ciao.